He sneered up at her. We make no compromises. We'll annihilate all who don't join us. We fight to stop the killing, to stop the murdering, as the good spirits have called upon us to do. We fight for peace. Until we win peace, we will have war. She frowned. Who told you this? Who told you that you must fight? He blinked at her. It's self-evident, you stupid bitch. You cannot possibly be so stupid as to think the good spirits tell you to wage war. The good spirits do not act in such overt ways. Ah, well then we have a disagreement. That is the purpose of war, is it not? To settle such matters? The good spirits know us to be in the right, else they would easily join against us. Our victory will prove they side with us, or we could not win in our struggle. The Creator himself wishes to see us triumph, and our victory will be proof of that. The man was a lunatic. She redirected her attention to the Celtish commander. Karsh? General Karsh. You demean the rank, General. Why did you slaughter the people of Epinicia? Epinicia was given the opportunity to join us, as we'll all be given the opportunity. Epinicia chose to fight. We had to make an example of our heathen people to show others what awaits them if they fail to join us in peace. It cost us nearly half our men, but it was a goal worth the cost. Even now, those lost are being replaced by others joining with us, and we will swell in rank to take in all the known lands. This you call leadership? Extortion and murder? General Karsh slammed his mug down on the table. His eyes were fire. We visit upon them what they visit upon our people. They raid our farms, our border towns. They kill Keltons as if we were bugs to be stepped on. Yet we offered them peace. It is they who chose to shun our mercy. They were offered a chance at peace, a chance to join us. They chose war. In that way, they chose to aid us. They've made an example for others of the folly of fighting us. And what have you done with Queen Cirilla? Did you slaughter her too, or is she back there in your Horus tents? They all laughed. She would be, Riggs put in, if we'd found her. Kaelin almost sighed aloud with relief. She looked back to Karsh, who was taking another swig. What has Prince Fyron to say of this? Fyron's in Aidendril. I'm here. So, perhaps the Crown wasn't a part of this. Perhaps this was little more than a band of murdering outlaws who fancied themselves as more. Kaelin knew Prince Fyron, knew him to be a reasonable man. Of the Celtish diplomats assigned to Aidendril, he was the one who had done the most to bring Kelton forward into the alliance of the Midlands through the Central Council. He cajoled and persuaded his mother, the Queen, to go the route of peace rather than conflict. Prince Fyron was a gentleman, in every sense of the word. Besides being a murderer, General Karsh, you are also a traitor to your own land and crown, to your own queen. He hammered his pewter mug down on the table. I'm a patriot, a protector of my people. She leaned the slightest bit forward. You're a treasonous bastard and an outlaw cutthroat without conscience. I leave to Prince Fyron the honor of condemning you to death. It will, of course, be a posthumous sentence. Karsh pounded his fist. The good spirits know of your treachery against the people of the Midlands. This proves their words true. They've told us we cannot be free as long as you live. They've called upon us to kill all those like you, all those who blaspheme. The good spirits will not abandon us in our struggle. We shall defeat all who do the Keeper's bidding. No real officer, she said contemptuously, would listen to the babbling of the blood. The wizard had made an angry-looking ball of liquid fire and was slowly juggling it back and forth between his hands while he watched her. The flames spit and hissed, dropping little sparks. General Riggs belched and then put his knuckles on the table as he leaned toward her. Enough talking. Get down here, you little wench, so we can start the party. Us brave freedom fighters need a little fun. General Karsh at last smiled. And then tomorrow, or perhaps the next day, you will be beheaded. Our men, our people, will rejoice at your death. They will exult in our triumph over the Mother Confessor, the symbol of oppression by magic. His smile left as he turned red-faced once more. The people must see your punishment to know that good can prevail, to have hope. When we have your head, our people can rejoice. Rejoice? That all you brave freedom fighters are strong enough to kill a single woman? No, General Riggs said. He appeared for the first time sober as he looked up at her. "You miss the true meaning of what we do. You fail to see its significance." His voice lowered, his tone softened. "It's a new age we enter, Confessor. An age that has no place for your old religions. The line of confessors and their wizards is at an end. There was a time 3,000 years ago when nearly everyone was born with the gift. Magic held sway over all things. That magic was used to vie for power. Wizards abused their power. In their greed, they killed one another. They killed others who had the gift, and so fewer lived to pass it on. Over time, those with the gift were culled from the race of men. Yet those left still contested for rule, and further thinned the ranks of those born with the gift. The magic, the other creatures of magic who wear their charges, such as you, have been steadily stripped of their protection and fount of magic. Today, there are almost none born with the gift. Magic itself is dying with them. They have had their chance to rule, just as did Darkenrahl with his magic, and they have failed. Their time, the time of wizards, is past. Their protection of the twilight beings is at an end, and so the age of magic is at an end. The time of man is upon us now, and there is no place in that world for the ancient dying religion you call magic. It is time for a man to take his place as inheritor of the world. The imperial order is upon the world now, and if it were not them, it would be man by another name. It is time for man to rule, for magic to die." Kaelin felt a sudden hollowness. An unexpected tear ran down her cheek. A choking feeling of true panic clawed at her throat. "Do you hear that, Slagle?" she whispered hoarsely. "You have magic. The ones you aid would put an end to you, too." He tossed the little ball of fire to his other hand, the light of its flames dancing across his grim face. "It is as it must be. Magic, chaste or foul, is the keeper's conduit to this world. When I have helped extinguish magic in all its forms, then I too must die. In that way, I will serve the people." Riggs gazed up to her, almost sorrowfully, as he went on. "Our people must see the last living embodiment of that religion die. You are its symbol, the last creature of magic created by wizards. With your death, they will be filled with hope for the future and be emboldened to extinguish all the remaining pockets of filth and perversion that are magic. We are the plowshare. Those lands now infested with magic will be freed of its taint and can be resettled by pious people. Then at last we shall all be free of your dogmas, which have no part in the glory of the future of man." He straightened, taking a drink from his mug. The harshness returned to his voice. "After we finish with you, then we'll bring Galea to heel, and the rest of the lands." He slammed the mug down. "Until complete and total victory is ours, we demand war." Rage swelled in her, banishing the momentary sensation of loss and panic. Swelled on behalf of all those beings, the twilight beings, who depended upon her for voice and protection. She nodded slowly as she held the general's gaze. "In my capacity as Mother Confessor, the highest rank of authority in the Midlands, to whose mandate all must bow, I grant your wish." She leaned forward and spoke in a hiss. "Let there be war. On my word and office, not one of you shall be granted quarter." Kaelin's fist came up to the wizard. It was for him she had come. Her chest heaved with wrath and with terror at the madness of these men. She let the magic surge within her, demanding release, demanding this wizard's death. It was for him she had come. She must not fail. The blood rage screamed through her. She called the lightning forth. Nothing happened. She froze for an instant in the panic of the failure of the magic. Then Riggs lunged for her leg. Kaelin hauled back on the reins. The ferocious warhorse sprang into battle. He bellowed as he reared, kicking his front legs. Kaelin grasped his mane for dear life. A lashing hoof caught Riggs across the face, throwing him back. The thrashing hooves crashed down on the table, shattering it to splinters. Men in chairs toppled backward. Nick's front hooves crushed the head of one of the Daharan officers, the leg of another. The horse spun and kicked at the men. Kaelin gave him her heels, and he leapt into a gallop as the wizard was rising to his feet. Surprised men threw themselves out of the way. She took a quick glance over her shoulder to see the wizard throwing his hands out. A ball of wizard's fire exploded to life before him, turning in the air, awaiting command. He threw his arms out again, sending the fire on its way toward her. The warhorse leapt over fires and men, kicking up both snow and flaming firewood. His legs caught tent lines, yanking them down. Kaelin spotted what she wanted more than life itself, and maneuvered the horse for it. She could hear the wail of the wizard's fire coming for her. She could hear the screams of men unexpectedly caught up in it. She stole another glance to see the blue and yellow ball of flame tumbling through the tents and men, growing all the time, taking a course as drunken as the wizard. Wizard's fire had to be guided, and in his state, the wizard was having difficulty controlling what he had wrought. Were he sober, she would be dead by now. "Dear spirits," she prayed, "if I'm to die, let me have time enough first to do what I must." Kaelin reached her goal. As she galloped past, she yanked a lance from a snowbank and wheeled her horse. She dug her heels in, and Nick leapt ahead at a full gallop. The ball of fire wailed toward her, setting tents and men afire. It grew and tumbled as the distance closed. The lance was unexpectedly heavy, made for men who had more muscle than she, and she had to carry it upright to save her strength. The warhorse didn't flinch as he galloped, not at the noise, the confusion, the running men, or the wizard's fire. She pulled to one side and then the other, Nick's hooves digging into the packed snow. She dodged obstacles, weaving her way toward the wizard's fire at full speed, toward the wizard. Slagle tried to change the course of the fire to block her advance, each time she wove in her headlong rush. His reactions were slow, but as the distance closed, she knew he wouldn't need to be fast to catch her up in it. At the last instant, she wheeled her horse around to the right. The fire roared by so close she could smell burnt hair, and then she was racing again. As she charged the horse ahead, the wizard's fire exploded behind, cascading across the ground like a burst dam. The horrifying death screams of man and beast caught in the conflagration filled the night air. Dozens of men, all afire, rolled through the snow trying to put out the flames. But wizard's fire was not so easy to extinguish. It was alive with purpose. The howls of pain panicked those around who didn't know what was happening. Men screamed in fear of spirits they thought were setting upon them. Swords were drawn and wielded, hacking at those running for their lives from the fire. Battle erupted out of nothing. The air carried not only the choking stench of burning flesh, but now blood. She ignored the screams and sought the silence within. The wizard stumbled backward and fell. He came to his feet, whirling his arms. Fire formed in the air at the arc of his fingertips. Though there was confusion all about, only one thing filled her vision: the wizard. She couched the lance, tucking the base under her right armpit, jamming her grip tight against the leather stop. Gritting her teeth, she used all her strength to lift the heavy lance over Nick's bobbing head to the left side so as not to unbalance herself in the saddle. Nick took her direction as if he could read her mind. She steered him at full speed, but it seemed to her that the last 10 yards took hours, a race between her charge and the wizard calling forth fire. Wizard Slagle looked up to direct the fire just as her lance caught him in the chest. The impact shattered the lance to splinters at mid-length and nearly tore the wizard in half. She and her horse flew through a spray of blood. Kaelin swung the half-lance at a man lunging for her, catching him across the head. The impact tore the lance from her grip. She wheeled the horse and leaned forward over his withers as she galloped at full speed back through the confusion around the command tents. Her heart pounded as fast as the horse's hooves. One of the Daharan officers from the table was up and screaming for a horse. Men leapt onto horses bareback. As she began putting distance between them, she could hear him yell that if they failed to catch her, they would be drawn and quartered to a man. A quick glance showed a good 36 riders joining the chase. Away from the command tents, back the way she had come, men didn't know what was happening and saw a galloping rider as simply part of the drunken festivities. None moved to stop her. Men, tents, fires, polearms, and lances stuck upright in the snow. Stacks of pikes, horses, and wagons all flashed by in a blur. Nick jumped anything he couldn't dodge. The threat of him not jumping or dodging had men diving for cover. Men at games tumbled out of the way, coin and dice flying into the air. Tents pulled up when their lines crossed Nick's legs, flew up, and billowed in a tangle behind, catching up her pursuers. Horses and riders crashed to the ground. Others ran over their own men in their frenzied attempt to keep her in sight.
Kaylin spotted a sword hanging in a scabbard that was fastened to the side of a wagon, and as she ran past, she pulled it free. Galloping past picket lines, she swung the sword, cutting the lead lines. She hacked the rump of one horse as she charged past. He kicked and screamed in fright and pain, panicking the rest of the horses. They bolted headlong in every direction. Lanterns on poles toppled onto tents, setting them afire. The horses in pursuit balked at the fires, rearing and bucking, throwing their riders to the ground. A man lunged suddenly into her path, avoiding Nick's flying hooves and grabbing for her. Kaylin drove the sword home through his chest as she flew by. The hilt tore from her hand. She leaned forward and held on as Nick raced through the endless camp. The men chasing weren't as close, but they were still coming. Suddenly, she was free of the camp, galloping through the open snow. Kaylin followed her own tracks across the flat by the waning light of the moon. The muscular horse plowed through the snow almost as if it weren't there. She reached the trees at last, and before plunging in and ascending the steep slopes, she checked over her shoulder. A good 50 men were not 3 minutes behind. She would be able to open the lead as she went up along the forest trail, but they would still catch her. She would see to that. Chapter 39. Easy now, she cautioned. One hesitant hoof slipped. Back, back, back. Come on, boy, back. From down the slope behind, she could hear the sounds of the chase. A man, probably one of the Daharan officers, yelling angrily at the top of his lungs not to let her get away, and others urging their horses up the steep trail. When they reached the flat where she was, they would be in a full gallop again. Kaylin tugged gently on the reins. Nick lifted his hoof from the ice and backed up into the tight gap between the snow-crusted pines back along his trail. She found the long branch with the forked end she had whittled to a pushing pole, stuck upright in the snow where she had left it beside the twin-trunked spruce. She hefted it up and started pushing the heavy snow-laden branches. Her shoulder ached from having the lance shattered as she held it under her arm. As she backed Nick between the trees, off her trail, she held the long push-stick out over his head, jostling the limbs. Relieved of their loads, they sprang up, partly screening the gap between the trees. More importantly, the snow tumbled to the ground, piling over her tracks. She pushed at a branch here, another there, sprinkling their snow over Nick's backing trail, covering it in, making it look natural, as if wind had simply freed the branches of their load. She said a silent thank you to Richard for teaching her about tracks. He had said he would make a woodswoman of her. She ached for Richard. She was sure he wouldn't approve of the desperate risk she was undertaking with the aid of what he had taught her. But she couldn't allow these men to track her back to the Galilean boys. There was a chance that some would carry word of what they had seen back, and then the Galileans would be slaughtered. If none of these men returned, it would be a long while before any more were sent, if ever. Even if they were, by then it would be too late. She would have long been up and over the passes from which she had come, where the wind howled and drifted the snow constantly, and her tracks would be lost to them. They would not know where she had gone. From there, the mountains and forests went on in endless tracts, and her trail would have been last seen leading steadily away from her true destination. Those back at camp would have confidence that these soldiers would have her sooner or later, and with the prospect of plunder only days away, they would turn their attention to it instead. The snow-muffled thundering of hooves brought her mind back to what she was doing. The men had reached the flat and were charging at full speed again. Steadily, she worked her way back into the trees, shaking branches, covering her trail, backing toward the way she had come on her way to the army of the Imperial Order. The sounds of chase were almost upon her. Kaylin leaned almost all the way over, stroking an arm along her horse's neck. She whispered toward his ears, and they swiveled back to the sound of her voice. "Quiet now, Nick. Please don't move or make a sound." She stroked his sweaty neck again. "Good boy. Quiet now." It sounded to her as if anyone would be able to plainly hear her heart beating in her chest. The pursuers had reached her. As they charged along her trail right in front of her, they broke through the screen of trees to her left, not 10 yards away, at full speed. Kaylin held her breath. She heard the clop of hooves as they hit the sloping ice hiding in the moon shadows beyond those trees, beyond her false trail. She had led her tracks between those trees to the edge of a steep, rocky stream, where its water would tumble, were it not frozen, over a cliff. It was a small stream, But as it froze, more water had bubbled and frothed over that which was already frozen, growing the area into an ice palace. Snow had been washed away as it fell, leaving the rounded, downward-sloping humps of ice bare and slick. As the men broke through the trees, they had not 20 feet to halt their headlong rush before the cliff's edge, before the rock and ice halted and only thin air lay beyond. And they had to do it on cascading mounds of ice. Were it flat ice, like a lake, the horses could have dug their iron shoes in and tried to skid to a halt. But this was not flat. It was water-slicked tumble-down ice, and as they slipped and slid and tripped and fell at a charge, they had no chance. Kalen could hear the pop of horses' legs breaking, as thousands of pounds of muscle moving at full speed could not be stopped by hooves catching in crevices. The bareback riders were helpless passengers. The men shouted encouragement to their mounts, and the ones behind didn't recognize quickly enough the change in shrieking from anger to fright. Those behind crashed into those ahead, tumbling over and past each other. Bareback, with only halters and no aggressive battle bits, the riders didn't have the control they were accustomed to and were carried helplessly forward. Some leapt from their mounts as they came through the trees and could see what lay ahead, but their momentum was too great, the distance too short, their fate beyond retrieval. The horses behind, their leg bones snapping, crashed down atop the ones already fallen, who were desperately grasping for a hold. There was none. It became a waterfall of living flesh cascading over the edge. Kalen sat still, wearing her confessor's face, as she listened to the screams of man and horse mingled together into one long wail as they disappeared over the mountainside. In the span of mere seconds, it was finished. More than 50 men and their mounts had plunged to their deaths. When the night had been silent for a time, she dismounted and circled around to keep her false trail free of any off-leading tracks to the edge of the ice floe. In the dim light, she could see the dark stains of blood over the ice mounds. Blood from broken legs, blood from cracked skulls. There were none of the enemy left on the cliff. As she turned to leave, she heard low grunts of desperation. Kalen pulled her knife and carefully inched her way to the source of the sounds, toward the edge. Grasping a stout limb, she leaned out over the slanting ice floe. Forest debris was frozen in the ice. Sticks and leaves had made a small dam at the edge to be covered over as the ice grew. It left a few branches sticking out of the wall of ice. Around one of these branches were clutched fingers. A man clung by his fingertips to the branch, his legs dangling over a drop of close to 1,000 feet. He was grunting with effort as he tried to catch his feet up on the ice, but it was too slippery to give him any toehold. Kalen stood at the edge, holding the branch for support, as she watched him shivering. Dribbles of water bubbled over the ice, over his face, matting his hair and soaking his Celtic uniform. His teeth chattered. He looked up to see her standing over him in the moonlight. "Help me. Please help me." He couldn't have been past her age. She regarded him without emotion. He had big eyes, the kind of eyes young women would surely have swooned over. But the young women in Epinicia would not have swooned when they saw those eyes. "In the name of the good spirits, help me." Kalen squatted down closer to him. "What is your name?" "Juan. My name's Juan. Now please, help me." Kalen lay down on the ice, hooking a foot around a tangled root, taking a good grip on the stout spruce limb with one hand. She extended her other hand part way out, but not far enough for Juan to reach. "I will help you, Juan, on a condition. I have sworn no mercy, and none shall be granted. If you take my hand, I will release my power into you. You will be mine now and forever. If you are to live, it will be as one touched by a confessor. If you would think to pull me over the edge with you before I can release my magic, let me assure you, I would not make the offer were there that chance. I have touched more men than I can count. You will have no time. You will be mine." He blinked icy water, dripping down on him from his eyes, shook it from his face, and stared up at her. Kalen extended her hand toward him. "From now on, Juan, either way, your old life is ended. If you live, it will not be as who you are now. That man will be gone forever. You will be mine." "Please," he whispered, "just help me up. I won't hurt you. I swear to let you be on your way. It would take me hours to make it back to camp on foot, and you'll be long gone by then anyway. Please, just help me up." How many people in Epinicia did you hear beg for their lives? To how many did you grant mercy? Her words came as cold as the ice she lay on. I am the Mother Confessor. I have proclaimed war without quarter on the Imperial Order. The oath stands as long as one of you lives. Choose, Juan, death or to be touched by my power. Either way, who you are dies. The people of Epinicia got what they deserved. I'd rather take the hand of the Keeper himself than be touched by your filthy magic. The good spirits would never accept me to them if I were touched by your dark and profane magic. His lip curled in a sneer. To the Keeper with you, Confessor. Juan threw his arms open and silently dropped away into the darkness. As she rode back to the Galean recruits, she thought about the things Riggs, Karsh, and Slagle had told her. She also thought about the creatures of magic living in the Midlands. She thought about the beautiful land of the Night Wisp, with open fields deep in ancient, remote forests, where the wisps gathered at twilight to dance together in the air above the grasses and wildflowers like joyous fireflies. She had spent many a night lying on her back in the grass as they hovered above her, and spoke with her of things common to all life, of dreams and hopes, of loves. She thought about the creatures living in Long Lake, translucent things, hard to see, seeming almost made of liquid glass, or of the water that was their home, with whom she had never spoken, but whom she had watched emerge at night to bask in the moonlight on rock and shore. Creatures who had no voice, but with whom she had shared understanding, and had promised to protect. She thought about the whispering tree people, whom she had spoken with in a hauntingly beautiful experience, frighteningly eerie, but somehow gently peaceful at the same time. The whispering tree people were all joined as one, through their roots touching under the earth, and each spoke as if they were all but one, as if there were no individuals, yet each had a name to whisper to you, if you made it promises of simple favors. A mass community that was at the same time all only one. To cut down a tree there would be to bring the pain of that one's death to all. They could not escape the contact they felt with each other. If people went into that land and cut down the trees, it would be torture to all. Kaelin had seen them in pain before. Their wails could make the stars cry. There were other creatures, too, that were magic, and people, too, who possessed it. Sometimes it was hard to place a line between creatures of the wild and people. Some people of the Midlands were part creature, or perhaps some creatures were part people. They were strange and delightful and very shy. And so it went throughout various forms of magic, from the simplest things in the howling caves that could let you peek through solid rock to see their nests, to people like the Mud People, who had only simple magic that would do but one thing. As Mother Confessor, all these and many more were her charges, and as Mother Confessor she commanded all to protect these magic places so no one people would bear the brunt of burden against others. It was an arrangement backed by confessors and wizards extending back for thousands of years. The Twilight Beings, Riggs had called them. That was the name given to these magical creatures by the blood of the Fold, among others, because many of them came out only at night. For this reason, the blood associated them with darkness, and so, out of fear, with the darkness of the Keeper of the Dead. The blood considered magic the force through which the Keeper extended his influence into this world, into the world of the living. The blood were as unreasonable and thick-headed as any men alive, and they considered it their duty to send to the land of the dead any who they thought served the Keeper. That was just about anyone who disagreed with their view of things. In some lands, the blood were outlawed, and in some, like Nicobaris, they were encouraged and paid by the crown. Maybe Riggs was right. Maybe she should have brought the rule of law to stop men like this. But that had never been the intent of the council, to make all to bow and all things to one. The strength and beauty of the Midlands was in its diversity, even if some of that diversity was ugly. What was ugly to one was beautiful to another, and so it was that each land was to be left to rule itself, as long as it brought no force of arms to another. It was a tolerant suffering of things repugnant to allow things beautiful to blossom. It was a sometimes difficult and fine line to hold the council to, forcing lands to work together in some things, but allowing them to be autonomous in others. But perhaps Riggs was right. People in some lands suffered the cruel or poor rule of their greedy or inept leaders, with no hope of matters being brought to change from without. Though the wise but smaller lands had not to live in fear of outside conquest, If the suffering of the people under less fortunate rule could be ended with wise central rule, would not matters be improved? Yet when all lived under the same rule, every other form of existence was extinguished, never to have the chance to grow, though one of them might have been a superior way. The kind of single rule the imperial order represented was slavery. Kalen was surprised to encounter Galean sentries farther from their camp than before. They were no longer spread too far apart, and they were well hidden, popping up with drawn bows and bared steel when she was almost upon them. Chandalin, Pryndin, and Tosidin had obviously been at work. The sentries put fists to hearts when they recognized her. The dawn was turning the sky to a dark steel gray. It was warmer than it had been, with the clouds covering the land like a warming quilt. She was dead tired in the saddle as Nick plodded through the snow toward the camp. But as she came into sight of men rushing about, she came alert with the thoughts of what needed to be done. Chandalin, Pryndin, Captain Ryan, and Lieutenant Hobson were speaking with a group of men when they saw her riding toward the camp. The four came at a run to meet her at the edge of the activity. Men were cooking, eating, stowing gear, preparing weapons, and tending to wagons and horses. She spotted Tosidin in his white wolf mantle off some distance with Lieutenant Sloan, waving his arms in explanation as he talked to men who stood mute, with their spears all standing upright in the snow, the tight mob of them looking like a dark porcupine against the white ground. Kalen let out a weary moan as she dismounted before the four men who had come to greet her. Other men all around kept to their tasks, but moved more slowly as they watched her with great interest. The four before her stared openly with wide eyes. None said a word. "What are you all staring at?" she said, a little short-tempered. "Mother Confessor," Captain Ryan said. "You're covered in blood. Are you hurt?" Kalen stared down at the white wolf fur of her mantle, only it was no longer white. She realized for the first time that the skin of her face was tight with dried blood, her hair stiff with it. "Oh," she said in a quieter tone. "It's all right. I'm fine." Chandalin and Pryndin sighed with relief. Lieutenant Hobson, still wide-eyed, swallowed. "What of the wizard? Did you see him?" She lifted an eyebrow to him. "What you see on me is what's left of him." Chandalin appraised her with a sly smile. "And how many others did you kill?" Kalen gave a tired shrug. "I was awfully busy. I didn't take the time to count. But all things considered, I would guess, including the fires, well over 100. The wizard is dead. That's what matters. 2 of their commanders are dead also, and at least 2 more are wounded." Captain Ryan and Lieutenant Hobson paled. Chandalin's proud grin widened. "I am surprised you left any for others to kill, Mother Confessor." She didn't return his smile. "There are plenty left." Kalen rubbed her horse's nose. "Nick did most of the work." "I told you he wouldn't let you down, Mother Confessor," Hobson said. "That he did not. He was better aid than the good spirits. He kept me alive this day." Kalen lowered herself to one knee in the snow before the 2 Galean officers. She bowed her head. "I find I must beseech your forgiveness." She took a hand of each in hers. "Though you are ignorant of how to accomplish what must be done, you have put your duty to the Midlands before my orders. That was courage of the highest order. I want you all to know I was wrong. You acted of noble intent." She kissed each hand. "I laud your righteous hearts. You have kept in mind your duty above all else. I beg you, forgive me." There was silence as she knelt on one knee. At last, Captain Ryan whispered down to her. "Mother Confessor, please get up. Everyone's watching. Not until you forgive me. I want everyone to know you did the right thing." "But you didn't realize what we were doing or why. You had only our safety in mind." Kalen waited, and he was silent in embarrassment a moment longer. "All right, I forgive you. Don't do it again?" She came to her feet, releasing their hands and giving them a small, humorless smile. "See that that is the last time you ever disobey me." Captain Ryan nodded in earnest. "I will." He shook his head. No, I won't. We will do as you command, Mother Confessor." "I understand what you mean, Captain." She let out a tired sigh. "We have a lot of work to do before we attack those men." "We," Chandalin shouted. "We were only to teach them some things, and then we are to be on our way to Aidendrill. We cannot become caught up in this battle. You have already taken enough chances. We must—" Kalen interrupted him. "I must talk to you 3. Bring Tosidin." Captain, please collect the men, including the sentries. I want to speak to you all together. Please wait with your men. I will be with you shortly. And leave a tent up for me. I need a few hours' sleep while things are being prepared. She walked off a ways out of earshot of the camp, with Chandalin in tow, as Pryndin went to get Tosidin. When they were all together, she turned to them. Chandalin was scowling. The other two waited without emotion. The Mud People, she began in a soft tone, have magic. We have no magic, Chandalin argued. Yes, you do. You do not think of it as magic because you were born with it, and it is the only way you know. You do not know of other peoples, of their ways. The Mud People can speak with their ancestors' spirits. They can do this because they have magic. You think this is simply the way things work, but they do not work so in other places with other people. Your ability to do these things is magic. Magic is not some strange and powerful force. It's simply the way some people, some creatures are. Others can speak with their ancestors if they wish, Chandalin said. A few can, but most cannot. To them, it's speaking with the dead, and that is magic. Frightening magic. You and I know it is not to be feared, but you will never convince others that what you do is good. They will always think it evil. People believe as they were raised, and they were raised to believe that talking to the dead is evil. But our ancestors' spirits help us, Pryndin said. They never bring harm. They only bring help. Kaelin laid a hand on his shoulder as she looked to his worried eyes. I know. That's why I help to keep others away from you, so you may live as you wish. There are a few other people who talk with their ancestors, as you do, and they too have this magic. There are other peoples and other creatures that have magic different from you, but just as important to them as yours is to you. She looked to each. Do you understand? Yes, Mother Confessor, Tosidin said. Pryndin nodded his agreement. Chandalin grunted and folded his arms. The important thing, though, is not if you believe what you have can be called magic. The important thing is for you to understand that others believe what you do is magic. Many fear magic. They think you are evil because you practice this magic. Kaelin pointed in the direction of the army of the Imperial Order. Those men, the ones we chase, the ones who killed all the people back at the city, they are joined in a cause. They wish to rule all the people of the Midlands. They do not want any to live as they wish, but to bow to their rule. Why would they wish to rule the Mud People? Pryndin asked. We have nothing they would want. We stay to our lands. Chandalin unfolded his arms and spoke softly. They fear magic, and they wish us to stop speaking with our ancestors. Kaelin squeezed his shoulder. That's right. But more than that, they think it's their duty to the spirits they worship to kill you all. They are on a mission to destroy all who have magic, because they think magic is evil. They believe people like you have magic. She met Chandalin's eyes. If they are not killed to a man, like the Jokopo, sooner or later, they will come and destroy the Mud People just as they destroyed the city of Epinicia. The three men studied the ground in thought. She waited for them to weigh her words. Chandalin at last spoke. And they would kill the other people? Those who wish not to have outsiders come to them, to live alone like the Mud People? They would. I spoke with the men of that army. They are like crazy men. They sound as if they have been visited by evil spirits, like the Bantak did, like the Jokopo. They will not listen to reason. They think we are the ones who listen to evil spirits. They will do as they promise. You saw the city they destroyed and the size of the army defending it. It is not an empty threat. I must get to Adendril so I can raise an army to fight these men. The counselors should already be doing that, but I must get there to make sure the extent of the threat is known, to make sure all of the Midlands joins together in this. But there are no forces at hand to fight these men, now, except these boys. There are cities that will be destroyed before help can arrive. Worse, the threat these men pose will convince some to join with them. Some see honor as an inconvenience and will side with the army they think will win. This will swell their ranks further. Before Adendril can send troops to find and defeat these men, many will die. We must call upon these boys to join the fight now, before more innocent people are slaughtered. These boys volunteer to become fighters like you, to protect their people, the people of all the Midlands. We must help them in this. We must not let this army of evil men escape to wander the Midlands, killing and destroying and winning more to their side. We must begin the battle with these boys. Help them. Show them. To make sure they will know how to fight, and to know they will continue without us, to lead them. We must lead them into the first battle, to give them confidence in the ways we teach them, before we can be on our way to Aidendrill. Chandalin gave her a level look. And you will call the lightning to help us? No, Kaelin whispered. I tried last night, but it didn't come. It's difficult to explain to you, but I believe that because I invoked this special magic on behalf of Richard, it will not work except to protect him. I'm sorry. Chandalin unfolded his arms. Then how did you kill so many? Kaelin patted his arm where the bone knife was. The same way as your grandfather taught your father and he you. I did not do as they expected. I did not fight their way. The two brothers leaned in intently as she spoke. They like to drink, and when they're drunk, they don't think so well, and they are slow. Tosidin pointed behind with a thumb. These men, too, like to have drink at night. They have a wagon of it among their supplies. We would not let them have any. Some were angry. They said it was their right. Kaelin shook her head. These boys also thought it would be right to march right up to an enemy who outnumbers them 10-1 and have a battle in broad daylight. We must help them in this. We must teach them what to do. They do not like to listen. Pryndon glanced back over his shoulder at the men he had been trying to teach. They wish always to argue. They say, this is the way it is done, and we must do it so. They are filled only with the way they were taught and do not like to be told another way. Yes, that's what we must do, Kaelin said. We must lead them in the way that will work. That's why I need you three. I need you to help me in this, or many people, including eventually the Mud People, will die. I need your help in this. I must lead them into battle. Chandalin stood mute and unmoving. The two brothers pushed snow with their feet, considering. Pryndon finally looked up. We will help. My brother and I will do as you ask. Thank you, Pryndon. But it's not you who must decide. Chandalin must be the one who agrees. It is for him to decide. The two brothers took sidelong glances at him as he stood glaring at her. At last he let out an exasperated breath. You are a stubborn woman. You are so stubborn you will get killed if we three are not there to bring some reason to your head. We go with you to kill these evil men. Kaelin sighed with relief. Thank you, Chandalin. She bent and took up a handful of snow, using it to scrub the dried blood from her face. Now I must go and tell these boys what they must do. She shook the snow from her hands when she had finished with her face. Did you three get any sleep last night? Some, Chandalin said. Good. After I speak with them, I need to get a few hours' sleep. You can begin showing them how to travel without their wagons. We must teach them to be strong like you. We will begin the killing tonight? Chandalin gave a grim nod. Tonight. Chapter 40. Kaelin climbed atop a wagon before the assembled men. They stood in brown wool coats, packed tightly together before her in the gray morning light. Captain Ryan, with his two lieutenants flanking him, stood at the front of the men. He leaned an arm on the wagon wheel, waiting. Kaelin looked out at all the young faces. Boys. She was about to ask boys to die. But what choice did she have? Dear mother, she wondered, is this the reason you chose Wyborne as my father? To teach me what I am about to do? I'm afraid I have only one bit of good news for you, she began in a quiet voice that carried through the cold air, out over the faces all watching her. And so I will give you that first, to give you courage for the other things I have to tell you. Kaelin took a deep breath. Your queen was not killed in Epinicia, nor did the men who attacked the city find or capture her. Either she was away when the attack came, or she escaped. Queen Cirilla lives. The boys seemed to take a deep breath, as if hoping she wouldn't add anything more, and then they erupted in wild cheering. They threw their arms in the air, shaking their fists at the sky. They yelled and hooted with joy and relief. Kaelin stood in her blood-soaked wolf mantle, her hands at her sides, letting them have their time of celebration and hope. Some of the boys, forgetting for the moment that they were soldiers, hugged each other. She watched tears of happiness run down many a cheek as men leapt and shouted. Kaelin stood feeling small and insignificant as the mob of boys poured out their adoration for her half-sister. She couldn't bring herself to halt their rejoicing. At last, Captain Ryan climbed up onto the wagon next to her. He held his arms up, calling for silence. All right, hold it down. Stop acting like a bunch of children in front of the Mother Confessor. Show her what men you be. The cheering finally died out, to be replaced by grins and bright eyes. Captain Ryan clasped his hands together and cast her a somewhat sheepish look before taking a couple of steps away atop the wagon to give her room. The people of Epinisia, she went on in the same quiet tone, were not so fortunate. The winter silence became brittle. Light breezes rustled icy branches on the trees, ascending the slopes to either side of the flat valley pass holding their camp. The grins withered. Every one of you, at the least, had friends who were murdered there. Many of you had loved ones, family, who died at the hands of the men a few hours up this pass. Kaylin cleared her throat and swallowed as her eyes found the ground. I, too, knew people who died there. Her eyes came up. Last night I went to their camp to discover who they were, and if they could be called upon to return to their homelands. They have no intention of doing anything but conquering all the lands and putting them under their rule. They have vowed to kill everyone who refuses to join them. Epinisia refused. The boys shouted and shook their fists. They themselves, they said, would bring an end to the threat. She spoke over their words, bringing them to silence as she did so. The men who slaughtered your countrymen and countrywomen are called the Imperial Order. They fight on behalf of no country or land. They fight to conquer all lands and to rule all lands. They answer to no government, to no king, to no lord, to no council. They believe themselves to be the fountain of law. They are made up of mostly Daharan men, but others have joined them. I saw among them Keltons. Waves of angry whispers swept back through the crowd. Kaylin let it go on for a moment. I saw also among them men from other lands, and I saw Galileans. This time, shocked and angry voices called out that it wasn't true and said she was wrong. I saw them with my own eyes. They fell once more to silence. She quieted her tone. I wish that it were not true, but I saw them. Men of many lands have joined with them. More men will join with them if they believe they can be part of the victory, part of the new law, if they believe they can be in on the plunder and awarded positions of authority and power. The city of Celion lies hardly more than a hand of days ahead. The Imperial Order will have their surrender and allegiance or their death. Other cities, towns, villages, and farms will suffer these men if they are not stopped. Eventually, all will come under their sword. I am going to Aidendril to marshal the forces of the Midlands against the Imperial Order, but that will take time. In that time, their numbers will swell with those who would think to be on the side of might. Right now, there is no one able to stop these men from killing everyone in their path who resists them. Except you. Kaylin stiffened her back as she let what she had said sink in, and in preparation for what she was going to tell them next. She let the silence settle once more over the valley. As the Mother Confessor of the Midlands, and absent the luxury of conferring with the Central Council, I have had to do that which no Mother Confessor for 1,000 years or more has had to do. On my authority alone, I have committed the Midlands to war. The army of the Imperial Order is to be killed to a man. No negotiation or compromise will be offered by the Midlands. Under no circumstances will the Order's surrender be accepted. I have given an oath on behalf of the Midlands that no quarter shall be granted. Astonished faces stared at her. Whether I live or die, this decree is irrevocable. Any land or people who willingly join with the Imperial Order cast their lot under the shadow of this edict. It is not in the name of Gallia that I call upon you to fight. In the office of the Mother Confessor, I call upon you to fight for the Midlands. For it is not Gallia that is under threat, but all lands, and all free people. There was confident grumbling that they were up to the task. Some in the ranks called out their assurance that they were the men to do it, that they were in the right and would triumph. Kaylin nodded to them all. You think so? I want each of you to look to the faces around you. They mostly stared at her. Do as I say. Look to all the faces around you. Look to your comrades. A little confused, they began looking around, twisting to see those to the sides and those behind, smiling and laughing among themselves, as if it were a game. When they seemed to have finished with the task, she went on. A few of you will remember the faces you have looked upon today. Remember and grieve. The rest if you take up this battle, will not be around to remember. They will die in the struggle. In the cold silence, Kaelin heard the distant chatter of a squirrel, and then the sound of that too died away. The smiles were all gone as she finally spoke again. These men, the Imperial Order, are led by and are mostly Daharan troops. Daharan soldiers are trained from the time they are half your age. They fight internal conflicts in their land, put down riots and rebellions. They do not simply practice battle tactics, they live them day in and day out. They know only a life of fighting. They have been exposed to it in every form. I have taken the confessions of many Daharans. Most do not know the meaning of peace. Since spring, when Darken Rahl sent them against the Midlands, they have been at what they do best, war. They have fought in battle after battle. All who have come before them have fallen. They relish fighting. They delight in it. They are as close to fearless as men come. They hold contests, often lethal, to win the right to be in the van of battle, to win the right to be the first to strike a blow at the enemy, to win the right to be the first to fall. She surveyed the young faces. You have confidence in your training, your battle tactics? The faces nodded, looking to one another, smiling their knowing confidence. Kaelin pointed to one, a sergeant by the look of his coat's braids. Tell me then, you are now in the field of battle, having chased down these men, and here comes the enemy, back at you. You are in charge of the pikes and archers. Here they come, thousands of them, yelling, running, coming to rend your force in two, to break your army's back. You see they have heavy spears, called by them argons, with long, thin barbs. If they pierce you, they are nearly impossible to remove. They cause ghastly wounds that are almost always fatal. Here they come with their argons. Thousands of men. What is your tactic? The young man held his chin out, knowingly. Form a tight rank of the pikes, formed into a box or wedge to protect the archers. The pikemen face the pikes out and overlapping the shields. Present the enemy with a tight, impenetrable wall. The shields protect the pikemen who protect the archers. The archers take them down before they can get close enough to use their argons. The few who do fall on the pikes. Their drive is repelled, and in all likelihood they have lost a good many men in the failed attempt, making another less likely. Kaelin nodded as if impressed. Well stated, he beamed. The men around him grinned with pride in their knowledge of their business. I have seen some of the most experienced armies of the Midlands use those very same tactics when the Daharans first came over, last spring when the boundary went down. Well, there you have it, the man said. They lose their charge against the archers and on the point of our pikes. She gave him a small smile. The Daharan van, those men I told you about, the biggest, the fiercest, the ones who won the right to be the first at you, well, they've developed special tactics of their own for use against your plans. First of all, they have arrow shields, so as they run in, they're protected from the brunt of the archer's work. And I guess I forgot to tell you one other thing about those argons of theirs. These spears have iron-sheathed shafts for most of their length, and a unique purpose. As the enemy is charging in, mostly unaffected by your archers, they heave their argons at you. We have shields, the man pointed out. Their argons expended, they will be on the point of our pikes. She folded her arms, nodding to him. The van, the men who won the right to be the first wave, are big men. I doubt the smallest has arms less than twice the average of yours. The argons are needle-sharp. Thrown by those powerful arms, they penetrate and stick in your shields. The long barbs prevent them from being withdrawn. The confident smiles were fading as she looked from face to face as she went on. You now have argons stuck solidly in your shields. You drop your pikes, drawing swords to hack the heavy spears away. But the shafts are covered in iron and don't yield. The spears are heavy, and the butts drag the ground. Daharans can run almost as fast as their spears fly. As they reach you now, they jump on the shafts of the spears stuck in your shields, dragging them to the ground, leaving you on your knees and naked to their heavy axes. Arms still folded, she leaned toward them. I have seen men split from scalp to navel by those axes. Men glanced sideways at one another, their confidence shaken. She nodded mockingly as she unfolded her arms. I am not giving you conjecture. I've seen a Daharan force take down an experienced army nearly 10 times their size in just this fashion. In the space of an hour, the battle turned from a rout of the Daharans to a rout of their foes. A Daharan charge of the Argon is almost as devastating as a classic cavalry charge, except they have far greater numbers than any cavalry. And their own cavalry is anything but typical. You don't even want to know about them. They lost half their number in the slaughter of Epinicia, and they are in camp now singing and drinking. Would you, if you lost every other one of you, be of good cheer? I know you believe you can win a battle against a force 10 times your size, and I know also that such a thing can be done. But it is those experienced Daharan troops who on a battlefield fighting by the tactics of common war could bring about such a feat. Please believe me, I mean no disrespect to your bravery, but in the field of war you are not their equal. Not yet. You could not defeat an army half their size were the battle fought the way your enemy would fight. That does not mean you cannot win. It means only that you must do it in another way. I believe you can win, and I'm going to tell you what you must do and lead you in the first strike to start you in this. The Imperial Order is not invincible. They can be defeated. From this day forward, I shall never again call you boys. From this day forward, you are men. You think of yourselves as soldiers of your homeland, Gallia, but you are not. In this, you are not. You are soldiers, men of the Midlands. For it is not just Gallia who will be conquered, but all of the Midlands if these men are not stopped. I call upon you to stop them. The tightly packed crowd of soldiers, tempered by what they had heard, shouted that they would do the job. She watched from under her eyebrows as they confidently pledged to fight to the end. There were angry whispers from some in the crowd, to her right. Men were jostling each other and arguing. Some men wanted to speak, and others were seeking to prevent it. If you should choose to join in this battle, you will follow orders without question, she said. But for this time only, you may speak your mind freely without retribution. If you have something to say, then let all hear it now, or else hold it to your grave. One man pulled his arm free of another. He glowered up at her. We're men. We don't follow women into battle. Kaelin blinked at him. You follow Queen Cirilla. She is our queen. We fight on her behalf. She doesn't lead us in battle. That's left to men to do. Kaelin narrowed her eyes. What is your name? He glanced around at his fellows and then held his chin up. I'm William Mosel, and we've been trained by Prince Harold himself. And I, Kaelin said, was trained by his father, King Wyborne. King Wyborne was my father, too. I am half-sister to Queen Cirilla and Prince Harold. There were astonished murmurs throughout the crowd. Without taking her eyes from Mosel, she lifted a hand to silence them. But that does not count for command. You are soldiers. Your duty is to follow the orders of your commanders, and they the Queen. And she must follow commands of the Central Council of the Midlands. The Council of the Midlands follows the orders of the Mother Confessor. For now, I fill that office. My family name is, like your Queen's, Amnel. But I am of Confessor blood, first and last. I am the Mother Confessor of the Midlands, and as such, if I say you're to march into a lake, then it's your duty to march until you're breathing water and seeing fishes. Does that make it clear enough for you, soldier? A few other men were shoving at Mosel, urging him to go on with their grievances. It means you can order us. It doesn't mean you know what you're doing. Kaelin let out a sigh and pulled some blood-stiffened hair back, hooking it behind an ear. I don't have the time today to tell you of all the training I've had, or of all the fighting against impossible odds I've been through, or the men I've had to kill in that fighting. I would tell you only that last night I went alone to the camp of the Imperial Order to save your life. The men of the Order, Daharans, fear the things of the night, spirits, and for protection from that and to assist them they had a wizard in their company. Had you in your confidence of battle knowledge tried to attack those men, that wizard would have known what you were doing and probably used magic to kill you all. Mosel's defiant expression didn't diminish, but some of the others broke into worried whispers. Fighting against steel was one thing, fighting against magic quite another. Captain Ryan stepped forward. The Mother Confessor killed the wizard, he said with pride. There were relieved sighs among the men. If it hadn't been for her experience, we would have marched to our deaths without even having the chance to lay steel to steel. I, for one, intend to follow those I've sworn my life to serve. My land, my queen, the Midlands, and the Mother Confessor. We're going to stop this threat against the Midlands, and we're going to do it by following those we are sworn to follow. We go into battle under the command of the Mother Confessor. I'm a soldier of the Gallian army. Mosel seemed only to get more defiant. Not a soldier in any Midlands army. I fight for Gallia, not to protect lands like Kelton. Kaelin watched as other men shouted their agreement. This army, the Imperial Order, or whatever they call themselves,
is marching toward the border. Selyan is a border city, and most of it's on the other side of the river, in Kelton. Most of its citizens are Keltish. Why should we die for the Keltons? Men in the crowd were starting to argue with one another. Captain Ryan's face was red. Mosul, you're a disgrace to... Kalen held a hand out to silence him. No, Soldier Mosul is only speaking as he believes, as I asked him to. You men must understand me. I'm not ordering you to do this. I'm asking you to fight for the lives of innocent people of the Midlands. Tens of thousands of your fellow soldiers have already died in this battle. I would not ask you to lay down your lives for something you do not believe in. Most who go into this war will die. It's your decision to stay or not. You are not commanded to stay. But if you choose to stay, it will be under my command. I want no man with us who does not believe in what we do. Decide now if you will be with us or not. If not, then you are free to go, because you will be of no help to your comrades. Her voice turned as cold as the thin morning air. If you decide to go with me into this war, then you will follow the orders of your superiors. In the Midlands, there is no one to outrank me. You will follow my orders without question, or your punishment will be unsparing. Too much is at stake to have to suffer men who can't follow orders. If I say you will do something, then you will do it, even if you know it's to cost you your life, because it's to save many more lives. I give no orders without sound reason, but I won't always have time to explain them. Your duty is to trust in your superiors and do as you're told. She held out a finger and swept it slowly over their heads. Choose then, with us or not, but choose this day for all time. Kalen drew her hands back inside her warm fur mantle and waited in silence while men discussed and argued among themselves. Tempers flared and angry oaths were given. Men gathered around Mosul, and others moved away from him. I'm leaving, then, Mosul called out to the others. He thrust his fist in the air. I'll follow no woman into battle, no matter who she is. Who's leaving with me? About 60 or 70 men gathered about, cheered their support for him. Go then, Kalen commanded, before you become caught up in a battle you do not believe in. Having made their choice, Mosul and the men with him cast their glares of contempt. He swaggered forward. We'll leave as soon as we can get our things together. We'll not be rushed out on your word. The men in the crowd pushed in. Before it came to blows, Kalen held her hand up. Stop! Let them be. They've made their choice. Let them get their things and be gone. Mosul turned and pushed his way back through the throng, his new men in tow. As they left the gathered soldiers, Kalen carefully counted their numbers. 67. 67 who would leave. She looked out at all the faces. Any more? Do any more wish to leave? No one moved a muscle. Then do all of you wish to join in this fight? A united cheer went up. So be it. I wish I did not have to call upon you men to do this, but there is no one else to ask. My heart weeps for those of you who will die. Know that none of those who live will ever forget the sacrifice you make for them and the people of the Midlands. From the corner of her eye, she watched the 67 men moving among the wagons, taking the supplies they thought they would need. And now, to what must be done? Slowly she shook her head. You men must understand what it is I call upon you to do. It is no glorious battle, as you think, where you move like pieces on a game board. No tactics to outwit an opponent in a grand engagement. We will not face them in the field of battle, but kill them in every other way. But Mother Confessor, someone near the front timidly called out, it's the code of honor for soldiers to face one another in battle, to best them in a fair fight. There is nothing fair about having to fight in war. The only fair thing would be to live in peace. The purpose of war is singular, to kill. You must all understand this, for it's central to your survival. There is no honor in killing, no matter the method. Dead is dead. Killing your enemy in war is done to protect the lives of those for whom you fight. Their lives are no better protected by killing your enemy sword to sword than by slaying him while he sleeps, but only put at risk by it. There is no glory in this task. It's an onerous deed. We do not intend to give them a chance to engage in pitched battle, to see who is the better at the game. Our chore is simply to kill them. If you have difficulty seeing the right of this, then I call upon you to consider the honor of the soldiers you are up against. Consider them as they stood, waiting in gangs, to
to rape your mothers and sisters.
Consider what your mothers and sisters in Ebonissia thought of honor as they were tortured and raped and slaughtered.
The chill of her words sent visible shudders through the stone silent men. Kaelin had to restrain herself from bringing any more horror to their eyes, but before her still floated the vision of the young women in the palace. If the enemy is looking the other way, so much the better, because they will not thrust a knife into you. If it is from a distance with an arrow, so much the better, because they will not have a chance to impale you on an argon. If it is while they have food in their mouths, so much the better, because they will not be able to raise an alarm. If it is while they are sleeping, so much the better, because they will not have a chance to cleave you with their sword. Last night, my horse crushed the head of one of the Daharan commanders. There was no glory in that, no honor. Only the knowledge that perhaps that deed will prevent some of you from dying by his hand and wits. In that, my heart sings with joy, joy that maybe it has saved some of your precious lives. What we do is done to save the lives of men and women yet alive and yet unborn. You saw what was done to the people in Ebonissia. Remember the faces of those dead. Remember the way they died and the horror they suffered before they did. Remember those soldiers captured and beheaded. It is up to us to prevent that from happening to any more people. To do that, we must kill these men. There is no glory in the doing, only survival. In the back, two men gestured obscenely to those around them and walked off to join with Mosul's men. 69. But the rest stood in firm resolution to take up the fight. The time had come. She had dissuaded them from their raw thoughts of glorious battle and told them of the true nature of their task. She had brought most to an understanding of the larger temper of the battle ahead. She had told them some of what must be done. She had brought them to a more focused understanding of their importance in the scheme of this struggle. The time had come to charge them irreversibly to the burden, to forge them into an instrument of retribution that could annihilate the threat. Kaelin opened her arms to the men before her, her blood-soaked mantle hanging limp. "I am dead," she called to the gray sky. Frowning, they all leaned in a little. "What has happened to my countrymen, my countrywomen, my father's sons, mothers, and daughters has slain me. The agony of their slaughter has mortally wounded my heart." Her arms spread wider as her voice rose in wrath. "Only vengeance can restore me. Only victory can return my life to me." She gazed into all the wide eyes, staring back. "I am the Mother Confessor of the Midlands. I am your mothers, your sisters, your daughters yet unborn. I call upon you to die with me, and live again only by avenging me." Kaelin swept a hand out. "Those of you who join with me in this are dead with me. Our lives can be returned only through vengeance. As long as one of our enemy lives, we are dead. We have no life to lose in this battle, for our lives are already lost here, today, now. Only when every one of the destroyers of Ebonissia is slain may we live once again. Until then, we have no life." She looked out at the solemn faces of the men gathered before her, watching, waiting for her next words. On a warm breeze, the bloody wolf fur rustled against her cheek. Kaelin pulled free her knife and held it up in her fist for all to see. She laid the weapon over her heart. "An oath, then, to the good people of Ebonissia, who are now with the spirits, and to the good people of the Midlands." Almost all the men followed her example, holding their knives over their hearts. 7 did not, but grumbling curses rose to join with Mosul. 76. "Vengeance without mercy before our lives are returned to us," she pledged. The sober voice of every man before her repeated the oath, joining with every other in unflinching unity. "Vengeance without mercy before our lives are returned to us." The roar of their words drifted away on the morning air. Kaelin watched William Mosul cast a glance over his shoulder at her before following his men away, back up the pass. She returned her attention to those before her. "You are all sworn an oath, then. Tonight we begin the killing of the men of the Order. Let it be without quarter. We take no prisoners." No cheer went up this time. The men listened in grim attention. "We must no longer travel as you have been, with wagons to carry your needs and supplies. We must take only what we can carry. We need to be able to travel the woods, the small passes, so we can outmaneuver the men we hunt. I intend to sweep in at them from all directions and at will, like wolves that hunt. And like wolves who hunt with coordination, we will control and direct them, as wolves control and direct their prey.
You are men of this land. You know the woods and mountains around us. You have hunted them since you were children. We will use your knowledge. The enemy is in strange territory and keeps to the wide passes with their wagons and great numbers. We will no longer be impeded as they. We will move through the country around them as do the wolves. You must divide up what you have in the wagons and place what you can carry in your packs. Leave the heavy armor. It takes too much effort to carry, and we are not going to fight that way. Take only light armor you can wear at a forced march. Take what food you can. You are to take no liquor or ale. When you have avenged the people of Ephenesia, you may drink all you want. Until then, you will not. I want everyone alert at all times. We do not ever relax until our enemy is dead to a man. Some of the food that's left is to be packed into a few of the smaller wagons without any arms or armor. We will need volunteers to give it to the enemy. The men mumbled in surprise and confusion. The road divides ahead. When they are past the fork and on their way to Selyan, the wagons with the food and all the ale are to take the other road and then the smaller routes to get ahead of them. You will lie in wait with these wagons until their advance guard nears, and then cross their path so they can see you. When their forward column spots you and give chase, you are to abandon the wagons and escape. Let them have the food and drink. The Imperial Order is nearly out of ale, and tonight they will celebrate their luck. I expect they will get drunk. I want them to be drunk when we attack them. The men cheered with that news. Know this, we're as a wolf pack trying to bring down a bull. Though we are not strong enough to do it with one dispatching strike, we will harry him to exhaustion, drag him to the ground, and kill him. This will not be a single battle, but a constant nipping at his hide, taking small chunks of him at a time, wounding, weakening, and bleeding him all the while, until finally we have the advantage and can kill the beast. Tonight, under cover of darkness, we will slip into their camp and make a quick strike. This is to be a disciplined action, not random killing. We will have a list of objectives. Our aim is to weaken the bull. I have already partially blinded him by eliminating the wizard. The sentries and lookouts will be taken first. We will dress as many men as we can in their clothes. Those men will go into their camp and locate our targets. Our first need is to slow their ability to counterattack. I don't want us run down by cavalry. We need to bring ruin to their horses. There's no need to waste time killing them. Breaking their legs is sufficient. We need to destroy their food. We're an army small enough to be able to get food by hunting, foraging, and buying from surrounding farms and villages, but one that size requires much. If we destroy their food, they will be weakened. We need to kill their arrow makers and fletchers, bowyers and blacksmiths, all the craftsmen who can make and repair bows, arrows, and other weapons. They will have sacks of goose wings for fletching arrows. They must be stolen or burned. Every arrow not made is one that can't kill us. Bow staves need to be destroyed. Wreck their bugles if you find them, and the buglers. This will help take away their voice and coordination. Their lances, pikes, and argons will be stacked upright together. 5 seconds and a few swings with an axe or sword will destroy a great many. Heavy axes or hammers will at least bend the argons and render them useless. Every lance or spear broken is one that can't kill you. We want to burn their tents to expose them to the cold, burn their wagons so they will lose supplies of every kind. Of most importance are their officers. I would rather kill one officer tonight than 1,000 men. If we can kill their officers, it will make them dull and slow, and it will be easier to take this bull to the ground. If any of you can think of anything else that will weaken them, bring the ideas to me or Captain Ryan or the other officers. The object tonight is not primarily to kill soldiers. There are too many. Our object is to disable them, make them weak, slow, to make them less sure of themselves. Most of all, our object is to put fear into their minds. These men aren't used to being afraid. When men are afraid, they make mistakes. Those mistakes allow us to kill them. I intend to terrify them. Later, I will tell you how. You have a few hours to get everything ready, and then we start moving. I want the sentries at double distance. Beyond them, I want lookouts, and I want scouts to keep in contact with the order. I want to know where they are at all times. I want constant reports. I don't want to be surprised by anything. I want to know of anything that you see or encounter, no matter how innocent it seems. If a rabbit jumps too high, I want to know about it. Just as we intend to trick them, I don't want them tricking us. Take nothing for granted. May the good spirits be with you. Now get started.
The men all began moving, the air coming to life with the sound of feet and talking. One of the two lieutenants stood near, unbuttoning his coat, giving orders to some men around him. Lieutenant Sloan. He looked up as the men he had instructed went to their tasks. See to the sentries and lookouts at once. I want any of your men who know how to make white paint or whitewash to assemble the supplies they need. We will need large tubs of some sort. I want rocks heated to warm the insides of tents. He didn't question her strange instructions. Yes, Mother Confessor. See that the small wagons with the ale and food are prepared, but hold them until I give the order to let them go. He put his fist to his heart without comment and marched off to see to it. Kalen's legs felt as if they would give out at any second. She was so tired from having had no sleep and from riding the better part of the night, to say nothing of the work she had done and the heart-pounding fright, that she could hardly focus her eyes anymore. Her shoulder hurt where the lance had been couched when it was shattered. The muscles in her left leg jittered with the effort of keeping her standing. She was also mentally exhausted. Anxiety over not only the enormity of her decision to take it upon herself to call all the Midlands into war, but also over her impassioned plea for these men to lay down their lives on her word, eroded her strength further. Despite the unusual warmth of the day, she shivered inside her fur mantle. Captain Ryan stepped over to her. Chandalin, Pryndon, and Tosidin were standing by the rear of the wagon watching. Captain Ryan gave her a sly smile. I like it. He jumped down and held his hand out for her. She ignored the hand and jumped down as he had done, and by luck more than anything stayed on her feet. She could not accept his offer of help, not now, not with what she was about to do. And now, Captain, I must give you an order you are not going to like. She looked to his blue eye. I want you to send men after Mosul and those who went with him. Send enough to be sure to accomplish the deed. Deed? They must be killed. Send a force with instructions that they are to pretend to join with Mosul's men so they don't scatter when your men approach. Send your cavalry behind, but out of sight, in case they're able to take to the woods. When they are surrounded, kill them. There are 76. Count the bodies to make sure they are all dead. I will be very displeased if even one escapes. His eyes were wide. But, Mother Confessor, I take no pleasure in this, Captain. You have your orders. She turned to the three mud people. Pryndon, go with the men he picks. Make sure those who departed are killed to a man. Pryndon gave her a grim nod. He understood the unpleasant necessity of what she was doing. Captain Ryan tensed in near panic. Mother Confessor, I know those men. They've been with us a long time. You said they were free to go. We can't... She laid a hand on his arm. He suddenly recognized the threat that represented. I am doing what I must to save your lives. You have given your word to follow orders. She leaned a little closer. Do not add yourself to those 76. He at last gave a nod, and she removed her hand. His eyes told it all. Hate radiated from him. I didn't know the killing was to start with our own men, he whispered. It does not. It starts with the enemy. Captain Ryan pointed angrily up the pass. They're going in the opposite direction of the order. And did you think they would go to the enemy in plain sight of you? They intend to circle around. She turned and started off toward a tent that had been left up for her. Captain Ryan, trailed by Chandalin, Pryndon, and Tosidin, followed her, unwilling to concede. If you were so concerned, why did you let them go? Why didn't you let the men kill them when they would have? Because I had to give all those who would renounce us and abandon their fellows the chance to do so. What makes you think all the traitors departed? There could be spies or assassins among us. Yes, there could be. But I have no evidence of that at the moment. If I find there are, I will have to deal with them then. Kalen came to a stop before the tent. If you think I may be making a mistake about those men, I assure you I am not. But even if I were, it is a price that must be paid. If we let them go and even one of them betrays us, we could all be killed in a trap tonight. If we die, there will be none to stop the order for a long time. How many thousands would die then, Captain? If those men are innocent, I'll have made a terrible mistake, and 76 innocent men will die. If I'm right, I will be saving the lives of untold thousands of innocent people. You have your orders. Carry them out. Captain Ryan shook with rage. I hope you don't expect me to ever forgive you for this. No, I don't. I expect only that you follow my orders. I don't care if you hate me, Captain. I care only that you live to do so. He gritted his teeth in mute frustration. Kalen gripped the tent flap. Captain, I'm so tired I can hardly stand. I need to get a couple of hours' sleep. I want a guard posted around this tent while I rest." He glared at her. "And how can you be sure one of them might not be an enemy? They could kill you in your sleep." "That's a possibility. But if that happens, one of these 3 men would avenge my murder." Captain Ryan flinched and glanced at the 3 mud people. In his anger, he had forgotten they were there. Chandalin lifted an eyebrow to him. "I will first put sticks in his eyes to hold them open, to be sure he sees what I do." Lieutenant Hobson rushed up, holding a bowl out in his hands. "Mother Confessor, I brought you some stew. I thought you would like something to eat. Something hot." Kaelin forced herself to smile at him. "Thank you, Lieutenant, but I'm so tired I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to keep it down. Could you keep it warm until after I've rested?" "Of course, Mother Confessor." Captain Ryan's glare slid to his grinning lieutenant. "I have a job for you, Hobson." 2 hours, Kaelin said, "and then wake me. You should all have enough to keep you busy in the meantime." She pulled the flap aside and went into the tent, nearly collapsing onto the cot. She drew a blanket over her legs and lifted the fur mantle over her head, shutting out the light. In her small private darkness, she shook. She would have given her life right then to have Richard hold her for just 5 minutes. Chapter 41. She was kissing Richard, holding him tightly in her arms, her mind filled with no thought but peace and joy, when she started at the sound of shouting. Richard was gone. Her heavy arms were empty. She sat up, pushing the blanket away, frantic for an instant, not knowing where she was. And then she remembered. She felt as if she might vomit. She wished she could have a hot bath. She couldn't remember her last bath. She rubbed her eyes as Captain Ryan stuck his head inside the tent. "How long?" Kaelin mumbled. "How long have I slept?" She threw the blanket aside. "A couple of hours, just about. There is someone out here for you." Directly outside her tent waited a group of men, an ashen-faced Lieutenant Hobson among them. In their midst stood Mosul, bound and gagged and held at each arm by soldiers. His eyes darted about in panic. He tried to shout through the gag, but couldn't make himself understood. Kaelin glowered over at Captain Ryan. He stood with one thumb hooked in his belt. "I thought, Mother Confessor, that you would want to execute this man yourself, since he seems to have personally offended you so." He held his knife out toward her, handle first. Kaelin ignored the knife and turned instead to the men holding Mosul. "Release him and stand away." She felt as if she were still in a sleep, still in a dream, but she wasn't. There was no option. As they stepped back, she reached out and snatched Mosul by his arm. He froze in fright for an instant, and then tried to back away. But he had no time to escape. She was touching him now. He was hers. Her sleepiness vanished in a sucking rush as her power ignited. She gave no thought to what she was about to do. There was no choice. She was committed. She gave herself over to it. The sounds of the camp, the jangle of tack, the grating of wooden boxes being skidded across wagon beds, the splintering of other boxes being pried open, the squeak of wheels, the whinnies of horses, the sounds of thousands of feet shuffling, men talking, the clop of hooves, the sound of steel being sharpened, the popping of wood in fires, and the sound of her own heart beating, all faded away to silence. In the silence of her mind, the power was all. She could feel Mosul's muscles tighten under her hand. But he had no chance. He was hers. In the silence, in the quiet, in the peace of her mind, as she had done countless times before, she released her power, her magic, into the man before her. There was a violent jolt to the air as it slammed into him, thunder without sound. The snow around her and Mosul billowed away in a ring, rising and tumbling until it dissipated and settled again. Mosul, no more who he had been, dropped to his knees in the wet snow before her. His brow wrinkled with panic that because of the gag he would not be able to ask her to command him. He sucked air through his nose, trying to breathe with the terror that he might displease her. The camp around her had fallen into stunned silence, with her the heart of all attention. Kaelin pulled the gag from his mouth. Tears of relief flooded from his eyes. "Mistress," he whispered hoarsely. "Please, mistress, command me. Tell me what I can do to serve you." In trepidation, hundreds of stunned faces around her watched. Kaelin gazed down at the man on his knees before her. She wore her confessor's face. "It would please me, William, if you would tell me the truth of what you plan to do after you left this camp." He beamed with joy, more tears running down his cheeks, and would have clutched at her legs in gratitude had his arms not been bound behind his back.
Oh, yes, mistress. Please let me tell you.
Tell me then. It all came babbling out in a rush. I was going to the camp of those other men, the Imperial Order you called them, and I was going to ask to join them. I was going to take all my men with me so they could join, too. I was going to tell them of the presence of the Galean recruits and of your plans so they would be pleased with us and would let us join with them. I thought they had a better chance than you, and I didn't want to die, so I was going to join with them. I thought they would be pleased if I brought the men to add to their ranks. I thought they would be pleased with us if we could help them crush you. He burst suddenly in sobs.
Oh, please, mistress, I'm so sorry I thought to do you harm. I wanted them to kill you. Oh, please, mistress, I'm so sorry I intended you harm. Please, mistress, tell me how I can gain your forgiveness. I will do anything. Please command me, and it will be done. Please, mistress, what do you wish of me?
I wish for you to die, she whispered in the icy silence. Right now. William Mosul crumpled forward against her boots and thrashed in racking convulsions. After a few long, agonizing seconds, he was still, his last breath rattling from his lungs. Kalen's gaze slid over a wide-eyed Captain Ryan to Pryndon, standing behind a still ashen Lieutenant Hobson. Chandalin was glaring at him, too. She spoke in his tongue. Pryndon, I told you to make sure they were all killed. Why did you not do as I said? He shrugged self-consciously. They were of a mind to do this. Captain Ryan told them to kill the others, but to bring this one to you. I did not know this when we left, or I would have told you. They had 200 men on foot, and another 100 on horses. As I told you, they were of a mind to do this, and I did not think I would be able to prevent it except by killing him myself, and then I realized they might kill me for doing it, and then I would not be able to be near you to protect you. Besides that, I knew you were right, and I thought it would do them good to learn a lesson. Did any escape? No. I was a little surprised at how well they did the job. They are good men. They did a hard thing, a thing they wept to do, but they did it well. None escaped them. Kalen let out a long breath. I understand, Pryndon. You were right to do as you did. She cast a sideways glance at Chandalin. Chandalin will be satisfied, too. It was an order. Pryndon gave her a tight smile of relief. Her glare slid to Captain Ryan. Satisfied? He stood stiff, pale, and wide-eyed. Yes, Mother Confessor. She swept a glance over the gathered men. Is everyone satisfied now? There came from them all an uncoordinated, mumbled chorus of yes, Mother Confessor. If there had been some before who were not terrified of her, there were none now who were not. The lot of them looked as if, were a twig to snap unexpectedly, they would bolt for the hills like frightened rabbits. This was probably the first time most had seen magic, and it wasn't wonderful, beautiful magic, but daunting, ugly magic. Mother Confessor, Captain Ryan whispered. His arm was still held out, frozen, the knife he had offered her still in his hand. What are you going to do to me for disobeying your orders? She looked to his bloodless face. Nothing. This is your first day of being men in the war against the Order. Most of you didn't believe in the importance of what I had commanded. You had not fought in war before and did not understand the need. I will be satisfied that you have learned something from this, and leave it at that. Captain Ryan swallowed. Thank you, Mother Confessor. With a shaking hand, he slid his knife back in its sheath. I grew up with him. He lifted the hand toward the body at her feet. We lived about a mile apart on the same road. We used to go hunting and fishing together all the time. We helped each other with chores. We always went to feast day in our best coats of the same color. We always... I'm sorry, Bradley. There is nothing to ease the pain of betrayal or loss, except time. As I told you, war is not fair. Were it not for the men of the Order making war, perhaps you would be fishing today with your friend. Blame the Order and avenge him, too, with all the rest. He nodded. Mother Confessor, what would you have done if you were wrong? What would you have done if Mosul wasn't going to the enemy? She regarded him until his gaze rose to meet hers. I probably would have taken that knife you offered and killed you. She turned from his hollow expression and put a hand on the shoulder of the man next to him. Lieutenant Hobson, I know you had a difficult task. Pryndon tells me you did it well. He looked near tears, but still managed to stiffen his back with pride. She noticed that his beard hadn't even started to grow in earnest yet. Thank you, Mother Confessor. She looked around at the hundreds of men standing about watching. "I believe you all have work." As if they had just awakened, everyone began moving again, slowly at first and then with accelerating urgency. Hobson gave a salute of his fist to his heart and turned to other business. The men who had brought Mosul lifted his body and carried it off. Others went to Chondaland and the two brothers, asking for instructions. Captain Ryan stood alone with her, watching as everyone went about their work. Her legs felt limp and slack like bowstrings left out in the rain all night. For a confessor to use her power when she was rested and alert was taxing. To use it when she was already tired was perilously exhausting. She could hardly keep herself upright. She had been dead tired from riding all night to the enemy camp and back, to say nothing of the fight with them. She needed more sleep than she had gotten, and using her power had cost her even the benefit of the short nap, and then some. She had used what strength she had left to do something that should have been done without her. She thought maybe it must be the cold and traveling in such difficult conditions, but she seemed more tired than usual lately. Maybe she could ask Pryndon to make her some more tea. "Could I speak with you for a moment, Mother Confessor?" Captain Ryan asked. Kalen nodded. "What is it, Captain?" He pushed his unbuttoned wool coat open, shoving his hands in his back pockets. He glanced away to watch some men filling water skins. "I just want to say that I'm sorry. I was wrong." "It's all right, Bradley. He was your friend. It's difficult to believe ill of a friend. I understand." "No, that's not it. My father always told me that a man had to admit his mistakes before he could do right in this world." He shuffled his feet and looked around, finally bringing his blue eyes to her. "The mistake I made was believing that you wanted Mosul killed because he wouldn't follow you. I thought you were being spiteful because he didn't want to follow you. I made a mistake, and I'm sorry. Sorry I thought that of you. You were trying to protect us, even though you knew we would hate you for it. Well, I don't hate you. I hope you don't hate me. I'm honored to follow you into this battle. I hope that someday I'm half as wise as you and have the guts you do to use that wisdom." She released a quiet sigh. "I'm hardly older than you. Yet you make me feel like an old woman. I'm relieved you understand. It's a small pleasure in all this pain. You're a fine officer and will do right by this world." He smiled. "I'm glad we're on good terms again." A man approached and was waved forward by the captain. "What is it, Sergeant Frost?" Sergeant Frost gave a salute of his fist to his heart. "We sent a few men out, and in an abandoned barn, they found some crushed chalk and other things needed to make whitewash. We have some wooden tubs we can mix it in. You said you wanted it in something big. They're big enough to bathe in." "How many of these tubs do you have?" Kalen asked. "A dozen, Mother Confessor." "Put the tubs near each other and pitch a tent around each. Use the largest tents you have, even if it is the command tents. Make the whitewash with hot water and place the heated stones inside the tents to keep it as warm as possible inside. Let me know when all this is seen to." Keeping his obvious questions to himself, the sergeant saluted and rushed off to see it done. Captain Ryan gave her a curious frown. "What do you want with whitewash?" "We've just got him back on good terms. Let's not spoil it for a bit. I'll tell you after things are prepared. Are the wagons ready?" "Should be." "Then I must see to them. Did you send the sentries and lookouts?" "First thing." As she walked through the camp to the wagons, men came to her constantly. "The wagon wheels, Mother Confessor. As we destroy things, we should stave in the wheels. And they're battle standards. Shouldn't we burn them so they can't rally their men around them? And couldn't we set fire to their baggage so if the weather turns colder, they'll freeze? And if we were to throw manure in their barrels of drinking water, they would have to waste time melting snow," and 100 other ideas from the absurd to the worthwhile. She listened to each with attention, giving her honest opinion, and in a few cases her orders to see it done. Lieutenant Hobson came at a trot, holding out a tin bowl. That was the last thing she needed. "Mother Confessor, I kept some stew hot for you." Beaming, he handed her the bowl as she walked. She tried to act grateful. He walked along next to her, watching, grinning. She forced herself to take a spoonful and to tell him how wonderful it tasted. It was all she could do to keep that one spoonful down. After using her power, a confessor needed time to recover. For some, it was days. For her, it took a couple of hours. Rest, if she could get it, was the best thing for a confessor after using her power. The little rest she had gotten was now wasted. She could get no more now, and probably would get none this night either. The last thing a confessor needed while recovering her power was food. It diverted her energy to the food instead of returning her strength. She had to think of a way out of eating the bowl of stew, or it would end up on the ground to the embarrassment of all. Thankfully, she reached the wagons before she had to take another mouthful. She asked Lieutenant Hobson to get Chondolin and the two brothers and bring them to her. After he left, she set the bowl down on the splinter bar of the dray with the casks of ale and climbed up. She motioned Captain Ryan up on the wagon as she counted. "Get some men. Unload the top rows so we can get at them all. Right the casks on the bottom row and withdraw the plugs." As he motioned for men to help with the task, she asked, "Did Chondolin have you all make a troga?" A troga was a simple, stout piece of cord or a wire with a wooden handle on each end, and long enough so that when it was given a twist, it made a loop that was the right size to drop over a man's head. It was applied from behind, and then the handles yanked apart. If it was made of wire, placed correctly at the neck joints, and the man wielding it had arms big enough, his troga could decapitate a person before the victim had a chance to make a sound. Even if it wasn't wire, or his arms were not that strong, the victim still made no sound before he died. Captain Ryan reached behind his back under his coat and retrieved a wire troga, holding it up for her to see. He gave us a little demonstration. He was gentle, but I'm still glad I wasn't the one he demonstrated on. He says he and Prindon and Tosidin will use these to take the sentries and lookouts. I don't think he believes we can sneak up on them like he can. But many of us have spent a lot of time hunting, and we're more clever. Captain Ryan leapt with a yelp. Chondolin had poked him in the ribs, having come up unseen behind him. The captain comforted his ribs and scowled at a smiling Chondolin. Prindon and his brother climbed up to help unload the barrels. "You wish something, Mother Confessor?" Chondolin asked. Kaelin held her hand out. "Give me your bandu, your 10-step poison." His brow wrinkled into a scowl, but he reached into the pouch at his waist and pulled out the bone box, leaning over to hand it to her. The brothers fished out their boxes, too, and handed them to her. "How much will I be able to poison with it? How many casks can I make poison?" Chondolin stepped around Captain Ryan, balancing atop the sides of the round barrels. "You are going to put it in this drink?" Kaelin nodded. "But then we won't have any more. We must have it with us. We may need it. I'll leave a bit for emergencies. Everyone we can kill in this way is one less to fight." "But they might discover it's poison," Captain Ryan said. "Then we won't even have them drunk." "They have dogs," Kaelin said. "That's why I want to send them food, too. They will throw the dogs some of the meat to make sure it's good. I'm hoping they will be put at ease after testing the food on the dogs, and anxious enough for the ale that the idea of it being poisoned won't come into their heads." Chondolin counted the barrels silently and then straightened. "There are 36. 12 for each of our bandu." He scratched his head of black hair while he pondered. "It will not kill them unless they drink much, but it will make them sick." "How sick? What will it do?" "It will make them weak. They will be sick in their stomachs. Their heads will spin inside. Maybe some will die in a hand of days from the poison sickness." Kaelin nodded. "It will be a great help." "But this is hardly enough for all their men," Captain Ryan said. "Only some will drink this." "Some will go to the unit who plundered it, and the rest will be divided among the men of rank first, with what's left going to the soldiers. The men of rank are the ones I'm after." All the top rows were unloaded, leaving only the bottom row, which the men stood up so the plugs could be removed. "Why are 6 of these barrels smaller?" "They are rum," the captain said. "Rum? The drink of nobility?" Kaelin smiled. "The commanders will take the rum first." She straightened from peering into one of the open casks. "Chondolin, will they be able to taste it? Will the taste give them warning if I put more in some?" He dipped a finger in a cask of rum and sucked it clean. "No, this is bitter enough. Bitter things hide the taste of bandu." Kaelin used her knife point to divide the poison from Chondolin's box into 6. She swished each 6th off her knife point into the round opening in one of the smaller casks, those with the rum. Chondolin watched what she was doing. "That much in the smaller barrels will probably kill them by morning, the next day for sure. But now you have none for the other 6. Kaelin handed Chondolin back his bone box with a little of the bandu left in the corners and climbed down from the dray. 6 of the casks of ale will have no poison, so that we can be sure the rum will kill those who drink it. She put a knife point laden with poison from Tosidin's box into each of the next 12.
Mix all the barrels up. I don't want the rum on the bottom. The commanders might not see it and take the ale instead. Kaelin went to the last 12 and opened Prinden's box. She looked up. You don't have very much. What have you done with yours? Prynden looked as though he wished she hadn't asked that question. He gestured vaguely. When we left, I was not thinking so good. You were in a hurry, and so I forgot to see that my Bandu box was full. Chandalin put his fists on his hips and glared down from atop the wagon. Prynden, how many times have I said that you would forget to take your feet could you walk away without them? It doesn't matter, Kaelin said. Prynden looked relieved to have her interrupt Chandalin's questioning. This will make them sick. That is all that matters. As she was putting it in the barrels, she heard men in the distance hailing her. When she had swirled the poison into the last barrel, she looked up to see 2 huge draft horses trotting toward her. She frowned at seeing men riding them bareback and calling out to her. The 2 powerful draft horses looked shaggy in their thick, dun-colored winter coats, with heavy white feathering on their legs. They wore their harnesses and neck collars, but not their breeching. Several bends of chain were looped over the inside hame of each collar. The men about all stared at the odd sight. When the horses came to a halt before her, the riders unhooked the loops of chain and dropped them to the ground. She realized then that the horses were connected by that chain, attached to the hame hooks on their collars. She had never seen such a thing. The 2 riders slid to the ground. Mother Confessor! Their grins made their salutes look a little silly. The both of them were gangly, with short-cropped brown hair. Neither looked as if he could be 15. Their wool coats were unbuttoned in the warming day and fit them like gunny sacks on lapdogs. They both looked about to burst with excitement. They halted before getting too close, but even their fear of her couldn't wither their breathless excitement. What are your names? I'm Bryn Jackson, and this is Peter Chapman, Mother Confessor. We had an idea, and we wanted to show you. We think it'll do the job. We're sure it will. It'll work some clever, it sure will. Kaelin looked from one beaming face to the other. What will do what job? Bryn almost leapt with joy at being asked. He hefted the chain lying in the snow between the big horses. This. He lugged a wad of chain to her and held it out. This will do it, Mother Confessor. We thought of it ourselves, Peter and me. He dumped the heavy chain on the ground. Show her, Peter. Move them apart. Peter's head bobbed as he grinned. He sidestepped his horse until the heavy chain lifted off the snow. The sag of chain swung to and fro between the hame hooks on the collars. Kaelin and all the men with her frowned, trying to understand what the peculiar rig was for. Bryn pointed at the chain. You said we were going to leave the wagons, and we surely didn't want to leave Daisy and Pip behind. Them's our horses, Daisy and Pip. We're drivers. We wanted to help and make a good use of Daisy and Pip, so we took some of the biggest trace chains and asked Morvan, he's the blacksmith, we asked Morvan to weld a couple of them together for us. He nodded expectantly, as if that should explain it. Kaelin dipped her head toward him a little. And now that he has? Bryn held his hands open in excitement. You said we needed to take out their horses. He couldn't help giggling. That's what this is for. You said we're going to attack at night. Their horses will be tethered to picket lines. We gallop Daisy and Pip down the picket line, one on each side, and the chain will break their legs out from under them. We'll take out the whole line in one sweep. Kaelin leaned back and folded her arms. She looked at Peter. He nodded, keen on the idea, too. Bryn, having horses chained together like that at a gallop and dragging a chain that will be catching things, heavy things, sounds to me very dangerous. He wilted only a little. But it could take out their horses. We can do it. We can get them for you. They have close to 2,000 horses. Peter wilted more. Bryn scrunched up his face as he looked at the ground for the first time. He scratched his shoulder. 2,000, he finally whispered in disappointment. Kaelin glanced to Captain Ryan. He shrugged as if to say he didn't know if it would work or not. The other men standing about rubbed their chins and shuffled their feet as they pondered the rig. It will never do, Kaelin said at last. Bryn's shoulders slumped more. There are too many of them for you. You will need more horses set up like this. Bryn and Peter's faces came up, their eyes widening. Since you two know how to do it, I want you to get all the draft horses and their drivers together. This will be the best use of their skill. Use all the equipment off the wagons or breeching you need. We'll not be taking them anyway. Have the chains made up at once, And then I want you all to practice the rest of the day. I want you to set up things to drag the chains through. Heavy things. So the horses will get used to what you're going to do. You need to practice so each team of men and horses can work together. Peter came forward and stood next to a beaming Bryn. We will, Mother Confessor. You'll see, we can do it. You can count on us. She gave them each a sobering look. What you want to do is dangerous, but if you can do it, it will be a great benefit to us. It could save many of our lives. Their cavalry is deadly. Take your gear and your practice seriously. Men will be trying to kill you when you do it for real. They put their fists to their hearts, this time holding their chins up. We'll see to it, Mother Confessor. You can count on the drivers. We won't let you down. We'll get their horses. After receiving her nod, they turned to their horses. Heads together, whispering in excitement, they went to their task. Kalen watched a lone rider in the distance, galloping through the camp. He stopped to ask a group of men something. They pointed in her direction. They've only been with us a couple months, Captain Ryan said. They're just boys. Kalen raised an eyebrow to him. They are men fighting for the Midlands. When I first saw you, I thought of you in much the same way you see them. Now I think you look a little older to me. He sighed. I guess you're right. If they really can do the job, it will be a brilliant achievement. The galloping rider approached and leapt from his horse before it came fully to a stop. He gave a perfunctory salute. Mother Confessor. He gulped some air. I'm Cynric, with the sentries. What is it, Cynric? You said you wanted to know about everything, so I thought I'd better report. We were just setting up the sentries, about an hour out, between here and the Army of the Order, near a road that crosses Jara Pass, and a coach came up, the crossroads, from the direction of Kelton. We knew you didn't want anything unusual going on, so we stopped the coach. I thought I'd better find out what you wanted us to do. Who's in the coach? An old couple. Wealthy merchants of some sort, or so they claim. Something about orchards. What did you tell them? You didn't tell them about us, did you? You didn't tell them that we have an army out here, did you? He shook his head vehemently. No, Mother Confessor. We told them that there were outlaws in the neighborhood and that we were a small patrol out looking for them. We told them they weren't allowed to pass until I checked with my commander. I said they had to wait until I returned. Kalen nodded. That's quick thinking, Cynric. The driver's name is Ahern. He wanted to argue with us and thought to give his team reins until we showed him some steel. Then the old man came flying out of the coach, accusing us of trying to rob him. He started to swing his cane around at us, like he thought that would drive us off or something. Anyway, we drew arrows on him, and he decided he would get back in the coach. What is his name? Cynric shifted his weight to the other foot and scratched his eyebrow. Robin or Reuben or something like that. Feisty old fellow. Reuben, I think. Reuben Ribnick. I think that's it. Kalen sighed as she shook her head. They don't sound like spies. But if the Order catches them and they know anything, they will tell it all before the Daharans are through with them. She looked up. What are they doing out here? The old man says his wife is sick, and they're taking her to healers in Nicobaris. She didn't look well to me. Her eyes looked to be all rolled back in her head. Well, since they're on the road going northwest, going across Jara Pass, that shouldn't take them anywhere near the Order. She pulled some of her long hair back off her face. But before I dare let them go, I best go speak with them. Before she could take 3 steps, Sergeant Frost came running up behind. Mother Confessor, the tubs of whitewash are ready. The tents are heated. Kalen let out a noisy breath. She looked from Sergeant Frost to Sentry Cynric. The other men waited patiently to talk with her or ask instructions. She let out another breath. Look, Cynric, I don't have the hour to ride out there and another to ride back. I'm sorry, but I just don't have the time. He nodded. Yes, Mother Confessor, I understand. What do you wish done? She steeled herself to the orders. Kill them. Mother Confessor? Kill them. We can't be sure of the truth of who they are, and this is too important to worry about strangers running around loose. We can't take the risk. Make it quick so they don't suffer. She turned away toward Sergeant Frost. But Mother Confessor! She looked over her shoulder. Cynric gathered up a length of reins. The driver, Ahern, he has a royal pass. Kalen turned back and frowned. A what? A royal pass medallion. It's a medallion that was given to him by Queen Cirilla herself. It says he was a hero to the people of Ebenicia in the siege, and in honor of his service, he is to be given unhindered pass anywhere in Gallia. The Queen herself gave this pass? Cynric nodded. I'll do what you command, Mother Confessor. But with this medallion, the Queen has promised him her protection.
Kaelin rubbed her forehead with her fingertips. She was so tired she could hardly focus her mind to think. Since he has a pass given by the Queen, we must honor it. She pointed a finger to the sentry. But you tell him that he must be clear of the area immediately. Repeat what you told him about there being outlaws in the neighborhood. Tell him that you're hunting these outlaws, and that if you catch Ahern and his coach around here again, you're ordered to assume they are in with the outlaws and you're to execute them on the spot. The road to Nicobaris goes northeast. Tell them to keep to it and not to stop before they're a good long distance from here. Cynric clapped a fist to his heart as she turned to take Captain Ryan's arm and lead him toward the tents with the whitewash. Behind, she heard the sentry gallop off toward the coach he had found. The other men took the hint that they weren't to come and went about other business. She loosened the thong holding her mantle closed. The temperature had climbed above freezing, and the clouds had lowered nearly to the ground. The air felt wringing wet. Fog will move in by this afternoon, he observed. This whole valley pass will be thick with it tonight. He glanced to her questioning frown. I've lived in these mountains my whole life. When it takes a thaw like this in winter, the fog settles into the passes for at least a couple of days. Kaelin surveyed the mountainsides, ascending into the gray clouds. That will serve us well, especially for what I have in mind. It will be an aid to us in bringing terror to the enemy. So are you ready to tell me what we're to paint? Kaelin let out a tired sigh. We've devised a number of plans to strike targets that must be destroyed. Tonight will be our best chance of accomplishing those things because they will be surprised. We will not have a chance of surprise like this again. After tonight, they will be expecting our next attacks. I understand. The men, too, know the importance of this. They will do well. We must also not lose sight of our intent. Our intent is to kill these men. Tonight we will have the chance to do that as perhaps at no other time. We must take that opportunity. How many swordsmen do we have? He was silent a moment as he tallied the numbers in his head. Nearly 2,000 are swordsmen. Not quite another 800 archers, and the rest divided up among pikemen, lancers, and cavalry, among others, including the rest of what an army needs, from drivers to fletchers to blacksmiths. Kaelin nodded to herself. I want you to select about 1,000 swordsmen. Pick the strongest, the fiercest, the most eager for the fight. And what are we going to do with these men? The men dressed in the uniforms of the sentries we kill will make an exploration of the enemy camp and come back and give us the locations of our objectives. We have enough men to do the tasks we have assigned for those objectives. The swordsmen are for beginning our prime objective, killing the enemy. They will first see to the enemy commanders just in case they weren't poisoned, and then after that they will kill as many men as they can in the shortest possible time. They came to the dozen tents, set up close together in a half circle. Kaelin checked inside them all to be sure they were equipped as she had ordered. Finished checking, she stood outside the largest and faced Captain Ryan. So, are you going to tell me now what it is we're to paint? Kaelin nodded. Those 1,000 swordsmen. He stared, dumbfounded. We're going to paint the men? Why? It's simple. The Harans fear spirits. They fear the spirits of the foes they kill. That's why they drag the bodies of their fallen comrades away from a battle site, like Epinicia. Tonight, their fears are going to come to haunt them. They are going to be attacked by the thing they fear most, spirits. But they will recognize us as soldiers, simply with white clothes, not as spirits. Kaelin looked at Captain Ryan from under her eyebrows. They will not be wearing clothes. They will have nothing but their swords, painted white, just as are they. They will remove their clothes just before the attack. His mouth dropped open. What? I want you to get the swordsmen together, now, and assemble them here. They're to go into the tents, remove their clothes, and dip themselves in the whitewash. After dunking themselves, they will stand near the hot rocks until dry. It won't take long. Then they can put their clothes back on until the attack. Captain Ryan stood in shock. But it's winter. They'll freeze without clothes. We have a break in the bitter cold. Besides, the cold will remind them to rush in and rush back out. I don't want them to stay in that camp very long. The enemy will recover from their shock in short order and set upon any invader. I want our men to attack, kill terrified Daharans, and escape. As I said, Daharans fear spirits. When they see what they will at first think is their worst fear, they will be stunned. Their first thought will be to run, not to fight. Men die as easily from a sword through the back as through the front. Some will freeze in place, not knowing what to do. Even those who recognize the invaders as men painted white and not as spirits will be confused for a moment. Those few seconds of confusion, as we come upon each new group, are the seconds we need to run them through. In battle, the difference between killing and being killed is often a single moment of indecision. The swordsmen are not to engage in fights. If challenged, they're to run on to others. There are more than enough to kill. It's a mistake to waste time engaging in battle if it can be avoided. I simply want enemy soldiers killed. After the commanders are dead, it doesn't matter which ones. I don't want our men fighting unless forced to. That only risks their lives needlessly. Rush in, kill as many men as possible, and rush out. Those are to be the orders. Captain Ryan frowned as he considered. I never thought I would hear myself say it, but I think it sounds like it might be an outlandishly successful tactic. The men aren't going to like it at first, but they'll follow orders. I'll explain it to them, and then I know they'll feel a little better about it. I've never heard of such a thing, and I'm sure the enemy hasn't either. He at last smiled a sly smile. It's sure to surprise them, no doubt about that. Kalen was relieved he had come around to that much of it. Good. I'm pleased to have the enthusiasm of a captain in the Galilean army, in the Midlands army. Now, I want you to have my horse's saddle and tack brought here and dipped in the whitewash. And please post some guards outside this tent while I'm inside. His eyes widened. Your saddle? You're not... Mother Confessor, you can't be serious. I would not ask my men to do something I myself would not do. They need to have a commander to rally around in their first battle. I intend to lead them. Captain Ryan took a step back. He was aghast. He regained the step. But Mother Confessor, you're a woman, and not in any way an ugly woman. Seemingly involuntarily, he took a quick glance the length of her. In fact, you are... Mother Confessor, forgive me. He fell silent. They are soldiers with a mission. Make your point, Captain. His face filled with blood. These are young men, Mother Confessor. They are... Well, you can't expect... They are young men. His jaw moved as he tried to find words. They won't be able to help themselves. Mother Confessor, please, you'll be embarrassed beyond all tolerance. He winced, hoping he wouldn't have to explain further. She gave him a small smile to try to ease his horror. Captain, have you ever heard the legend of the Shahari? He shook his head. When the tribes and lands now called Dahara were being forged together, the method of conquest and joining were much the same as it is with the Imperial Order. Join with them or be conquered. The Shahari people refused to join into Dahara, and they refused to be conquered. They fought so fiercely that they came to be greatly feared by the Daharan troops, who outnumbered them many times over. The Shahari loved nothing more than fighting. They were so fearless and aroused about going into war that they went into battle naked and, well, aroused. Kalen looked up to see Captain Ryan staring, mouth agape. She went on. The Daharans all know the legend of the Shahari. They all, to this day, fear the Shahari. She cleared her throat. If the men go into battle and that happens, it will only bring greater fear to the men of the Order. I don't think, though, that the men need fear being embarrassed. They will have more pressing matters on their minds, like not being killed. And if it does happen, well, then they should know it pleases me, because it will only strike greater fear into the hearts of our enemy. Captain Ryan finally looked to the ground and pushed snow with his boot. Forgive me, Mother Confessor, but I still don't like it. It puts you at danger for nothing of much gain. That's not true. There are two more important reasons I must do this. First, when I left the Order's camp last night, I was being chased by about 50 men. The Daharans have no doubt that those 50 men will catch me and kill me. The captain stiffened. You mean there are 50 men roaming around looking for you? No, they're all dead, to a man. But the men back at camp don't know that. When they see me all white like a spirit, they will think I was killed, as I should have been, and that it's my spirit in their midst. It will only frighten them further. All 50? He peered up at her. And what's the second reason? Kalen stared at him for a moment. Her voice came softly. When those men of the Order see me, whether they think me a spirit or they think me a naked woman on a horse before them, they will stare. While they are staring, they cannot kill our men, but we can kill them. It will divert their attention from the men to me. He gazed silently at her as she went on. "I would suffer any embarrassment on my part," she said, "if it will save the life of even one of our men. I must do this to help them and to keep them alive." He looked to the ground as he put his hands in his pockets. "I never knew the Mother Confessor was a person who cared this much for people," he whispered. "I never knew before that she cared at all what happened to any of us." He looked up at last. "Is there anything at all I can say to talk you out of doing this?" Kaelin smiled. "There's only one man in the world who could keep me from doing this, and you are not he." She laughed quietly. "In fact, if he knew what I was about to do, I'm sure he would forbid it." His curiosity overcame his caution. "One man? Is he your mate?" She shook her head. "He is the one you will choose as your mate?" Kaelin sighed pleasantly. "No, he is the one I'm to wed. At least I hope to wed him. He asked me to marry him." She smiled at the confused look on his face. "His name is Richard. He is the Seeker." Captain Ryan stiffened and his breath cut off. "If I'm asking what I shouldn't, just say so, but I thought all confessors used their power. I thought your magic would... I didn't think confessors could marry." "They can't, but Richard is special. He has the gift, and my power cannot harm him." Captain Ryan smiled at last. "I'm glad. I'm happy for you, Mother Confessor." Kaelin lifted an eyebrow. "But if you ever meet him, don't you dare tell him about this, pretending to be a spirit business. He has rather fusty views about such things. If you told him you let me run around naked with 1,000 of your men, he would probably take your head off." Kaelin laughed at the alarmed look on the captain's face. "Captain, I need a sword." "A sword? Now you're going to fight, too?" Kaelin leaned toward him. "Captain, if I'm sitting there naked and a Daharan wishes to despoil my honor, how am I to defend myself unless I have a sword?" "Oh, well, I see your point." He thought a moment. An idea brightened his face, and he withdrew his own sword from its scabbard. He held the weapon out in both hands. It was an old sword, with a blade pattern wielded in the old fashion, and acid etched in the fuller to display the wavy folds of steel. "This blade was given to me by Prince Harold when I became an officer. He said it was his father's, that it was one that belonged to King Wyborn himself. He said King Wyborn held it once in battle." He shrugged self-consciously. "Of course, a king has many swords and holds many of them in battle at least once, so they will be said to have been wielded by a king in defense of his kingdom, so it's not really valuable or anything." He looked up expectantly. "But I would be honored if you took it as yours. It seems only right that, well, since you're King Wyborn's daughter, I guess, that you should wield his sword in battle. Maybe it has magic or something and will help protect your life." Kaelin carefully lifted the sword from his hands. "Thank you, Bradley. This means a lot to me." "You are wrong. It is valuable. I will carry it with honor, but I will not keep it. When I'm finished and leave for Aidendril in a couple of days, then I will return it, and you will have a sword wielded not only by a king, but by the Mother Confessor, too." He grinned with the idea of that. "Now, would you please post a guard outside this tent, and then see to the swordsman?" He smiled a little smile and brought his fist to his heart. "Of course, Mother Confessor." As Kaelin went inside the warm tent, he was already returning with 3 men. He had a scowl on his face as serious as any scowl she had ever seen on any officer's face. "And while the Mother Confessor is in her bath, you will keep your back to the tent and not let anyone near. Is that clear?" "Yes, Captain," the 3 wide-eyed soldiers said together. Inside in the warmth, Kaelin leaned the sword against the tub, slipped off the fur mantle, and then her clothes. She was so tired she felt sick. Her stomach felt as if it were rising and falling in waves. Her head spun, so that she had to fight nausea that swelled in bouts. She dragged her hand through the whitewash. It was hot like a wonderful bath, but this was no bath. She lifted her legs over the edge one at a time and eased herself down into the silky smooth white water. Her breasts felt buoyant in the milky pool. For a few minutes she draped her arms over the sides of the tub, closed her eyes, and pretended it was a hot bath. She wished so much that it could be a bath, but it wasn't. It was something she did to keep some men alive and to kill others. She would wear white as the Mother Confessor always did, but it would not be her dress as always before. Kaelin lifted her father's sword and held the hilt between her breasts with the length of the blade running down her body against her belly and between her legs. She crossed her ankles and kept her legs apart so as not to slice her thighs on the weapon. She held her nose closed with her other hand,
squeezed her eyes shut tight, took a deep breath, and then submerged herself. Chapter 42. Richard and Sister Verna continued on through a dark and humid, dank and stifling tunnel of green, ascending the gently sloping road toward the humming, haunting sound of distant flutes. Branches holding not only their own leaves, but vines of every sort, spiraling around and over them, and pale moss hanging in wispy curtains, filled the gaps between trunks to the sides and nearly closed off the light from above. Short walls to each side, looking to have been built in an attempt to hold back the tangled growth, were instead being snared by it and slowly enfolded into the creeping leafy mat of life they sought to retain. From joints in the stone block, vines sprouted, surrounding and smothering whole sections of wall, bulging it in other places, pushing the occasional stone out to hang at a drunken angle, unable to fall to the ground because of the net of tendrils. The walls looked as if they were prey, being swallowed by a ponderous predator. Only one part of the walls was untouched by the forest life: the human skulls. Atop the walls to each side, they were spaced at intervals of no more than 3 feet, each sitting on its own square of lichen-splotched stone, each clean of growth, looking like so many finials with eye sockets and toothy grins. Richard had lost count of the number of skulls. His curiosity, his dread, failed to overcome his stubborn silence. He and the sister had not spoken since their last argument. He had not even slept in camp with her, preferring instead to spend his watch and the rest of the night hunting and sleeping with Gratch. Sister Verna's angry silence was at last no match for his. He had no intention this time of being the one to make amends. They both contented themselves with looking at anything but each other. Opening into sunlight, the road widened, splitting in the distance around a striated pyramid. Richard frowned, trying to see what made it look the way it did: a dotted pale tan with darker bands at evenly spaced intervals up its sides. He judged its height at 3 times his eye level from where he sat atop Bonnie. As they approached, he realized the mound was constructed entirely of bones, human bones. The dotted tan parts were skulls, and the bands were leg and arm bones, placed end out in layers. He guessed there must be tens of thousands of skulls in the orderly heap. He stared as they rode past. Sister Verna didn't seem to take notice. Beyond the bone pile, the wide road led into a plaza of a dark and hazy city in the middle of the thick forest. The flat hilltop had been cleared of every tree, as had the terraced fields they had passed not an hour before. The fields looked to be in preparation for planting. The ground was freshly turned, and there were stick people to scare away the birds when the seed was planted. It was winter, yet here in this place, people planted. Richard thought it a wonder. Rather than feeling open, this vast city, cleared of every bit of green that surrounded it, seemed even more closed and dark than the tunneled road. Buildings were square, with flat roofs, and faced with dingy plaster the color of bark. Near the roofs and at each floor level, the ends of support logs stuck from the plastered walls. Windows were small, with never more than one in a wall. The buildings varied in height, but most were attached into irregular blocks. The tallest must have had 4 floors. None had the slightest variation in style, other than their height. Haze and wood smoke obscured the sky and the buildings in the distance. The plaza seemed simply an open place around a well in the center, and was the only open area of any size. It quickly terminated in narrow, dark streets with smooth walls rising up to each side, creating man-made chasms. Overhead, many of the blocky buildings bridged the streets, making them dark tunnels, and where there were none of the bridging buildings overhead, wash hung on lines between opposing windows. Some streets were cobblestone, but most were mud, running with fetid water. People in drab, loose-fitting clothes filled the narrow streets, walked barefoot through the mud, stood with their arms folded, watching, or sat in groups in doorways. Women carrying clay water jugs on their heads, balanced with the aid of a single hand, moved tight against the walls to make room for the 3 horses. They made their way to and from the well in indifferent silence as Richard and Sister Verna passed. A few older men sat in wide doorways or leaned against walls. The men wore brimless, straight-sided, round, dark, flat-topped hats with strange markings in light colors that seemed to have been painted on with fingers. Many of the men smoked thin-stemmed pipes. Conversation fell silent as Richard and Sister Verna passed, and all watched the 2 strangers and 3 horses moving by. some idly tugged on the long, dangling earrings they wore in their left ears. Sister Verna led the way through the narrow streets, taking them deeper into the maze of drab buildings. When they at last reached a wider cobblestone street, she halted, turned to him, and spoke in quiet warning. "These people are the Majendi. Their land is a vast, crescent-shaped swath of forests. We must travel the length of their land, all the way to the point of the horn of their land. They worship spirits. Those skulls we saw back there were sacrifices to their spirits. Though they hold foolish beliefs, which are reprehensible, we do not have the power to change them. We need to pass through their land. You will do as they ask, or our skulls will end up with all the others on that pile." Richard refused to give her the satisfaction of an answer or an argument. He sat with his hands folded over the pommel of his saddle, and without emotion watched her until she finally turned away and started out once more. After passing under a low bridge building, they entered a slightly dished open square. Perhaps 1,000 men milled about or clustered in small groups. Like the other men he had seen, these all wore the one long dangling earring, though on the right side instead of the left. They also all wore short swords and black sashes. Unlike the other men, none of these wore hats on their shaved heads. Off in the center, a raised platform held a circle of men sitting cross-legged, facing inward around a thick pole. Here was the source of the eerie melody. A circle of women in black sat in a ring facing outward, around the men. Standing with her back against the pole, a big woman in a billowing black outfit slid the back of her hand up the pole and took hold of a knot in the end of a rope hanging from a bell. As she watched Richard and the sister ride into the square, she rang the bell once. The sister brought them to an abrupt halt as the piercing peal drifted across the square, hushing the men and urging the flute players into faster strains. "That is a warning," Sister Verna said. "A warning to the spirits of their enemies. The bell is also a call to the warriors present. Those are these men here in the square. The spirits have been warned and the warriors called. If she rings that bell again, we die." Sister Verna glanced to his even expression. "This is a sacrifice ritual, to appease spirits." She watched men come and take hold of the reins of their horses. The circle of women in black stood and began to dance and twirl to the haunting music. When Sister Verna glanced at him again, Richard, with deliberate care, checked that his sword was loose in its scabbard. She sighed and then dismounted. When she cleared her throat in annoyance, he finally dismounted too. Sister Verna drew her light cloak tight around herself as she spoke to him while watching the women in black dance and spin around the pole and the woman in the center. "The Majendi live in a crescent around a land of swampy forest in which live their enemy. The people who live in the heart of that forbidding land are a wild, savage lot, and will not allow any of us through their land, much less guide us. Even if we could avoid them, we would become lost within an hour and never find our way out. The only way for us to reach the Palace of the Prophets, which lies beyond these savages, is to go around them, along the crescent of land belonging to the Majendi. Our destination lies between the cusps of the crescent belonging to the Majendi and beyond the savages in the center." She glanced over to make sure he was at least listening before she went on. "The Majendi are at constant war with the savages who live in that swampy forest. In order to be permitted through Majendi land, we must prove we are allied with them and their spirits and not their enemy. Those skulls we saw are the skulls of this enemy, who were sacrificed to the Majendi spirits. In order for us to be permitted to pass, we must help them into sacrifice. The Majendi believe that men with the gift, like all men, carry the seed of life and soul endowed by the spirits. More, they believe that one with the gift has a special direct link with the spirits. A sacrifice made with the aid of a young man with the gift confers the sanctifying grace of their spirits upon all their people. They believe it breathes life, divine life, on their people. The Majendi require this participation when we bring young boys through for the first time, believing it links their spirits to those of the Majendi. This ceremony also ensures that the people with whom they are at war will hate wizards, because they help the Majendi and will never cooperate with them. This, the Majendi believe, denies their enemy a divine channel to the spirit world." The men in the square all drew their short swords. Laying the swords on the ground with their points toward the woman in the center, they knelt with shiny heads bowed. The woman who rang the bell, the one in the center, is the leader of these people, the Queen Mother. She is the one who is bound to the female spirits.
She represents the spirits of fertility in this world. She is the embodiment of the receptacle of the divine seed from the spirit world. The dancing women in black formed into a line and started off the platform in the direction of Richard and the sister. The Queen Mother is sending her representatives to take you to the sacrificial offering. Sister Verna glanced up at him, then fussed with the corner of her cloak. We are fortunate. This means they have one to be sacrificed. If we came here and they didn't, we would have to wait until one of their enemy was captured. Sometimes that can take weeks, even months. Richard said nothing. She turned her back to the approaching women in black and faced him. You will be taken to a place where the prisoner is held. There you will be offered the chance to give your blessing. Not giving your blessing means you wish to precede the prisoner in sacrifice. If you don't give your blessing, it will only ensure that you die too. You give your blessing by kissing the sacred knife they will offer you. You don't have to kill the person with your own hand. You have only to kiss the knife to give your blessing, to give the spirits blessings, and they will do the killing. But you must watch them do it, so the spirits will see the sacrifice through your eyes. She glanced over her shoulder at the approaching women in black. The beliefs of these people are obscene. She sighed in resignation and turned to face him again. Richard folded his arms and glared at her. I know you don't like this, Richard, but it has kept peace for 3,000 years between us and the Majendi. Though it sounds a paradox, it saves lives, more lives than it costs. The savages who are their enemy make war not only on them, but also on us. The palace and the civilized people of the old world are sporadically subjected to their raids and fierce attacks. Small wonder, Richard thought, but he said nothing. Sister Verna stepped aside to stand at his shoulder, as the women in black formed into a dark knot before the two of them. All were older, perhaps the age of grandmothers. They were all portly, and their black outfits covered their hair and everything else except their wrinkled hands and faces. With gnarled fingers, one drew the coarse black fabric tight at her chin. She bowed her head to Sister Verna. Welcome, wise woman. Our sentries have told us of your approach for nearly a day now. We are pleased to have you among us, for it is the time of the planting sacrifice. Though we had not expected your presence, it will be a great homage to the spirits to have the blessing in the sacrifice. The old woman, who only came up to the height of his breastbone, looked Richard up and down. Then she spoke again to Sister Verna. This is a magic man? He is not a boy. We have never before brought one so old to the palace of the wise women, Sister Verna said. But he is a magic man, the same as the others. The old woman in black looked into Richard's eyes as he watched her without expression. He is too old to give the blessing. Sister Verna tensed. He is still a magic man. The woman nodded to the sister. But he is too old to have others perform the sacrifice for him. He must do it himself. He must give our sacrifice to the spirits by his own hand. She gestured for a woman behind to come forward. Lead him to where the offering waits. With a bob of her head, the woman came forward and indicated he was to follow. Sister Verna tugged on his shirt sleeve. Richard could feel the heat of magic radiating from her fingers up his arms, terminating in an uncomfortable, tingling sensation at his neck under the Radahan. Richard, she whispered, don't you dare swing the axe this time. You know not what you will bring to ruin. Richard met her eyes before turning away without a word. The round old woman led him off down a muddy street past old men sitting in doorways, watching, and then turned them down a narrow alley. At the end, she stooped through a low doorway. Richard had to bend nearly in half to follow. Inside, carpets of intricate designs but dull colors covered the floor. There was no furniture except several low, leather-covered chests holding oil lamps. 4 men with shaved heads squatted rather than sat on the rugs, 2 to each side of a passageway hung with a heavy tapestry instead of a door. Short spears with sharp, leaf-shaped iron heads rested across their knees. The unexpectedly high ceiling held a cloud of pipe smoke. The men stood and bowed to the old woman. She bobbed her head to them, and as she did so, drew Richard forward. This is the magic man. Since he is the age of a man, the Queen Mother directs that the spirits take the sacrifice through his hands. They all nodded and gave grim agreement that it was a wise decision, and prayed she would tell the Queen Mother that it would be done as directed. The woman in black bid them fair fortune in the task. She closed the rough spruce door behind herself after stooping through the low opening. When she was gone, the men broke into grins. They all slapped Richard on the back, as if taking him into their confidence. The back of one man's shaved neck wrinkled in rows of furrows,
as he turned to glance at the tapestry-covered passageway. He put an arm around Richard's shoulder, giving it a squeeze with powerful fingers. "You are fortunate indeed, lad. You will like what we have for you." His sly smile revealed a missing bottom tooth. "Come with us. You'll like this, lad. We can promise you will." He gave a hearty chuckle. "Today you'll be a man, if you're not one yet." The other three laughed with him. The three pushed the tapestry aside, taking one of the lamps with them. The last man patted Richard's back, ushering him through. They all chuckled with anticipation. The next room was much the same as the first, minus the pipe smoke. They led on through a sequence of rooms, each bare of decoration except for a few carpets scattered about. The men finally squatted beside a last covered passageway, planted the butts of their spears, and with a hand on them for support, leaned toward him. They all shared the same cunning smiles. "Careful now, lad. Don't be too anxious. Keep your head about yourself, and you'll have yourself a time with this savage." They chuckled again with the private joke as they pushed the hanging aside and went through. Inside, the small square room had a bare dirt floor. The ceiling was at least 3 stories high. A window near the top of one wall cast the small room in dim light. The place smelled of the chamber pot off to the side. Crouched to the far left was a naked woman. She tried to push herself farther into the corner when she saw the men. Arms around her knees, she pulled them tight to herself. She was covered with dirty marks and smears, cuts, and bruises. Her mass of long, tangled black hair frizzed out, framing her filthy face. Her dark eyes narrowed with loathing as she watched the 4 men. By their leering smiles, she had cause to know them. Around her neck was a thick iron collar connected by heavy chain to a massive pin in the wall. The men spread out around the room, squatted, and leaned their backs against the walls. Their fists held their spears upright between their knees. Richard imitated them, squatting and leaning against the wall to the woman's right. "I wish to speak with the spirits," Richard said. The 4 men blinked at him. "I must ask them how they wish it done." "There is only one way to do it," the man with the missing tooth said. "You must cut off her head. Now that the iron collar is around her neck, it's the only way to get her out. Her head must be separated from her body." "Even so, it must be done in the manner the spirits wish. I must talk with them. I must know exactly how to do this, to please them." They all considered this. The man with the missing tooth pushed his cheek out with his tongue as he pondered. Finally, he brightened. "The Queen Mother and her women drink juka to speak with the spirits. I could bring you some juka, and then you too could speak with the spirits. Then bring me this juka, so I may speak with the spirits and do as they command. I would not want to make a mistake and ruin your planting sacrifice." The men agreed that this was a wise request, considering that Richard was to make the sacrifice himself instead of simply blessing it. One of the men hurried off. The other 3 waited in silence, again leering at the woman. She moved her feet closer together to cover herself as she squatted in the corner and glowered back. One man pulled a thin-stemmed pipe and a long splinter from a pocket. He lit the splinter in the flame of the lamp and used it to light his pipe. He puffed as he watched the woman, eyeing her in an intimate way. Her chin held defiantly up, the woman glared back. The smoke drifted up into the dim air as his steady puffing quickened. Richard crouched, leaning against the wall with his arms folded across his lap, so as to partially hide his right hand, draped nonchalantly near the hilt of his sword. The 4th man finally came back, carrying a round clay pot in both hands. The pot had a small opening in the top and white symbols painted around the sides. "The Queen Mother and her women agreed and sent this juka, so you may call the spirits. When you drink this, the spirits will visit you." He set the pot in front of Richard, and then pulling a knife from his belt, held the green malachite handle out to him. It was carved with figures in obscene poses. "This is the sacred knife to be used in the sacrifice." When Richard took the knife and slid the stout blade behind his belt, the man joined his fellows, squatting against the walls. The man closest to the woman on the other side seemed pleased that the Queen Mother had sent the juka. He gave Richard a knowing wink. Then he lifted his spear point to the woman's face. "The magic man has come to offer you to the spirits." He smiled encouragement past her to Richard. "But first, he would like to give you the spirit's gift of his seed." She didn't move. His smile transformed into a sneer
as he thumped the butt of his spear to the dirt.
Do not insult the spirits. You will take their offering.
His voice lowered to a growl.
Now.
Her eyes never leaving him, she uncoiled herself and obediently lay down on the dirt on her back. She opened her legs and cast Richard a defiant glance. She obviously knew the consequence of denying these men what they wished. The man sprang forward and stabbed his spear into her thigh muscle. She screamed out and flinched back. You know better than that. You will not insult us. We are not stupid. He feigned another jab. Do it properly. Richard's fingers curled around the hilt of his sword, but otherwise he did not move. The woman made no effort to tend the bleeding gash on her leg, but instead obediently turned over onto her elbows and knees, sticking her bottom up in the air. The men chuckled to Richard. You would not like to lie with this one face to face, the man with the missing tooth said. She bites. The others nodded their certain knowledge of that. Mount her this way and hold her by her hair. She will not be able to bite you this way, and you can have all you wish. The men waited. Neither Richard nor the woman moved. Can you fools not see, the woman said. He does not wish to mount me like a dog in front of you. Her face lying against the dirt, she gave Richard a mocking smile. He is shy. He does not wish you to see how little his magic stick is. Every eye was on him. Richard's knuckles were white around the hilt. He strained to put an emotionless face over the rage of the magic searing through him from the sword. He struggled to maintain reason. Letting the magic loose in here would accomplish nothing. One of the men gave a playful elbow to another and laughed. Perhaps she is right. He is a young one. Maybe he is not used to others watching his pleasure. The seams around his control were strained near to bursting. Richard concentrated on keeping his free hand steady and making it move gracefully. He lifted the clay pot with the juka, showing it to them. He labored mightily to keep his voice even. The spirits wish to speak to me of important matters. The smiles all withered. They knew him as a magic man, but not a young one as they were used to seeing. They didn't have any idea of his power, but were obviously worried about it. Worried about his smoldering, too quiet smoothness. We must leave him to his duty, one of the men said. We should leave him to be with the spirits and to take his pleasure from the savage if he wishes before he gives the spirits this offering. He bowed his shiny head to Richard. We will leave you to your peace. We will wait in the room where you saw us first. Solemn-faced, the four hurried off. After they were gone, and she could be sure they were a good distance away, the woman spat at him. She arched her back like a cat in heat, sticking her behind higher in the air. You may mount me now like the dog you are. Come, magic man, prove you can mount a woman when she is held for you by a chain. You can do no worse to me than the other dogs. She spat at him again. You are all dogs. Richard extended his leg and shoved a foot against her hip, tipping her over. I'm not like those men. She rolled onto her back. She threw her arms and legs open and gave him a contemptuous glare. So, you wish to have me like this to prove you are better than they? Richard gritted his teeth. Stop it. I'm not here for that. She sat up. She lifted her chin, but her eyes filled with sudden terror. So you will sacrifice me now? Richard realized his hand was still gripping the hilt. He had forgotten to maintain a calm expression. He took his hand away, letting the magic recede, and his rage cool. As she watched, he poured the juka on the dirt floor. I'm going to get you out of this. My name is Richard. What's yours? Her eyes narrowed. Why do you wish to know? Well, if I'm going to take you out of here, I need to know what to call you. I can't call you woman. She surveyed him silently for a moment. I am Du Shailu. Do I call you Du, or Shailu, or Du Shailu? Puzzlement wrinkled her brow. Du Shailu. That is my name. Richard gave her a smile of reassurance. All right, then. Du Shailu. Who are your people? What are they called? We are Baka Ban Mana. And what does that mean, Baka Ban Mana? Her chin came up again. Those without masters. Richard smiled to himself. I think you are worthy of your people. You don't look to be a woman to be mastered. Chin still held up, she studied his eyes. You say these words, but you intend to mount me as the others. Richard shook his head. No, I told you I wouldn't do that. I'm going to try to get you out of here and back to your people. None of my people captured by the Majendi ever returns. Richard leaned toward her. Then you shall be the first. Richard drew his sword. Du Shailu scooted back against the wall, drawing her knees up to her chest, hiding her face. He realized that she had misinterpreted his action and expected the worst. "It's all right, Du Shailu. I'm not going to hurt you. I simply need to get that collar off you." She shrank from him. Then, thinking better of her shameful retreat, she lifted her head and spat at him. "Yes, by taking off my head, you do not speak the truth. You wish to kill me now and just want me to meekly offer you my neck." With his sleeve, Richard wiped the spittle off the side of his forehead. He reached out and put a comforting hand to her shoulder. "No, I'm not going to hurt you. I simply need to use this sword to get the collar off. How else can I get you out of here? You will be safe, you'll see. Let me get it off you." "Swords cannot cut iron." Richard lifted an eyebrow. "Magic can." She squeezed her eyes shut and held her breath as he gently put an arm around her shoulder and rolled her face down in his lap. He laid the sword's point to the side of her neck. He had seen the sword of truth cut through iron before, and he knew the sword's magic could do the job. She lay dead still as he slid the sword under the heavy iron band. And then she lunged at him. In a blink, she had a fierce grip on his left arm, her teeth clamped around his forearm, pinching the nerves. Richard froze. He knew that if he were to try to yank his arm back, her teeth would probably tear the muscle from the bone. He still had his right hand on the sword. The rage of the magic pounded through him. He used the anger to help him block the pain and remain still. With the sword under the collar as it was, it would be a simple matter to give it a twist and a push. It would cut her throat if not decapitate her, and he would be free of her teeth. The pain from her locking bite was agonizing. "Du Shailu," he managed through gritted teeth. "Let go. I'm not going to hurt you. If it were my intention to hurt you, I could cut you right now with the sword to make you let go." After a long moment, silent of everything but his labored breathing, she relaxed the pressure of her teeth, but didn't release his arm from her grip. She tilted her head a bit. "Why?" Her eyes peered up at him. "Why do you wish to help me?" Richard stared down into her dark eyes. He took a chance and removed his hand from the sword. He brought the hand up and touched his fingers to the cold metal collar around his neck. "I, too, am a prisoner. I, too, know what it is to be held by a collar. I don't like collars. Though I can't free myself in this way, I can try to free you." Her ferocious grip on his arm relaxed. She cocked her head to the side as she frowned up at him. "But you are a magic man." "That's why I was taken prisoner. The woman I'm with is taking me to a place called the Palace of the Prophets. She says the magic will kill me if I don't go to this place." "You are with one of the witches? From the Big Stone Witch House?" "She is not a witch, but one with magic, too. She put this collar on me to make me go with her." Du Shailu's eyes flicked over the collar around his neck. "If you let me go, the Majendi will not allow you to go through their land to the Big Stone House." Richard gave her a little smile. "I was hoping that if I helped you get back to your people, you would permit us to pass through your land, and maybe that you would guide us so that we might reach the palace." A sly smile spread on her lips. "We could kill the witch." Richard shook his head. "I don't kill people unless I'm forced to. It would not help anyway. I must go to the palace to get my collar off. If I don't go there, I will die." Du Shailu looked away from his gaze. Richard waited while she glanced around her prison. "I do not know if you speak the truth or if you mean to cut my throat." She gently rubbed his arm where she had bitten him. "But if you kill me, I was to be killed anyway and had no chance. And at least I will not be mounted anymore by those dogs. If you tell the truth, then I will be free. But we must still escape. We are still in the land of the Majendi." Richard winked. "I have a plan. At least we can try." She frowned at him. "You could do this thing to me and they would be happy, and you could go to the palace. You would be safe. Are you not afraid they will kill you?" Richard nodded. "But I am more afraid to live the rest of my life seeing in my mind your pretty eyes and wishing I had helped you." She gave him a sidelong glance. "Maybe you are a magic man, but you are not a smart man. A smart man would want to be safe. I am the Seeker." "What is this, the Seeker?" "It's a long story, but I guess it means I do my best to see the truth prevail, to see right done. This sword has magic, and it helps me in my quest. It's called the Sword of Truth." She let out a long breath and finally laid her head back in his lap. "Try then, or kill me.
I was dead anyway. Richard gave her filthy bare back a pat of reassurance. Hold still. He reached under her neck and wrapped his fingers around the collar, holding it tight. With his other hand, the hand on the hilt, the hand through which the magic was coursing into him, he gave a mighty heave. With a loud crack, the iron shattered. Hot shards of metal ricocheted off the walls. One large piece spun like a top in the dirt, finally wobbling and falling over. Silence settled over them. He held his breath, hoping none of the metal fragments had cut her throat. Du Shailu sat up, her eyes wide. She felt her neck. Finding no injury, she broke into a wide grin. It is off! You got the collar off and my head is still attached. Richard feigned a touch of indignation. I told you I would. Now we must get away from here. Come on. He led her back through the rooms the way he had come. When he reached the next to last room from where the men waited, he held a finger to his lips and told her to be quiet and wait for him to come back for her. She folded her arms under her bare breasts. Why? I will go with you. You said you would not leave me here. Richard let out an exasperated breath. I'm going to get you some clothes. We can't leave with you. With a gesture, he indicated her bare condition. She unfolded her arms and looked down at herself. Why? What is wrong with me? I am not a bad shape to look upon. Many men have told me. What is it with you people? He whispered heatedly. I have seen more naked people since I left my homeland last autumn than in the whole of my life. And not a one of you seems the least bit... She grinned. Your face is red. Richard growled through gritted teeth. Wait here. Smirking, she folded her arms again. I will wait. In the outer room, the four men jumped to their feet when Richard came through the carpet-covered opening. He didn't give them any time to ask questions. Where are the woman's clothes? Confused, they glanced at one another. Her clothes? Why do you want... Richard took an aggressive stride toward the man. Who are you to question the spirits? Do as they say. Get me her clothes. All four flinched back. They stared at him briefly and then went to the low chests. They set the lamps aside and opened the lids, rummaging through the chests, tossing clothes aside. Here, I found them, one of them said. He held up a garment that looked to be finely woven flax. Different colored strips hung in rows from the light brown fabric. This is hers. He held up a buckskin belt. And this, too. Richard snatched them from the man's fist. You will wait here. He grabbed up a scrap of cloth the men had thrown on the floor as they had searched for the dress. He went back through the opening before there was time for any questions. Du Shailu waited, her arms still folded. When she saw what he held in his hands, she gasped. She clutched the dress to her breast. Tears filled her dark eyes. My prayer dress! She threw her arms around his neck and, raising up on her tiptoes, started kissing him all over his face. Richard mashed her mass of black hair flat against the sides of her head as he pushed her away. All right, put it on. Hurry. Grinning at him, she pulled the dress over her head, poking her arms through the long sleeves. Up the outside of each arm and across the shoulders was a row of little strips of different colored cloth. Each was knotted on through a small hole beneath a corded band. The dress came to just below her knees. As she tied the belt at her waist, Richard noticed the blood still running down to her foot from where the men had stabbed her in the thigh. He dropped to one knee before her and motioned with his hands. Lift it up. Lift up your dress. Du Shailu looked down at him. She lifted an eyebrow. I have just covered myself, and now you wish me to uncover? Richard pursed his lips. He waved the strip of cloth at her. You are bleeding. I need to put this around the wound. Giggling, she raised her skirt and held her leg out, rotating it from side to side, displaying it in a teasing manner. Richard quickly wrapped the cloth around her thigh over the gash and jerked the knot tight. She yelped with pain. He thought it served her right, but apologized anyway. Taking her by the hand, he pulled her through the remaining rooms. As he passed through the last, he growled at the four men to stay where they were. Still holding Du Shailu's hand tight, he led her back down the alleyway and streets to the open square. He saw the heads of the 3 horses sticking up above the sea of shiny bald heads. He plowed his way through the throng toward the horses. Chapter 43. Although his sword sat in its scabbard, he was already drawing its magic. Rage surged into him. He summoned it ever onward, letting his barriers fall before its advance. He was entering a silent world all his own, a world of grim committal to what he was, bringer of death.
Sister Verna paled when she saw him pulling Du Shailu after, becoming even paler when she saw his demeanor. Without a word to her, Richard snatched his bow off the side of his saddle. He grunted with the effort of swiftly stretching the bowstring to the bow. He yanked 2 steel-bladed arrows from the quiver, hanging from Bonnie's saddle. His chest heaved with wrath. The crowd had all turned toward him. Puzzled faces bobbed up as men behind jumped to get a view. The women in black all looked up in his direction. The Queen Mother watched. Sister Verna's face was by now bright red. "Richard, what do you think?" Richard shoved her back. "Be quiet." Bow and arrows in hand, he leapt up onto his saddle. The mumbling fell silent. Richard directed himself to the Queen Mother. "I have spoken with the spirits." The back of the Queen Mother's hand started sliding up the pole toward the bell's rope. That was all the sign he needed. She had been offered a chance. The irrevocable commitment had been made. He loosed the magic within himself. In one swift motion, Richard knocked an arrow. He drew string to cheek. He called the target. The arrow was away. The air hissed with the sound of the arrow's flight. The crowd gasped. Before the arrow reached the target, while the air still sizzled with its sound, Richard had the second arrow knocked and on target. With a twanging thunk, the first arrow made a solid hit, dead on where he intended it. The Queen Mother let out a clipped cry of surprise and pain. Penetrating the space between the 2 bones in her wrist, the arrow pinned her arm to the pole, preventing her hand from reaching the bell's rope. Her other hand started over toward the rope. The second arrow sat rock solid in the invisible notch in the air, on target, waiting. "Move toward the bell, and the second arrow goes through your right eye." The gaggle of women in black fell to their knees, wailing. The Queen Mother became still. Blood trickled down her arm. Inside, storms of anger thundered through him. Outside, he was stone. "You will hear what the spirits have commanded." Slowly, the Queen Mother let her free hand drop to her side. "Speak their words, then." Richard still held the bowstring to his cheek and had no intention of letting it relax. Though the arrow was aimed at one, his ire was directed at all. Magic burned through him at full fury. The force of rage pounded through his veins. In the past, it had always been focused on an enemy, someone specific. This was different. It was an open-ended rage. Rage at all those present and everyone involved in human sacrifice. This was non-specific wrath. That made it worse. It drew more magic. Richard didn't know if it was the all-encompassing threat that drew more magic, or if it was because of all the practicing he had done with Sister Verna, enabling him to focus. But whatever the reason, he was calling forth more magic from the sword than he ever had before, more than he had known was there. The magic seethed with frightening power. The very air vibrated with it. The men about stepped back. The wailing women fell into a hush. The Queen Mother's face was white against the black of her dress. 1,000 people stood in silent terror of one. "The spirits wish no more sacrifices. It does not prove your devotion to them, only that you can kill. From now on, you must show your respect of the spirits by showing respect for the lives of the Bakaban Mana. If you do not, the spirits will vent their wrath by destroying you. Take their threat to heart, or they will bring starvation and death to the Majendi." He spoke to the men as they pressed forward. "If any of you makes a move against me or these 2 women, the Queen Mother dies." They all glanced to one another, seeking courage. "You may think to kill me," he told them, the target not wavering in the slightest. "But you cannot before the Queen Mother dies. You saw the shot I made. My hand is guided by magic. I do not miss." The men backed away. "Let him be," the Queen Mother called out. "Hear what he has to say." "I have told you what the spirits have said. You will obey." She was silent a moment. "We will consult the spirits ourselves." "You would insult them? You would be admitting you do not heed their words, but your own worldly wishes. But we must... I'm not here to bargain on their behalf. The spirits have ordered I give the sacrificial knife to this woman, so she may carry it back to her people to show them that the Majendi will no longer hunt them. The spirits will warn you of their anger by taking the seed you plant, and only when you send representatives to the Bakaban Mana and tell them you agree to the wishes of the spirits will you be able to plant your crops. If you do not follow the spirits' wishes, you will all starve to death. We are leaving now. I will have your word that we will be granted safe leave of your land, or you will die right now. We must consider. I grant you until the count of 3 to give me your decision. 1, 2, 3. The Queen Mother gasped. The women in black gasped. The crowd gasped. What have you decided? The Queen Mother held her free hand up, imploring he hold his arrow. You may go. You have the word of the Queen Mother that you may leave our land unharmed. A wise decision. Her hand closed into a fist, one finger pointing toward them. But this is a violation of our agreement with the wise woman. The accord is at an end. You must leave our land at once. You are banished. So be it, Richard said. But keep to your word, or you will reap the grim rewards of any imprudent action. He released the tension from the bow. Standing in the stirrups, he pulled the sacred knife from his belt and held it up high for all to see. This woman will take this back to her people and tell them of the words of the spirits. As to their part, the Baka Ban Mana may no longer make war on the Majendi. You may no longer make war on them. You will be 2 peoples at peace. Neither may harm the other. Heed the words of the spirits or bear the consequences. His voice dropped to a fierce whisper, yet the wrath of the magic carried the words to the farthest corners of the square, and in the stillness every ear could hear them. Heed my orders, or suffer what I will bring upon you. I will lay waste to you. Magic lay over the square like fog in a valley, ethereal yet real, a palpable manifestation of his outrage that touched everyone present, and all trembled at that touch. Richard leapt off his horse. The men shrank back a few more steps. Sister Verna was speechless with rage. He had never seen her in such a state. She stood as if paralyzed, with her fists out before her. Richard leveled his glare and his wrath on her. Get on your horse, sister. We're leaving. Her jaw looked ready to shatter under the pressure of how tightly it was clenched. You are mad. We will not... Richard thrust a finger toward her. If you wish to argue with someone, sister, you may stay and argue with these people. I'm sure they will oblige you. I'm going to the palace to get this collar off. If you want to go with me, then get on your horse. There is no way. We cannot now travel the horn of the Majendi land. We are banished. Richard lifted his thumb to Du Shailu. She will guide us to the palace of the prophets through the Baka Ban Mana's land. Du Shailu folded her arms and gave the sister a self-satisfied smile. Sister Verna looked from her to Richard. You truly are mad. We cannot... Richard gritted his teeth with a growl, the sword's anger still at full fury. If you wish to go with me to the palace, get on your horse. I'm leaving. Du Shailu watched as Richard stuck the green-handled knife behind her buckskin belt. I have charged you with a responsibility. You will live up to it. Now, get up on that horse. Du Shailu unfolded her arms in sudden worry, looking to the horse and back to him. She folded her arms again and put her nose in the air. I will not ride on that beast. It stinks. So do you, Richard roared. Now get up on that horse. She flinched back. Eyes wide in fright at his glare, she swallowed, gulping air. Now I know what a seeker is. She scrambled awkwardly up onto Geraldine. The sister was already atop Jessup. Richard vaulted up onto Bonnie. With a last warning look at the men gathered, he squeezed his horse's ribs, and she sprang into a gallop. The other 2 horses took out after him. The men swept back out of the way. The magic hungered for blood, raged for it. Richard wished someone would try to stop him. No one did. Please, Du Shailu said. It is almost dark. May we please stop, or at least allow me to walk? This beast is hurting me. She was holding on for dear life, bouncing in the saddle, as Geraldine trotted along. The little strips of colored cloth on her dress were all aflutter. He could hear Sister Verna's horse trotting along behind, but he didn't look back at her. Richard glanced up at the sun setting beyond the thick tangle of branches. His rage was finally withering with the light. For a time, it had seemed as if he would never be able to put it down. Du Shailu pointed past him with her chin to his right, afraid to lift a hand. There is a small pond there, through the reeds, and a grassy place before it. Are you sure we are in Baka Ban Mana land? She nodded. For the last few hours, this is our land. I know this place. All right, we will stop for the night. He held her horse for her as she slid off. With a groan, she rubbed the flats of her hands on her bottom. "If you make me ride that beast again tomorrow, I will bite you." For the first time since they had left the Majendi, he was able to smile. As Richard went about unsaddling the horses, he sent Du Chaillu to get water in a canvas bucket. While she went off through the reeds and rushes to the pond, Sister Verna gathered wood and used her magic to set it afire. When he was finished caring for the horses, he put them on long tethers so they could graze on the grass. "I guess introductions are in order," Richard said when Du Chaillu returned. "Sister Verna, this is Du Chaillu. Du Chaillu, this is Sister Verna." Sister Verna seemed to have cooled, or at least put a mask over her anger. "I am pleased for you, Du Chaillu, that you did not have to die this day." Du Chaillu glared. Richard knew she thought of the Sisters of the Light as witches. "I do feel sorrow, however," the sister added, "for all those who will die in your place." "You are not pleased for me. You wish me dead. You wish all of the Bakaban Mana to die." "That is not true. I wish no one to die. But I know I could not convince you of that. Think what you will." Du Chaillu took the sacrificial knife from her belt and held the handle in front of Sister Verna's eyes. "They kept me on that chain for 3 moons. She looked to the green handle and pointed to one of the obscene couplings carved on it. "Those dogs did this to me." Sister Verna glanced to the knife as Du Chaillu tapped a finger to another scene. "And this, too." Sister Verna watched the other's chest heaving in ire. "There is no way I could convince you, Du Chaillu, how much I abhor what they did to you, and what they intended to do. There are many things in this world that I abhor, but can do nothing about, and in some cases must tolerate in order to serve a greater good." Du Chaillu patted her belly. "I have lost my moon flow. Those dogs have put me with child. Now I must go to the midwives and ask them for herbs to shed the child of a dog." Sister Verna clasped her hand before herself. "Please, Du Chaillu, don't do that. A child is a gift from the Creator. Please don't reject his gift." "Gift? This great Creator has a wicked way of bestowing his gifts." "Du Chaillu," Richard said, "up until now the Majendi have killed every Bakaban Mana they have captured. You are the first to be freed. They will kill no more. Think of this child as symbol of the new life between your peoples. For that new life, for all your children to flourish, the killing must stop. Let the child live. It has done no harm." "The father has done harm." Richard swallowed. "Children are not necessarily evil just because the father was." "If the father is evil, then the child will be as he." "That is not true," the sister said. "Richard's father was an evil man who killed many people. Yet Richard seeks to preserve life. His mother knew that the guilt of crimes does not pass beyond the one who commits them. She did not spare her love because Richard's father raped her. Richard was raised by good people who taught him right. Because of that, you are alive today. You can teach the child right." Du Chaillu's fury faltered as she looked to Richard. "Is this true? Your mother was treated as I by an evil dog?" Richard could only manage a nod. She rubbed her belly. "I will consider what you say before I decide. You have returned my life. I will weigh your words." Richard squeezed her shoulder. "Whatever you decide, I'm sure it will be for the best." "If she lives long enough to decide," Sister Verna said. "You've made promises and threats that you cannot fulfill. When the Majendi plant their crops and nothing happens, they will lose their fear of what you have told them today. What you've done will count for nothing, and they will once again make war on her people, to say nothing of mine." Richard pulled the leather thong with the birdman's whistle off over his head. "I wouldn't exactly say nothing is going to happen, sister. Something is indeed going to happen." He hung the whistle around Du Chaillu's neck. "This was a gift to me, and now my gift to you, so that you can stop the killing." He held the carved bone up. "This is a magic whistle. It calls birds, more birds than you've ever seen in one place before. I'm counting on you to fulfill my promise. You are to go to their planting fields. Keep yourself hidden. Then, at sunset, blow on this magic whistle. You will hear no sound, but the birds will be called by the magic. In your mind, keep picturing birds. Think of all the birds you know as you blow on the whistle, and keep blowing until they come." She touched the carved bone whistle. "Magic?
The birds will truly come? He gave her a one-sided smile. Oh, yes, they'll come. There is no doubt of that. The magic will call them. No person will hear the sound, but the birds will. The Majendi will not know it's you who calls the birds. The birds will be hungry and will devour all the seed. Every time the Majendi plants seeds, you call the birds and take it away from them. She grinned. The Majendi will starve to death. Richard put his face close to hers. No. This is my gift to you to stop the killing, not a gift to help you kill. You will call the birds to steal their seed until the Majendi agree to live in peace with you. When they have fulfilled their part of the bargain, you must fulfill your part and agree to live in peace with them. He put his first finger right in front of her nose. If you misuse my gift, I will come back and use other magic against your people. I've placed my trust in you to do right. Do not fail my trust. Du Shailu averted her eyes. She gave a little sniff. I will do right. I will use your gift as you say. She tucked the whistle into her dress. Thank you for helping to bring peace to my people. That's my greatest hope. Peace. Peace, Sister Verna huffed. She directed a smoldering glare to Richard. You think it's so simple? You think that after 3,000 years you can simply decree that the killing will stop? You think all it takes is your mere presence and the ways of people will change? You are a naive child. Though the crimes of the father do not pass on to the son, you have a simplistic way of seeing things that brings harm just the same. If you think, sister, that I would be a party to human sacrifices for any reason, you are seriously mistaken. He started to turn away, but then turned back. What harm have I brought? What killing have I started? She leaned toward him. Well, for one thing, if we don't help ones with the gift like you, it will kill them, as it would kill you. How do you propose we get those boys to the palace? We can no longer cross the Majendi's land. She glanced at Du Shailu. She has only given you pass through her land. She has not said we may bring others through. She straightened. Those boys will die because of what you have done. Richard thought about it a moment. He was exhausted. Using the sword's magic had wearied him as it never had before. He wanted nothing more than to sleep. He didn't feel like solving problems or arguing. At last he looked to Du Shailu. When you make peace with the Majendi, before you let them plant once again, you must add another condition. You must tell them that in honor of the killing being brought to an end, in honor of the peace, they will let the sisters cross their land. She watched his eyes a moment before she finally nodded. Your people will do the same. He narrowed his eyes at the sister. Satisfied? In the valley, when you struck down a beast, 1,000 snakes sprang forth from its corpse. This is no different. It would be impossible, she said, for me to accurately recall all the lies you've told today. I've reprimanded you before for lying and cautioned you not to do it again. I told you not to swing the axe today, and you did it anyway, despite my warning. I can scarcely tally all the commands you've managed to violate in this one day. What you have done has not finished the killing, but only begun it. In this, sister, I am the seeker, not your student. As seeker, I have no tolerance for human sacrifice. None. The deaths of others are a separate issue. You cannot use it as a link to justify murder. There will be no compromise in this, and I don't think you want to punish me for stopping something I would wager you wish had been stopped long ago. The muscles in her face relaxed. As a sister of the light, I have no power to change things, and under obligation to save more lives, I had to uphold what has been for 3,000 years. But I admit I hated it, and in a way I'm glad you have taken it out of my hands. But that does not negate the trouble it will cause, or the deaths. When you put the Radahan on, you told me that holding the leash to that collar would be worse than wearing it. Your words are proving true. Her lower eyelids filled with glistening moisture. You have made my greatest love, my calling, a misery. I am past wanting to punish you for your disobedience. In a few days we will be at the palace, and I will at last be finished with you. They will have to deal with you. We shall see how they handle you when you displease them. I believe you will find they are not prepared to be as tolerant as I have been. They will use that collar, and when they do, I also think they will come to regret holding your leash more than do I. I think they will come to regret trying to help you, as do I. Richard put his hands in his back pockets as he stared off at the thick forest of oak and leather leaf.
I'm sorry you feel that way, sister, and I guess I can understand it. Although I admit I have fought being your prisoner, this today was not about you and me. This was about what is right. As one who would wish to teach me, I would hope you shared that moral stance. I would hope the sisters would not want to teach the use of the gift to one who could easily bend his convictions to the circumstance. Sister Verna, I was not trying to displease you. I simply could not live with myself if I allowed a murder to take place under my nose, much less participated in it. I know, Richard, but that only makes it worse, because it's all one and the same. She unclasped her hands and peered about at the fire and their supplies, finally pulling a cake of soap from a saddlebag. I'll make a stew and bannock. She tossed the cake of soap to him. Du Shailu needs a bath. Du Shailu folded her arms in a huff. While I was chained to a wall, the dogs who came to mount me did not offer me water so I would smell pretty for you. Sister Verna squatted down, pulling supplies out. I meant no offense, Du Shailu. I simply thought you would want to wash the dirt of those men off you. If it were me, I would want nothing more than to try to wash the feel of their hands from my flesh. Du Shailu's indignation faltered. Well, of course I would. She snatched the soap from Richard. You smell of that beast you ride. You will wash too, or I will not want to be near you and will send you off to eat by yourself. Richard chuckled. If it will keep the peace with you, I'll wash too. As Du Shailu marched off toward the pond, Sister Verna called quietly to him. He waited next to her while she pulled a pot from a saddlebag. Her people have been killing any magic man they could get their hands on for the last 3,000 years. There is no time to give you history lessons. She looked up to his eyes. Old habits spring to hand as easily as a knife. Don't turn your back on her. Sooner or later, she is going to try to kill you. Her quiet tone unexpectedly raised bumps on his flesh. I'll try to keep myself alive, sister, so you can deliver me to the palace and at last be free of your onerous charge. Richard hurried toward the pond and caught up with Du Shailu as she was walking through the reeds. Why did you call that your prayer dress? Du Shailu held her arms out, letting the breeze ruffle the strips of cloth on her dress. These are prayers. What are prayers? You mean the strips of cloth? She nodded. Each is a prayer. When the wind blows and they fly, each sends a prayer to the spirits. And what do you pray for? Every one of these prayers is the same, from the heart of the person who gave me their prayer. They are all prayers to have our land returned to us. Your land? But you are in your land. No, this is where we live, but it is not our land. Many ages ago, our land was taken by the magic men. They banished us here. They reached the edge of the pond. Puffs of breeze drew up ripples in dark patches. The bank was grassy with thick patches of rushes to each side, extending out into the water. The magic men took your land? What land? They took our land from our ancestors. She pointed in the direction of the Valley of the Lost. The land on the other side of the Majendi. I was going to our land with our prayers to ask the spirits if they would help our land be returned to us. But the Majendi caught me, and I was not able to take our prayers to the spirits. How will the spirits return your land to you? She shrugged. The old words say only that we must send one every year to our land to pray to the spirits, and if we do, our land will be returned. She untied her belt and slipped it to the ground. With unsettling grace, she tossed the green-handled knife aside, sticking it in the round end of a branch on a log. How? She gave him a curious frown. By sending us our master. I thought you were the Bakabanmana, those without masters. She shrugged. Because the spirits have not sent us one yet. While Richard was puzzling over this, she reached down, took hold of her dress, and pulled it off over her head. What do you think you're doing? She frowned. It is me that I must wash, not my dress. Well, not in front of me. She looked down at herself. You have already seen me. I have not grown any different since this morning. She looked up at him. Your face is red again. Over there, he pointed. Go on the other side of the rushes. You on one side and me on the other. He turned his back to her. But we have only one soap. Well, you can throw it to me when you're through. She came around to the front of him. He tried to turn again, but she followed him around, grabbing at his buttons. I cannot scrub my own back.
And it is not fair. You have seen me, so I should see you. That is why you are turning red, because you have not been fair. This will make you feel better. He slapped her hands away. Stop it. Du Shailu, where I come from, this is not proper. Men and women do not bathe together. It's just not done. He turned his back to her again. Not even my third husband is as shy as you. Third? You have had 3 husbands? No, I have 5. Richard stiffened. Have? He turned to her. What do you mean, have? She looked at him as if he had asked if trees grew in the forest. I have 5 husbands. 5 husbands and my children. And how many of those do you have? 3. 2 girls and a boy. A wistful smile came to her. It is a long time since I have held them. Her smile turned sad. My poor babies will have cried every night thinking I am dead. No one ever returned from the Majendi before. She grinned. My husbands will be anxious to draw lots to see who will be the first to try to give me another child. Her smile faded, and her voice trailed off. But I guess a Majendi dog has already done that. Richard handed her the soap. It will all turn out fine, you'll see. Go bathe. I'll go on the other side of the rushes. He relaxed in the cool water, listening to her splash, waiting for her to finish with the soap. A mist thickened over the pond, stealing slowly, silently into the surrounding trees. I've never heard of a woman having more than 1 husband. Do all the Bakaban Mana have more than 1 husband? She giggled. No, only me. Why you? The water stopped splashing. Because I wear the prayer dress, she said, as if it should be self-evident. Richard rolled his eyes. Well, what does... She came swimming through the rushes toward him. Before you can have the soap, you must wash my back. Richard let out an aggravated sigh. All right, if I wash your back, will you then go back on your side? She presented her back to him. If you do a proper job. When she was satisfied, she finally went back to get dressed while he washed. She told him over the chirp of bugs and the trill of frogs that she was hungry. He was pulling his pants on, while she called for him to hurry so they could eat. He threw his shirt over his shoulder and ran to catch up with her as she headed toward the smell of cooking. She looked much better clean. Her hair looked like a normal person's instead of a wild animal's. She looked no more like a savage, but somehow noble. It wasn't dark yet, but getting close to it. The mist that had formed over the pond was drifting in around them from behind. The trees were disappearing in the gathering fog. As the 2 of them stepped into the ring of light around the fire, Sister Verna stood. Richard was putting his right arm through his sleeve when he froze at the wide-eyed look on Sister Verna's face. She was staring at his chest, at the thing he had never let her see before. At the scar, at the handprint burned there, at the handprint that was a constant reminder of who fathered him. Sister Verna was as white as a spirit. Her voice was so soft he had to strain to hear her. Where did you get that? Du Shailu was staring at the scar, too. Richard pulled his shirt closed. I told you before, Darken Ral burned me with his hand. You said I was only having visions. Her gaze slowly rose to meet his. Her eyes were filled with something he had never seen in them before. Unbridled fear. Richard, she whispered, you must not show anyone at the palace what you have upon you, except the prelate. She may know what to do. You must show her, but no one else. She stepped closer. Do you understand? No one. Richard slowly buttoned his shirt. Why? Because if you do, they will kill you. That is the mark of the Nameless One. Her tongue wet her lips. Sins of the Father. From the distance came the plaintive howl of wolves. Du Shailu shuddered and hugged herself as she stared off into the deepening fog. Keeper will die tonight, Du Shailu whispered. Richard frowned at her. What are you talking about? Wolves. When wolves howl like that in the mist, they are foretelling that people are to die violently in the night, in the mist. Chapter 44. They materialized out of fog and mist, the white fangs of death. The startled prey, at first immobilized by bone-chilling fright, jumped to flee before the white death. Fangs of white steel ripped into them without mercy as they bolted for their lives. Death squeals tore the night air with their terror. Hysteria sent them running heedlessly onto the waiting cold white steel. Fearless men tasted fear before they died. Pandemonium spread on a wild uproar of noise. The ringing chime of steel, the splintering of wood, the ripping of canvas, the groan of leather, the pop of bones, the whoosh of fire, the crash of wagons, the thuds of flesh and bone hitting ground, and the screams of man and beast, all joined into one long cacophony of terror. The wave of white death drove the tumult before it. The sharp smell of blood washed through the air over the sweet aroma of blazing wood, the acrid tang of igniting lamp oil, the smoky smack of flaming pitch, and the gagging stench of burning fur and flesh. What wasn't wet with the cold mist was greasy slick with hot blood. The white steel fangs now were coated with blood and gore. White snow became a soggy mat of red splashes. The cold air was seared by gouts of flame that leapt up to turn the white fog an incandescent orange. Sinister dark clouds of smoke hugged the ground while the sky burned overhead. Arrows zipped past. Spears arced through the air. Splintered lances spun away into the mist, and severed pike heads whirled off into the darkness. Remnants of torn tents flapped and fluttered as if battered by a furious storm. Swords rose and fell in waves, driven by the grunts that accompanied frantic effort. Men ran in every direction like frenzied ants. Some tumbled to the ground, spilling their viscera across the snow. Some of the wounded, blinded by blood, stumbled aimlessly until a white shadow swept by, a spirit of death cutting him down. A wagon wheel bounced past, its progress quickly obscured from view by dark curtains of acrid smoke that drifted past. No alarm had been raised. The sentries were long dead. Few in camp had realized what was happening until it was upon them. The camp of the Imperial Order had lately been a place of noise and wild celebration, and for many, in their drunken state, it was hard to tell that anything of consequence was happening. Many of the men poisoned by the bandu in the ale lay sick around fires. Many were so weak they burned to death without trying to escape flaming tents. Others were in such a drunken stupor that they actually smiled at the men who drove swords through their guts. Even the ones who were not drunk, or who were not drunk to the point of dullness, didn't truly appreciate what was happening. Their camp was often a place of raucous noise and confusion. Huge bonfires roared throughout the night for warmth and as gathering places. They were generally the only reference points in the disorderly layout, so the fires of destruction caused little concern, except in the immediate area. Among Daharans, fighting in the camps was simply part of the revelry, and men screaming when they were stabbed in altercations was not noteworthy. What one had was only his if he was fierce enough to keep it from others who were always ready to take it. Alliances among Daharans were shifting sands that could last a lifetime, or more commonly for as little as an hour, when a new alliance became more advantageous or profitable. The drinking and the poison dulled their grasp of the sheer volume of screams. In battle they were disciplined, but when not in battle, they were ungoverned to the point of anarchy. Pay for Daharans on expeditions was in large part a share of the plunder. They had looted Ebenicia, despite all their talk of a new law, and having that new plunder made them perhaps less than single-minded in their devotion to duty. At battle, or the first sound of an alarm, they became a single unified fighting machine, almost an entity of one mind. But in camp, without the overriding purpose of war, they became thousands of individuals all bent on serving their own self-interest. Without an alarm to warn them, they paid the added noise and screaming little attention. Above the noise of their own business, trading, stories, laughter, drinking, gambling, fighting, and whoring, the unheralded battle a short distance away went largely unnoticed. The officers would call them if needed. Without that call to duty, their life was their own, and someone else's troubles were not theirs. They were unprepared when the White Death materialized. The sight of white spirits appearing among them was a paralyzing force. Many a man wailed in fear of the Shahari spirits. Many envisioned that the separation between the world of the living and the world of the dead had evaporated, or that they had somehow been suddenly cast into the underworld. Without the ale, both poisoned and unadulterated, it might not be so. As it was, the drink and their confidence in their numbers and strength left them vulnerable as they would never be again. But not all were drunk or dull. Some rose up fiercely. Kaelin watched it all from atop her dancing warhorse. In a sea of raw, unbridled emotion, she wore her confessor's face. These men were neither moral nor ethical. They were animals who lived by no rule but might. They had raped the women at the palace and had mercilessly butchered the people of Ebenicia, from the aged down to newborn babes. A man lunged through the ring of steel around her, grabbing at her saddle for support. He gaped at her, crying a prayer for mercy from the good spirits. She split his skull. Kaylin wheeled her horse to face Sergeant Cullen. "Have we captured the command tents?" The sergeant signaled, and one of the white naked men ran off to check as they drove deeper into the camp of the Order. When she spotted the horses, she gave the signal. From behind, she heard the sound of galloping hooves and the sharp rattle of chains. Scythes of death come to reap a crop of the living. With a sound like a boy running past a picket fence with a stick in hand, the chain scythes being pulled at a full charge reaped a snapping of bone that meshed into a long, clacking roar. The beasts' screams and the dull thuds as they slammed the ground drowned out the sound of galloping hooves and breaking bone. Even the drunken enemy turned from the white spirits to stare at the ghastly spectacle. It was the last thing they saw. Men stumbled from their tents to watch without understanding what it was that was occurring before their eyes. Others wandered aimlessly, mugs in hand, as if at a fair, drunkenly looking from one side to another. There were so many, some had to wait a bit for their turn to die. Some were not drunk and saw not spirits, but men painted white. They saw an attack, and understood well-honed blades coming for them. A pocket of fierce counterattack was surrounded and broken, but not without cost. Kaylin rallied her men and drove her wedge of white steel deeper into the heart of the enemy's camp. She saw two men on huge draft horses. She couldn't see who they were. Having cut down all the horses they could find, take to charging down a line of tents, reaping havoc as well as helpless men. The chain caught something as solid as bedrock. It whipped the horses around into a brutal collision. The riders went down. Men with swords and axes swarmed over them. A man with sword to hand and sober, she was alarmed to note, appeared suddenly next to her leg. He looked up with a fierce glare. His sharp eyes made her feel suddenly nothing more than a naked woman sitting on a horse. He took all of her in.
What the?
A foot of steel erupted from his breastbone, driving a grunt from his lungs. "Mother Confessor!" The naked man behind yanked his sword free and pointed with it. "The command tents are over there." A movement to the other side caught her attention. With a backhanded swing, she caught the side of a stumbling drunk's neck. "Let's go, to the command tents, now!" Her men abandoned the enemy they were decimating to follow her, as she jumped Nick over men and fires and crumpled wagons. As they followed, they didn't stop to slaughter the confused, panicked, and drunken Daharans everywhere, but cut down those they could, if it didn't slow their pace. Where necessary, they engaged the sporadic resistance. The large command tents were surrounded by her white Galileans. They held a small group of about 15 men at sword point. Before them lay a neat row of at least 30 bodies on their backs in the snow. Others of her men were throwing battle standards and flags atop a large pile already smoldering and burning in the fire. Empty casks lay scattered in the snow. When their army had come under attack, the commanders had issued no orders. The army of the Imperial Order was without benefit of direction. Lieutenant Sloan pointed with his sword to the line of bodies. These officers were already dead. The poison did its work. These others were still alive, although not in the best of health. They were all lying about in their tents. We could hardly get them up. They asked us for rum, if you can believe it. We've held them, like you said. Kaylin surveyed the faces of the bodies in the snow. She didn't see what she wanted. She looked to the faces of the captured officers. He wasn't there either. She directed her confessor's face to a Celtish officer at the end of the line. "Where's Riggs?" He glared at her and then spat. Kaylin lifted her gaze to the man holding him. She drew her finger across her throat. He didn't hesitate. The officer went down in a heap. She looked to the next officer. "Where's Riggs?" His eyes darted about. "I don't know." Kaylin drew her finger across her throat. As he went down, she looked to the next man, a Daharan commander. "Where's Riggs?" His eyes were wide, but not at the two bleeding bodies beside him. His horror was for her, a spirit before him. He wet his lips. "He was hurt by the Mother Confessor. I mean, by you, before." His voice trembled. "When you were alive." "Where is he?" He winced, shaking his head vigorously. "I don't know, Great Spirit. He was hurt. His face was cut by the horse. He is being tended to by the surgeons. I don't know where their tents are." "Who knows where the surgeons' tents are?" Most trembled and shuddered as they shook their heads. Kaelin stepped her horse down the line of officers. She stopped before one she knew. General Karsh, I'm very pleased to see you again. Where's Riggs? Wouldn't tell you if I knew. He grinned as he leered up at her. You look better naked than I fancied. Why are you whoring with this lot? We could do you better than these boys. The man holding him twisted his arm until he cried out. Show respect for the Mother Confessor, you Celtish pig. Respect? For a whore holding a sword? Never. Kaelin leaned toward him. These boys have you under their blades. Every one is a better man than you, I would say. You wanted war, Karsh. You have your wish. You have war now. A real war, not a slaughter of women and children, but a war led by me, the Mother Confessor, a woman. War without quarter. She sat up straight in her saddle, letting his eyes linger on her breasts. I have a message, Karsh. A message for the Keeper. You will be with him presently. Tell him I said to make plenty of room. I'm sending all his disciples home. Her gaze swept down the line of men holding the officers. She drew her finger across her throat in a quick gesture. The response was just as quick. As the bodies tumbled forward, she cried out, her hand darting to her neck. A stinging pain jolted her. It was in the exact same place. It was the pain of Darken Ral's lips on her neck, the pain she had felt when he had come to them in the spirit house, when he had burned Richard with his hand, when he had kissed her neck and silently promised her unimaginable horrors. Men rushed forward. Mother Confessor, what is it? She took her hand away. Blood coated her white fingers. She couldn't say how she knew, but she knew without doubt that the blood was drawn by the perfect snow-white teeth of Darken Ral. Mother Confessor, there's blood on your neck. It's nothing. I'm all right. I must have just been nicked by an arrow, that's all. She gathered her wits and courage. Put the head of every officer on a pole for all their men to see, to let them know they are without leaders. And hurry. By the time the last dripping head was hoisted up, Daharans were pouring in from all sides. Most were drunk, laughing as if it were nothing more than a drunken brawl. But inefficient and clumsy as they were, their numbers were alarming. They were like a swarm of bees. For every one knocked down, 10 replaced him. Her men fought fiercely, but they were no match for the overwhelming numbers sweeping in. Men she had talked to, reassured, inspired, yelled at, and smiled to, were falling with cries of pain and terror. They had been here too long. Ahead, a pitched battle erupted. The Galeans were being driven back. If they were driven back, they had no chance of escape. They couldn't go back the way they had come, back to men who would have had time to have been sobered by the carnage around them, to gather their senses and their spirit. Without surprise, they were nothing but a bunch of naked boys and one woman. If they tried a second time what had worked once, they would all die. They had to cleave their way through the order to the other side of the valley. Daharans hacked in at the white forms. Her ankle was grasped by a powerful hand. She hewed it off and shook her foot to shed the disembodied hand. They were in danger of being swallowed into the belly of this beast. Disregarding the death cries of her men, disregarding her promise not to leave the protective ring of the fiercest Galean swordsmen, disregarding her promise not to deliberately put herself into peril, Kaelin charged Nick into the thick of the battle, and beyond, into the enemy. Her sword stabbed to each side, into any enemy, close enough. Teeth gritted, she swung at flesh and bone. Her wrist tingled from the jarring impacts, and her arm was so weary she feared she would not be able to lift the sword much longer. Frightened that she would be taken down, her men poured ahead toward her with renewed resolve. They drove the dark wave back, rolling over it as she urged her horse forward into the sea of dark leather uniforms. She stood in the stirrups, holding her sword high. For Epinicia! For her dead! For her spirit! It had the desired effect. Men of the Order who were confused by the white enemy but were nonetheless determined to crush them, whatever they were, stopped and stared openly at a white, naked woman atop a horse, suddenly in their midst. Their faith that the attack was from men and not spirits faltered. They gaped in open astonishment. She swept her gaze around at all the eyes peering up at her. She swung the white sword in a circle over her head as a breeze ruffled her white hair back off her shoulders. In the name of their spirits, I have come to avenge them. Leather-clad men fell to their knees, dropping their swords, pressing prayerful hands together. They held those hands up to her. They wailed for protection. They called for her mercy. They cried for forgiveness. Had they been sober, she wondered, would the illusion be so convincing? As it was, the effect was apocalyptic. "We grant no quarter." As all faces stared up toward her, as eyes shed tears of trepidation, weapons set upon them from behind, the sudden, violent, merciless wave of hard steel terrified them, convinced them that the spirits would have them all. They broke and ran, dropping weapons, screaming in fear of the underworld. They had done what they had come to do. Time was now against them. They needed to escape. They charged onward, a deadly swift river of white that poured over and around the tents and fires and wagons and men, surprising even more of the lethargic enemy, killing as many as they could while rolling ahead. White death moved into the mist once again. Kaelin glanced behind and saw the pairs of draft horses, their riders holding the chains up between them. She waved them into the stream of white, urging them to move faster. They started unhooking one end of the chains from the hame hooks and looping the chain over the horn on the other horse to give each horse freedom, now that they needed to make a quick escape. In the distance, in the fog to the right, she saw a line of picketed horses. She saw Bryn and Peter come together, snap the end of the chain over the other hook again, and urge Daisy and Pip into gallops. She thought to scream at them, to order them to keep with the others, that they couldn't hope to get them all, that they had done enough and must leave now, that it was too late. But she knew they wouldn't hear her. Bryn dropped the loops of chain. They spread the horses to pull the steel taut as they peeled away toward the picket line of horses. The hooves of the big horses thundered across the ground. She took a last look at Bryn and Peter, knowing it would be the last time she ever looked upon them in this world, and then turned her attention ahead. She pointed with her sword. "There are the rest of the supply wagons." The men knew what to do. As she charged the column past, the wagons were doused with lamp oil. Wheels were staved in and torches thrown. The wagons erupted in flame. More torches set fire to tents. The men, brought awake by the noise and fire, found blades sweeping at them. The fires faded into an orange glow in the mist behind as they plunged onward into the fog. Suddenly, they broke free of the camp and were in open snow. Now that they were away from the camp and its fires, the darkness pressed around them. The men in front faltered, looking about as they jogged. "Scouts forward!" she yelled. "Where are the scouts?" Two men charged through the ranks to the fore, pointing out the direction of the pass they sought. She looked for the others, turning from side to side. None came. She galloped Nick to the van, after the two scouts. "Where are the others? They were ordered to be in the lead." The round, wet eyes that looked up at her answered her question without words. "All right," she said. "You two know the way. Get us out of here." 50 men had scouted the pass they wanted. 50, to be sure. There would be a good number left to show the way. 2 were left. With a silent growl, she cursed the spirits. Shamefaced, she called the curse back. They had at least left her those 2. Without them, they would be left to wander in the fog, freezing and invincible to the men of the order chasing them. She pulled Nick to a halt beside the stream of naked men. She swooped her arm frantically. "Move, move, move! Run, curse you, run! They'll be on top of us!" The men on the draft horses, Bryn and Peter not among them, came abreast of her. "Drivers, watch for the scout ahead. He'll show you the stakes to follow." They nodded that they remembered. Men in Daharan uniforms with white cloth swatches sewn into their epaulets to show that they were in fact the Galilean men who had infiltrated the enemy camp in the uniforms of the sentries ran past. "Don't forget to pull up the stakes before you get up on the horses." They were to double or triple up on the draft horses and ride to one of the other small camps established around the enemy. Earlier in the day, they had made trails all over the valley so that without the sticks stuck in the snow to mark the proper trail, none would know the way to those camps. The trail through the snow from all the men on foot would be easy for the enemy to follow, but they had plans to take care of that. In the distance, back toward the order, she saw the rear guard engaged in a pitched battle. Lieutenant Sloan was supposed to keep that from happening and keep the rear moving. Cursing anew, she galloped her horse back. Without pause, she charged between the two forces, spun and charged through again, separating the two sides. The leather-clad Daharans fell back at the sight of the white spirit woman atop a white horse. She waded in among the Galileans. "What's the matter with you? You know the orders? Run or you won't make it!" The men started moving, trying to drag a body with them. "Where's Lieutenant Sloan? He's supposed to be back here." The men nodded to the body they were dragging. The side of the head was gone, and she could see the exposed brain. It was Lieutenant Sloane. The Daharans charged in again. She pulled the reins, and Nick reared. The Daharans fell back once more. "He's dead. Leave him. Run! Run, you idiots! If any of you stops again for anything, I'll make you fight the rest of this war naked. Now run!" This time they took off in earnest, kicking up snow, running for their lives. Again she swept past the line of drunken Daharans, causing them to stumble backward and fall over one another in panic. She had to stall these men to give her own time to gain enough of a lead. She ran Nick through the Daharans, trampling those who got in the way. The men scattered in momentary dread of the white spirit woman, some calling to the spirits for protection. But others came back swinging weapons. If they caught Nick's legs... She fought back with her sword and her warhorse as they closed around her. Her men were fading into the fog. "Run," she bid them, "run." She swung the sword at men who reached out. The next time she glanced back, she saw nothing but dark fog and mist. She was losing her sense of direction as she wheeled Nick around, charging at the men, trying to buy her own men the time they needed to escape. She tried to break away, but the enemy swarmed around her with more coming all the time. Some yelled at the others that she was just a woman and not a spirit, and that they weren't going to let a woman get away. She felt more naked than she had felt all night. Men threw themselves around Nick's legs, and although he reared and kicked them off, even more took their place, staggering the big horse with their weight. Kaelin hacked furiously at the men, shearing off arms, splitting skulls, and stabbing bodies. With a sea of men all around her, she suddenly realized that her situation was untenable. She knew that if they got her off her horse, she was finished, and her horse was being hobbled. Try as she might, she couldn't get the men away. For the first time that night, she truly feared she wasn't going to make it. She was going to die, here in the snow, in this mist-shrouded valley. She would never see Richard again. She felt an abrupt, icy pain in the bite on her neck, Darken Ral's bite. She thought she heard quiet laughter in the air. She slashed away at the men grabbing for her. Powerful fingers clutched her legs. The pain of those fingers urged her into frantic stabbing. Nick managed to spin, the men's feet flying outward, but they held on tight. She slashed and hacked the arms. More caught hold of her horse's bit, taking control from her. A horse was valuable plunder, and they didn't want it killed as long as they thought they were in control of the situation. A big soldier grabbed the horn of her saddle, dragging himself up. "Don't kill her! It's the murder confessor! Don't kill her! She must be alive when she's beheaded!" She slashed the side of his neck. A fountain of hot blood gushed across her thigh. Another yelled, "Don't kill her! Bring the bitch down!" A cheer went up from the reaching men. She swung at the grasping hands. Fingers raked her legs. Eyes all around leered up at her. She slashed wildly as Nick stumbled sideways, trying to pull his head free, but the men held his bit tight. A man leapt up from behind and snatched her by the hair. She let out a cry as he yanked her backward off the saddle. Hands grappled her as she tumbled to the ground. Everyone went down in a pile under her. Big hands seized her by her legs, her waist, her ankles, and her breasts. Fingers wrapped around the blade, trying to wrench it from her. She twisted the hilt, severing the fingers. She swung and stabbed ferociously. Bodies pressed her to the cold ground, pressed the wind from her lungs. She bit the fingers covering her mouth. A huge fist struck her across the jaw. They finally seized her flailing arms. There were too many. "Dear Richard, I love you." Chapter 45. Kaelin struggled to draw a breath, but with the weight of men on her, she couldn't. Tears stung her eyes. More men piled on. A beefy elbow in her middle pressed into her, feeling as if it would squash her in two. Drunken breath bathed her face. Her vision dwindled to a small spot. Everything around the center was going black, and the center was shrinking. She swallowed a mouthful of blood, her own. She heard what sounded like the distant rumble of thunder. At first, she could only feel the vibration in her back against the ground. But then the sound swelled, growing louder, sharper. The screams of men reached her ears. Some of the men over her looked up. Their weight lifted a bit, and she sucked air into her lungs. It was the sweetest breath she had ever drawn. As the giant of a man atop her, the one who had struck her face, turned to the sound of thunder, turned his fierce eye from her, she saw that his other had a scar across it and down his cheek. The empty eye was sewn shut. Somehow, her left hand squirmed free. She seized his throat. She heard a metallic rattle. The thunder, she suddenly realized, was horses' hooves. Erupting out of the fog, Bryn and Peter, atop Daisy and Pip, galloped at a full charge down the line of Daharans, mowing them down with the chain. They raced toward her like a landslide felling trees. The men stared in frozen shock. Kalen's fingers clutched around the one-eyed man's throat. And then she released her power. The magic slammed into him. Thunder without sound rattled all the chainmail. The staggering jolt made the men flinch back. They all cried out with the pain of being so close as the magic was loosed. A ring of snow lifted, sweeping outward in a circle. Nick was standing over her, and he jumped with the pain, too. His hind leg came down on a man's head right next to her ear. Bone crunched under the weight. Hot blood and gore splattered the side of her face. The one eye of the man above her gaped at her.
"Mistress," he whispered, "please command me."
"Protect me!" she screamed. He sat up abruptly, his massive muscles bulging. He held the hair of a man in each fist. He tossed them back as if they were mere children. Her sword arm was free. She swung at a man to the other side, the blade ruining his face. The one-eyed man roared as he tossed men aside. The draft horses rushed onward at a full charge. She was free of the hands. She leaped to her feet. The chain was almost upon them. "Help me up on my horse." The one-eyed man grabbed her ankle in his big fist, and with one arm boosted her up into the saddle. Somehow she still had the sword in her hand. She leaned forward and swung it at the man holding the bit, holding his prize. The sword's tip sliced open the side of his face and half the length of his arm. He staggered back with a shriek. She snatched up the reins. The one-eyed man bellowed as he lopped off heads and ripped open chests with his huge war axe.
"Go, mistress. Escape. Orsk will protect you."
"I'm going. Run, Orsk. Don't let them get you." The Daharans abandoned her and her horse to turn to the new threats, Orsk and the chain. She thumped Nick's ribs with her heels, urging him into a gallop just as Bryn and Peter caught up with her. She stuffed her bare feet into the stirrups as the three of them raced away. She spotted the trail that hundreds of feet had left in the snow and followed it across the valley into the mist, leaving the men of the Army of the Order to collect their wits. It took them mere seconds. They charged after her. There were more than enough still alive. Thousands. Peter unhooked the chain that must have broken hundreds of bones and necks. The end of the chain bounced behind. Bryn's bony fingers drew in the dragging slack and coiled it over the hame. As she galloped into the night, she thought she could hear the sound of soft laughter fading behind. She shivered with the memory of the kiss Darken Rahl had left on her neck. She felt suddenly very naked again. Though the mist was icy cold, feeling like sparkling flecks all over her, she was sweating. Blood ran from her swollen lip. "I never thought I would see you two again," she yelled over the sound of hooves. Bryn and Peter, in their two big coats, grinned in the darkness. "We told you we could do the job," Bryn said. She smiled for the first time that night. "You two are a marvel." She just caught sight of the hindquarters of the other draft horses disappearing into the fog. She pointed. "There are your men. Good luck." With a wave, they turned away from her. She galloped on alone, and a short distance later caught up with the men on foot. She first saw only one. He had a horrific gash on his leg and had fallen far behind. She knew she should leave him. She knew she should. The Daharans were right behind. As she rode up to him, he turned his head up as he struggled through the snow. He knew she had to leave him. Those were the orders, her orders. Keep up or be left behind, no exceptions. As she rode by, she leaned over, extending her arm down. They clasped wrists, and she yanked him up behind her. "Hold on, soldier." He held his arms out, trying to balance as the horse ran, afraid to touch her. "But where?" "Around my waist. Put your arms around my waist." He still held his arms out as he bounced. "But haven't you ever put your arms around a woman before?" "Yes, but she had clothes on," he whined. "Do it or you'll fall off, and I'm not coming back for you." Reluctantly, carefully, he put his arms around her waist, stiffly trying to keep them away from anything important or unfamiliarly exotic. Kalen gave the back of his hands a pat of reassurance. "When you brag about this, don't make it more than it is." He let out a small, worried groan that made her smile. As they rode on, she could feel his warm blood running down the back of her leg, dripping from her toes in the stirrup. She could hear the shouts of the enemy chasing behind. He was losing a lot of blood. In exhaustion, he laid his head against the back of her shoulder. If they didn't tie his wound closed, he would bleed to death in short order. She was naked and had nothing to use as a bandage, even if they had the time to stop. "Hold the wound closed with a hand," she said. "Clamp it closed as tight as you can, and hold fast to me with your other arm. I don't want you falling off." He took one arm from her waist and held the gash closed as she rode right on the heels of the men at the end of the line. They were cold and fatigued. The men of the order were not far behind. As she looked back, they came into sight. She was shocked by the numbers. They hooted and hollered. "Run! Run, or we will be caught!" A wall of rock with scraggly trees growing from cracks and clefts loomed up before them. The men ran up the narrow pass as if their lives depended on it. And they did. As they began to climb up the rift, she rang the flat of her sword 3 times on the rock, giving the signal. A man ahead turned as he ran. "We're not there yet. It's too soon. We'll be caught along with the enemy." "Then you better run faster. If we wait too long, they will get through too." She rapped the rock wall 3 more times, the ringing sound carrying into the dark, damp air. She hoped it would work. There, of course, had been no way to perform a test. The men ahead scrambled up the trail. Nick's hooves slipped in places on the snow-covered rock. At first, she could only feel it, a rumbling deep in her chest, too low to hear, but too powerful not to be felt. She looked up along the mist-slicked rock that disappeared above into the darkened fog. She couldn't see it yet, but she could feel it. She hoped the man was wrong, that it wouldn't be too soon. When she heard the battle cries of the men coming from behind, she knew they had no choice. And then she could hear it, a booming roar, as if the ground itself were moving. She could hear tree trunks snapping. The thundering growl reverberated off the surrounding mountain walls. The ground vibrated. "Run! Can't you run any faster? Do you want to be buried alive? Run!" She knew they were going as fast as they could, but they were on foot, and from atop her horse it seemed painfully slow, deadly slow. Overhead, the rumbling roar grew louder as uncountable tons of snow crashed down toward them. She was thrilled that the men on top had been successful in starting an avalanche on command, but she was also terrified that she had given the command too soon. A lump of wet snow slapped her face, another smacked her shoulder. Little clods rattled through the trees above them and bounced out over the edge. A cloud of fluffy snow misted her face. The roar was deafening. A flow of thundering white sluiced over the ledge above. They drove through it, like running through a waterfall. Behind her, a tree trunk bounced on the trail, spitting out over the precipice. They just cleared the leading edge of the bulk of snow. The men of the Imperial Order behind were not so lucky. The plunging snow, charged with timber and boulders, cascaded down with ever-gathering power. They were swept away in the tumbling white death. The fury of sound muffled the screams of men it carried away, rolling them into the pounding slide, burying them alive. Kalin sagged with relief. They could not be followed now. The pass was entombed. The panting men slowed, but they couldn't slow too much or they would freeze. Their pace kept them warm. Their feet, she knew, despite being wrapped in white cloth for a little protection, were not warm. They had given her their best effort. They had given the Midlands their best effort. Many had given their lives. Kalin was so exhausted from lack of sleep, as well as the fatigue of battle, along with the emotional drain of fright, and the effort required to use her power, that she could hardly stay upright. Soon, she told herself, she could rest. Soon. She patted the hand on her stomach. "We made it, soldier. We're safe now." "Yes, Mother Confessor," he whispered groggily. "Mother Confessor, I'm sorry." "For what?" "I only killed 17. I'm sorry. I promised myself I'd get 20. I only got 17, he mumbled. "I know heroes of battle, decorated men, who have not bested half that number in combat. You have made me proud. You have made the Midlands proud. Feel only pride, soldier." He mumbled something she couldn't understand. She patted his hand again. "You'll be to help soon. Hold on. You'll be fine." He didn't answer. She looked behind down the trail and saw only white and heard only silence. In the distant dark mountains, a wolf yipped. A short time later, on a high plateau, they reached the camp. The men ahead in the line were already wrapped in blankets as they shivered around fires, warming their feet. Some were pulling on their clothes under the blankets. More men threw blankets around the men coming in ahead of her and tended the wounded. Some of the wounded were groaning in pain, feeling it for the first time now that the heady furor of combat and escape had evaporated. She began to feel a throbbing in her lip. In the flickering light of small fires, she could see Pryndon and Tosidon some distance away, running around, searching the new arrivals. When they saw her on the horse, they both sighed with relief, giving her twin smiles. Captain Ryan, dressed in a Daharan uniform and with a bandage around his left hand, ran over. Other men took the reins, and yet others extended their hands to take the man behind her, as she held him by an elbow, lowering the limp form down. Pryndon ran to meet her, her mantle in hand. He stood, holding it open for her, waiting for her to dismount so he could put it around her shoulders. He grinned at her. Without moving from the saddle, she slowly extended her hand. "I have had enough eyes on my flesh to last me the rest of my life. Throw it up here." Pryndon shrugged self-consciously and tossed the mantle up to her. Tosidon swatted the back of his brother's head. Silence fell over the gathered men. They all looked away in embarrassment as she put the mantle around her shoulders and tied it. She slid down, finding her legs barely up to the task of holding her. She used the sword, still in her hand, as a cane. She had to pause a moment until everything stopped spinning. She glanced to the man lying in the snow at her feet. "Why isn't someone helping this man? Don't just stand there, help him." No one moved. "I said help him." Captain Ryan stepped closer to her. He kept his eyes on the ground. "I'm sorry, Mother Confessor. He's dead." Her hand tightened into a fist. "He's not dead. I was just talking to him." No one moved. She beat her free fist against his chest. "He's not dead. He's not." Everyone looked away. No one said anything. She finally glanced at the men around the small fires, at all the hanging heads. Her hand fell to her side. "He killed 17 of them," she said to Captain Ryan. "He killed 17 of them," she said louder to the rest of them. Captain Ryan nodded. "He did well. We are all proud of him." She watched the faces as they all finally came up. "Forgive me, all of you. Please forgive me. You have all done a good job." The fury had gone out of her. "You have all made me proud. You are heroes in my eyes and in the eyes of the Midlands." The men brightened a bit. Some went back to eating, while others started passing around tin bowls and spooned beans from pots on the fires. Some tore off chunks of flat camp bread to dunk in the beans. "Where's Chandalen?" she asked, as she pushed her feet into the boots Tosidon handed her. "He went with the archers. I imagine that he's probably shooting arrows into Daharans right now." Captain Ryan leaned toward her as the brothers moved away and lowered his voice. "I'm glad these three are on our side. You should have seen them taking out the sentries. Pryndon especially is like death itself with that Troga of his. It was eerie the way they were first here and then over there, and you never even saw them move. I never heard a thing. They just appeared with the sentries' uniforms. You should see them do that out in the open grassland, in broad daylight." Kaelin looked him up and down. She managed a small smile. "Quite handsome. You wear it well." He pulled at his shoulder. "I don't know how they wear this heavy mail all the time." He fingered a slash in the leather. "But I was glad to have it on." "How did everything go? How many men did you lose?" "We got nearly everything we went after. In these uniforms, we didn't have to do much fighting. Hardly anyone noticed us, except the ones we killed. We only lost a few men." He glanced back over his shoulder. "Looks like you caught the worst of it. I took a rough count as you came in. We lost close to 400 of the 1,000 swordsmen who went in." She stared past him at the men around the fires. "We came close to losing them all." She brought her attention back to the captain. "But they did themselves proud. The drivers, too." He cradled his bandaged hand. "From the ones I talked to, I don't think many took less than 10 of the enemy, and many took a lot more. We took quite a chunk out of the Order's hide." Kaelin swallowed. "They took quite a chunk out of ours." "Did the men do like I told them?" he asked. "Did they keep any trouble away from you?" "They kept the enemy so far from me I couldn't tell you what they looked like. I'm afraid I wasn't able to add much honor to your sword, though it was a comfort to have along. I pray you will at least be honored that I carried it in battle." He frowned, leaning to the side, trying to get a better look at her face in the firelight. "Your lip looks cut." He glanced at her war horse as the men were taking the tack off. "That horse is covered in blood." "You're covered in blood, too, aren't you?" It was an accusation, not a question. Kalen stared off at a fire. Some drunk threw something at me. It cut my lip. That wounded soldier I was bringing in bled to death on my horse and on me. Her eyes drifted among the young faces around fires. I wish I could have done half as well as they. They were magnificent. He grunted suspiciously. I'm just relieved to see you. Is everything else in order? The archers, the cavalry? We must make the best use of our opportunity while they're drunk and sick with the poison. We must make the most of this weather, too. We can't let up for a moment. One lightning strike after another. No engagement. Glancing attacks always from a different place. They all know their jobs and are waiting their turn. The archers should be finished soon, then the cavalry, then the pikemen. We're ready for their sentries when they send them out. Our men will sleep in turns, but from now on the Imperial Order will get no sleep. Good. These men need rest. In the morning it will be their turn again. She lifted a finger to the captain. Remember the most important thing, she quoted her father. The weapon that most readily conquers reason is terror and violence. Don't forget that. It's the tool they use, and now we must turn it on them. Pryndon came back into the firelight. Mother Confessor, my brother and I made you a shelter while we waited for your return. We have your clothes there, and hot water, so you may wash yourself if you wish. She tried not to show how eager she was to wash off the reek of war. Thank you, Pryndon. He held his arm out, showing her the way to the small clearing. The brothers had built a roomy shelter of balsam boughs, covered over with snow. She crawled through the low opening to find candles inside. The snowy ground was covered with a mat of boughs, too, giving the shelter the pleasant aroma of balsam. A steaming bucket of water had just been set next to hot rocks placed in the center. She warmed her fingers over the rocks. The brothers had made her a warm and snug home for the night. She could have wept at their thoughtfulness. Her pack was there, and her clothes folded in a neat pile. Kalen took off her necklace, the one Addie had given her, the one with the round bone. It was the only thing she had worn into battle. She clutched it to her cheek a moment before she washed it. It reminded her of the one her mother had given her. She dunked her whole head in the bucket, washed her hair, and then methodically washed the rest of herself. It was only a sponge bath, but it still felt wonderful to wash off the blood and the feel of the hands. She had to force herself to think of other things as she washed, to keep from being sick. She thought of Richard, thought of his boyish smile that never failed to make her grin, thought of his gray eyes that could look right into her. When she finished washing, she lay down drying her hair on the rocks. She desperately needed sleep. She still hadn't recovered her confessor's power since using it on the one-eyed man, Orsk. She could feel the emptiness in the pit of her stomach, a hollow where the power belonged. It would be a while longer until it was restored. She wouldn't be able to shake the sick, dizzy exhaustion, though, until she had sleep. She longed to lie down in her bedroll and sleep. It had been so long, and she was so sleepy, but she couldn't. Not yet. She put the necklace back over her head and then laboriously pulled on her clothes. From her pack, she recovered an unguent and spread it on her cut lip. When she replaced it, she saw the bone knife Chandalin had given her and tied it around her arm again. She was so tired she could hardly force herself up, but she had something to do before she slept. She had to be with her men. She wouldn't let them think she didn't hold their interest highest in her heart. They had offered their lives. The least she could do was show her appreciation on behalf of the Midlands. Clean, her long hair full and shiny once more, and dressed at last in layers of warm clothes and her mantle, she wound her way among the campfires. She listened with serious attention to the babbling stories of some and the quiet, brief words of others. She spoke with all who had questions, gave smiles of reassurance, and let them all know how proud she was of what they had done. She knelt by the wounded, checking to see if they were warm enough, and laid a hand to their cheeks, giving comfort, and wished them good health and quick healing. She, too, felt relief when they were calmed by her touch. At a fire surrounded by 10 silent soldiers, one young man was trembling, but she didn't think it was from the cold. How are you doing? Are you all right? Are you getting warm? Her presence surprised and brightened him. Yes, Mother Confessor. A racking shiver rattled his teeth. I never thought it would be like that. He composed himself and indicated the others. These are my friends. 6 didn't come back. She held her mantle closed with one hand and brushed the hair back off his forehead with the other. I'm sorry. I, too, grieve for them. I just wanted you men to know that you made me proud. You were as brave as any soldiers I've ever seen." He chuckled nervously. "We'd all be dead if it wasn't for you. We were being driven back, hacked to pieces, and then you charged right into the enemy, all by yourself. They all turned their attention to you, and then while they were confused, we counterattacked. What you did saved us." He shook his head. "I wish I had killed half as many men tonight as I saw you kill." They all nodded their earnest agreement. He brushed trembling fingers across his face. "Thank you, Mother Confessor. If it weren't for what you did, we would all be dead too." He gave her a twitch of a smile. "If I had the choice, I'd choose to follow you into battle over Prince Harold himself." "Pretty good with a sword, is she?" She started at the voice. The soldier turned to see Captain Ryan standing behind her. "I think she could teach us swordsmen a thing or two. You wouldn't believe what she..." Kalen patted his shoulder. "Have you had something to eat?" He pointed to the pot of beans on the fire. "Would you share some with us, Mother Confessor?" She almost lost control of her queasy stomach. "You men eat. You need the strength. Thank you for the offer, but I must first see to the others." Captain Ryan followed her away. "I had thought you might have some trouble handling a sword. The men who unsaddled your horse told me they found dismembered hands and fingers caught in the girth strap and a few other places." Kalen smiled at men she passed. They lifted a hand or bowed their heads in greeting. "Have you forgotten who my father was? He taught me the use of a sword." "Mother Confessor, that doesn't mean..." "Lieutenant Sloan was killed." He fell silent a moment. "I know, they told me." He put a hand under her arm when she stumbled. "You don't look so good. Some of those men who were poisoned look better than you." "It's just that I haven't slept for so long." She didn't tell him that she had also used her power again. "I'm dead tired." Back outside her shelter, Tosidin offered her a bowl of beans. Her fingers covered her mouth as her eyes winced closed. She thought she might faint at the sight and smell of food. Tosidin seemed to understand and took it away. Pryndon put a hand under her other arm. "Mother Confessor, you must eat, but you need rest even more." She nodded her agreement. "I made you some tea. I thought it might be a comfort." He pointed with his chin to the shelter. "It is inside." "Yes, tea might help settle my stomach." She gave the captain's arm a squeeze. "Wake me in the morning when it's time for the next attack. I'll go with the men." "If you're rested enough. Only if." She cut him off with a look. "Yes, Mother Confessor, I'll wake you myself." Inside the cozy shelter, she sipped the hot tea and shook. Her head was spinning. She could only take a few swallows before she fell into the bedroll. She would be better, she told herself, when she was rested. She could feel her power coming to life at last, swelling with its familiar force within her chest. She curled up under her fur mantle, thinking of the 1,000 things that needed to be tended to. She worried about the men who were at that moment attacking, and the ones who would go next. She fretted for them all. They were so young. She worried about what she had started. War. But she hadn't started it. She had only refused to abandon the lives of innocent people to a sure death. She'd had no choice. As the Mother Confessor, she had a responsibility to the people of the Midlands. If the Imperial Order wasn't stopped, untold thousands would die at their hands, and those who lived would live as slaves to the Order. She thought about the young women at the palace in Ebenicia. Their faces floated and spun through her mind's eye. She was too weary to weep for them. When they were avenged, there would be time enough to weep. She seethed with a lust for vengeance. She resolved that she would hound the army of the Imperial Order to their graves. In the morning, she would once more lead her men against the enemy. She would see it through. She would see those girls and all the others avenged. If the Imperial Order wasn't stopped, not only would innocent people be slaughtered, but all magic, good and bad, all the creatures of magic would perish. Richard had magic. Her mind drifted to Richard, and then she did weep. Weep in the hope that he would not hate her for what she had done. She prayed that he would be able to understand and forgive her. She had done the best for him, to save the living. Her tears slowed, finally sobbing to a stop. Her thoughts of Richard swept the jumbled, tangled, flashing images from her head. Her mind focused, for the first time in days, it seemed, on things other than fighting and killing. Focused on who she was, who Richard was. focused on important matters floating in the fog at the back of her awareness. Thinking about Richard brought back to her the things that were important, but which she seemed to have forgotten. There were things other than the order that were important, very important. It seemed as if this war had distracted her from higher imperatives, from those important matters. She thought about Darken Rahl. Darken Rahl had marked Richard. The Sisters of the Light had taken him. She was supposed to be going to Adendril to help Richard, to get Zed to help Richard. Richard had to stop the Keeper. Kaelin frowned in the darkness under her mantle. The veil to the underworld was still torn. She shouldn't be running around swinging a sword at D'Haran troops. She remembered Darken Rahl's laughter. She touched her neck and felt the swollen, broken skin. It had been real. He had laughed at how foolish she was. Kaelin sat up. What was she doing? She had to help stop the Keeper. Shota had said the veil was torn. So had Darken Rahl and Denna. Kaelin had seen a Skreeling, a creature straight from the underworld. She had spoken with Denna. Denna had taken Richard's place with the Keeper so that he could live to repair the tear in the veil. Kaelin was supposed to be going to Zed. She shouldn't be running around playing at soldier. But if the Imperial Order wasn't stopped, but if the veil was torn, she had to get to Adendril. She had to get to Zed. These men could fight a war without her. That was their job. She was the Mother Confessor. She shouldn't be running around foolishly risking her life when the Midlands, the world of the living, was in danger. That was what Darken Rahl was laughing at, her foolishness. She picked up the cup of tea Pryndon had made for her and held it in her hands, letting it warm her fingers. She was the leader of the Midlands and had to act like a leader and tend to the most important things above all else, to the things that she and only she could do. She downed the rest of the tea, making a face at the bitter taste. Kaelin lay down again, holding the teacup on her stomach. The faces of the dead women again floated before her eyes. The weapon that most readily conquers reason is terror and violence. That was what the enemy had done to her. The horror of what they had done had conquered her reason. That very day, she and her men could have been lost if the scouts had all been killed. Without those guides, they would have been lost and invincible to the enemy. That was what she was, a guide. She was a guide to the Midlands. She belonged in Adendril, guiding the council, pulling everyone together against the threat. Without that guidance, they would be ignorant and lost in the fog of what was happening. She was also Richard's guide for the help he needed. It was up to her to get Zed's help. Without that guidance, Richard and all the living were lost. She sat up, staring into the candle flame. No wonder Darken Rahl had been laughing at her. She had been letting the enemy conquer her reason. She had almost been diverted from her duties and given the Keeper time to work his plans. She knew now what she had to do. She had done enough to get these men started, had shown them their responsibility and how to carry it out. Now they had the knowledge they needed to conquer the enemy. What she had done was right, but now they had their jobs, and she had hers. This army knew what to do now. She had to get to Adendril. Having decided, it felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her, but at the same time she felt infused with purpose. Richard, even though he wasn't with her, had helped her find the truth in all the confusion and helped her to see her true duty. She looked in the teacup, but she had drunk the tea and the cup was empty. Her head felt fuzzy. Her eyes wouldn't stay open. She was so tired she could no longer sit up. As she flopped back down, she wondered what Richard was doing, where he was. Probably with the sisters, learning how to control the gift. She prayed to the good spirits that they would help him realize how much she loved him. Her arm, suddenly too heavy to hold up, fell to the side, and the cup rolled away. Sleep was as dreamless as death. Chapter 46. She plunged into a void, a wasteland of brutal blackness, bereft of all sense of time or awareness of place. She was lost to the world. The dark deprivation was beyond understanding or comfort. Drifting in the depths of that void, she felt something. That there was something to feel sparked hope in her, hope of escape from this forsaken nowhere. With that tingling of sense, she snatched desperately at substance, as if clutching a rock in a vast, dark river. Trying to fight back from the suffocating darkness brought sensation to her body. She floated back, her head throbbing with a dull ache, and numbly she tried to understand what it was that was happening to her. Someone called to her. Mother Confessor, they called. No, that wasn't her name. It came to her. Kaylin. That was her name. Hands shook her. Someone was calling to her and shaking her. She returned from a great distance. Kaylin's eyes opened and the world spun. Captain Ryan was gripping her shoulders, shaking her, calling to her. She drew a deep breath of cold air into her lungs. She twisted her arms away from him, but then had to put her hands back on the ground for support. Concern creased his features. Mother Confessor, are you all right? She looked about. Tosidin was there, too. She sat up the rest of the way and put her cold fingers to her forehead. My head. What time is it? It will be light soon. With a look of concern, he glanced back over his shoulder at Tosidin. We came to wake you, as you told me to. The swordsmen are ready to go. Kaylin pushed her mantle off. I'll be ready in a moment, and we can... She remembered her decision to get to Aidendril. She had to get to Zed. She had to get help for Richard. If it was true that the veil was torn. Mother Confessor, you don't look well. You've been through a lot. You hadn't slept in days, and you've only just gotten a few hours of sleep. I think you need more. Yes, she did. Though she could feel that her power was back, she definitely did not feel recovered. She put a hand on his arm. Captain, I must leave for Aidendril. I must. He gave her a little smile. You rest. You're not rested enough for travel. Stay here and rest. When we get back, you'll be rested and you can leave. She nodded, still clutching his sleeve for support. Yes, and then I must leave. I thought about it last night. I must get to Aidendril. I'll rest until you get back, but then I must leave. She looked about. Only Tosidin was there with the captain. Where's Chandalin and Pryndon? My brother went to check on their sentries to make sure that they didn't place any, Tosidin said, so that our attack will be without warning. Chandalin is attacking with the pikemen, Captain Ryan said. I'm to meet him with the swordsmen for the next attack. Kaylin comforted her sore lip. Tosidin, tell Chandalin that when your attack is finished, we must leave. You three be careful. You must get me to Aidendril. She could hardly keep her eyes open. She could hardly bring forth the energy to speak. She knew she wasn't able to travel yet. I'll rest until you return. Captain Ryan sighed with relief that she wasn't going with them, that she would be safe here. I'll leave some men to stand guard while you rest. She gestured with her hand. This camp is well hidden. I'm safe up here. He leaned forward insistently. 10 or 12 men are not going to make any difference to us. And I would be better able to put my mind to our task if I'm not worrying about you all alone back here. She didn't have the energy to argue. All right. She flopped back down. With a troubled frown, Tosidin pulled the mantle up over her. She was sinking back into the blackness as the two of them crawled out the opening. She tried to keep herself from going into that unfeeling place, but she was helplessly swept away. The crushing weight of the void closed in around her. She tried to escape its grasp, tried to come back up, but the darkness was too thick, like being encased in mud. She was trapped, still being sucked deeper. She felt a surge of panic. She tried to think, but could not form thoughts into coherent concepts. She had the sense that something was wrong, but could not bring her mind to bear on the solution. This time, instead of surrendering, she focused all her strength on thoughts of Richard, on her need to help him, and the darkness then was not a total void. She had an inkling of time, sensing its incremental passing. She felt as if she were sleeping her whole lifetime away, as she tenaciously kept Richard in her thoughts. Her concern for him and her anxiety over the strangeness of the depthless sleep let her slowly, methodically claw her way back. Yet it seemed to take hours. With a desperate gasp, she came awake. Her head swirled with a throbbing ache. Her whole body tingled with sharp little pricks of pain. She laboriously pushed herself up to sit, staring about her dark shelter. The candle was burned almost all the way down. Quiet hummed in her ears. She thought maybe she needed cold air to wake up. Her arms and legs felt thick and heavy as she crawled through the opening of the shelter. Outside it was dusk. She looked up at the first stars winking through the trees. Her breath fogged before her face as she stood on wobbly legs. Kaylin took a step and promptly tripped over something, falling on her face in the snow. Her cheek still against the ground, she opened her eyes. Inches away, glassy eyes were staring at her. The side of a young man's face was lying against the snow close to hers. It was his leg she had tripped over. It felt as if her bones wanted to leap out of her skin and run. His throat was gaping open, his neck nearly sliced in two, letting his head bend back from his body at an impossible angle. She could see the opening of his severed windpipe. Clotted blood covered snow. A bloom of bile rose up into her throat. She swallowed, forcing it back down. Slowly lifting her head, she saw the dark forms of other bodies. They were all Galean. Every sword still rested in its scabbard. They had died without the chance to fight back. Kaylin's legs tensed, wanting to run, but she strained to be still. In the dull fog of the half-sleep she couldn't throw off, she struggled to think. Her mind seemed to be mired in a dreamlike stupor, unable to concentrate. Someone had killed these men, and could still be around. She somehow had to force herself to think. She touched her fingers to the dead soldier's hand. It was still warm. This must have just happened. Maybe that was what had wakened her. She peered up among the trees. Men moved in the shadows. They had seen her, and were moving into the clearing around her. They laughed and hooted as they came forward, and she saw who they were, close to a dozen Daharans and a couple of Keltons, men of the Imperial Order. With a gasp, Kaylin sprang to her feet. One man, the one closest, had a puffy red wound down the left side of his face, from his temple to his jaw, where Nick's hoof had caught him. Ragged stitches held the black and red flesh closed. He gave a sneering smile with the good side of his mouth. It was General Riggs. "Well, well, I have found you at last, confessor." Kaylin flinched with the rest of the men when a dark form, screaming a battle cry, crashed through the underbrush. As the men turned, Kaylin bolted the other way. Before she turned, she had seen the fading light glint off a huge war axe. The crescent-shaped blade struck down two men in one swing. It was Orsk. He must have been searching for her, too, so he could protect her. One touched by a confessor never gave up. Her legs felt thick and tingled as if she had slept on them, but she ran as hard as she could. Yelling and screaming erupted behind her. Steel rang against steel. Orsk roared as he tore into the men after her. Spruce branches slapped her face as she staggered through the trees. Dead limbs and brush snagged her pants and shirt. Dizzy, she stumbled through the drifts. Snow splashed against her face as she crashed through drooping boughs. She couldn't make her legs run fast enough. The man on her heels grunted as he dove for her. His arms snared her legs and she went down hard. She spit snow out as she kicked and struggled to get away. The man clawed his way up her legs, grabbing hold of her belt and throwing himself on top of her. The red face with the angry wound down one side hovered right over hers. In triumph, he grinned wickedly. Back through the trees, she could hear the sounds of furious battle. She and Riggs were alone as she struggled to squirm away. One fist grabbed her hair and held her head to the ground. The other fist punched her in the side, knocking the wind from her lungs. He hit her again. Nausea swept through her in a hot wave as she fought to get her breath. "I've got you now, confessor. You'll not get away again. You may as well resign yourself to it." He was alone. What was he thinking? She slapped a hand to his chest. It seemed a puzzle to her that a lone man would think he could take a confessor. "You have no one, Riggs," she managed to say under the weight of him. "You've lost. You are mine." "I don't think so," he sneered. "He said you can't use your power now." He lifted her head and thumped it against the ground. Her vision blurred. She tried to concentrate on what she needed to do. He lifted her head again to bang it against the ground. Though she was bewildered by what he had said, she had to do it now before he knocked her unconscious, before it was too late. Now, when time was hers. In the silence of her mind, as he lifted her head, she let her confessor's power sweep through her. She released her restraint. There was thunder with no sound. The impact of power, of magic, made Riggs flinch. Tree branches all around shook with the jolt. Snow dropped down, splattering on his back and her face. His eyes went wide, his jaw slack. "Mistress,"
command me."
With the last of her strength, she managed to ask, "Who told you my power couldn't harm you?"
"Mistress, it was..." The bloody point of an arrow exploded from the prominence on the fore of his throat. The broad steel point stopped a scant inch from her chin. His eyes teared as his mouth moved and blood frothed, but no words came forth. As his breath rattled from his lungs, he began slumping onto her. A fist gripped the shoulder of his uniform and pulled Riggs away. At first, she thought it would be Orsk, but it wasn't.
"Mother Confessor,"
a worried Pryndin peered down at her.
"Are you hurt? Did he hurt you?"
He hastily rolled the general off her and offered his hand to help her up as his eyes glided down the length of her lying on the snow. She stared up at him, but didn't take his hand. Using her power had left her exhausted and limp as never before. His customary grin spread on his face as he shouldered his bow.
"I can see you are not hurt. You look very fine."
"You didn't need to kill him. I had already used my power on him. He was mine. He was just about to tell me who it was that said I could not harm..." Her whole body tingled with apprehension at the way his eyes took her in. His familiar grin ran a cold shiver up her arms and the back of her neck, making the fine hairs stand stiffly out. Orsk crashed through the trees. "Mistress, are you safe?" She could hear others coming in the woods behind him. She heard Chandalin's voice. Pryndin swiftly knocked an arrow. Orsk lifted his axe with one big fist. "Pryndin, no! Don't hurt him!" Pryndin drew his bow. "Orsk, run!" The big man spun without question and darted back into the brush. An arrow followed him in. She heard the arrow strike something solid. She could hear Orsk stumble through the barren undergrowth, breaking branches and saplings. The snapping of twigs died out, and then she heard him hit the ground. She tried to stand, but feebly fell back. It felt as if she had no bones, and her muscles were melting. Her strength was gone. The blackness was trying to suck her back in. Pryndin turned his grin back to her as he shouldered his bow once more. Kaelin strained to bring forth the strength to speak. It came in a breathy whisper. "Pryndin, why did you do that?" He shrugged.
"So we can be alone."
His smile widened.
"Before they chop off your head."
Pryndin had told Riggs her power wouldn't hurt him, so she would expend it on him and would have nothing left. Her legs trembled with the effort of trying to lift herself. She fell back again as he watched. A voice came through the trees. It was a breathless Chandalin calling to her. In another direction she heard Tosidin calling. She tried to scream to them. Only a weak, hoarse complaint came from her throat. Darkness pressed into her. Maybe she was still asleep, she thought. She could hardly speak, hardly move, just like a nightmare. She wished it were, but she knew it was no dream. Pryndin turned to the insistent calls. Kaelin dug her heels into the snow, and with a mighty effort managed to scoot herself back. Her hand fell on a stout maple limb lying on the ground. Pryndin rushed to her. She focused all her fear, her dread, her pain and horror at what was happening into action. It took everything she had. Pryndin reached for her. Kaelin came up swinging the stout limb. Pryndin ducked and snatched her would-be club, wrenching it from her grip. He spun her to him and curled his arm around her head over her mouth as she tried to warn Chandalin. Though he wasn't big, she knew Pryndin to be incredibly strong, but in her present state, even a child could have had his way with her. Chandalin ran up behind them, a knife in hand. Kaelin bit into Pryndin's arm. She cried out as Pryndin spun with impossible speed and strength, catching Chandalin across the side of the head with a branch. The sound of the hollow thunk was sickening. The blow knocked Chandalin into the boughs of a fir tree. As she twisted from Pryndin's grip, she saw blood on the snow around Chandalin. Tosidin, breathing hard, burst through the trees. "What is happening? Pryndin!" He saw them and stopped in his tracks. He looked to Chandalin and then to Pryndin. Pryndin peered back over his shoulder at his brother, speaking in his own tongue. "Chandalin tried to kill us. I came here just as he tried to kill the Mother Confessor. Help me. She is hurt." Kaelin collapsed to her knees, crying out, "No! Tosidin, no!" Tosidin ran toward them. "What is this trouble Chandalin told me of? What is wrong with you, brother? What have you done?" "Help me. The Mother Confessor has been hurt." Tosidin gripped his brother's shoulder and spun him around. "Pryndin, what have you..." Pryndin slammed a knife into his brother's chest. Tosidin's eyes went wide in surprise. His mouth opened, but no words came.
With a wheeze, his legs buckled and he crumpled to the ground. Kalen cried out. He had been stabbed through the heart. Chandalin sat up with a groggy groan. He put his hands to his bleeding scalp. Keeping an eye to the wounded man, Pryndin pulled a bone box from his waist pouch. He had a full box of Bandu. He hadn't given her all his poison. Helpless to stop him, Kalen saw Pryndin wipe a generous gob of poison onto the arrow's point. Dazed, Chandalin held his head in his hands as he tried to gather his wits. Pryndin drew the bowstring to his cheek. She knew he was aiming for Chandalin's throat. Just as Pryndin released the arrow, she managed to throw herself against his legs, making the arrow go astray from its target. It still hit Chandalin in the shoulder. The back of his fist across her face sent her sprawling. Powered by sheer terror, Kalen started scrambling away on her hands and knees. The snow was freezing her fingers. The knees of her pants were soaked and icy wet. She concentrated on the cold to try to revive herself. She glanced over her shoulder as she clambered away. Pryndin drew another arrow from his quiver and wiped it in the poison as he watched her struggle. As he had watched Chandalin, a cry came from her throat as she staggered to her feet and ran. A nightmare. It had to be a nightmare. The arrow felt like a club hitting the back of her left leg. She screamed and fell to her face. Her leg flamed in hot pain. A tingling, prickling sensation spread through the muscle. The pain seared through the bone into her hip. Pryndin was suddenly over her. He knelt down and gripped the arrow sticking from the back of her leg. He put his other hand against her bottom to hold her and yanked the arrow free. Kalen could feel the tingle of the poison going up her leg. "Don't worry, Mother Confessor. I did not use much poison on your arrow like on Chandalin's. Just enough to make sure you will give me no trouble. He will be dead in another minute. You will live long enough to have your head chopped off." His hand stroked her bottom. "If they do not wait too long." Pryndin leaned over her. "It is too cold out here. We will go back." He took hold of her wrist and started dragging her across the snow. In her mind, Kalen fought him. She struggled. She shrieked. She hit. But she couldn't make her body obey. She was as limp as a rag doll being dragged over the snow. She could feel the poison spreading to her ribs. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Orsk, Tosidin, Chandalin, her. How could Pryndin do such a thing? She sobbed as her face slid over the snow. How could he? His own brother. He had stabbed his own brother as if it meant nothing. Who could do such a thing? How could anyone do such a thing? How could anyone but a Baneling? She gasped with the realization. She had never fully believed in Banelings before. Wizards had told her they were real, but she never believed the wizards knew for sure. She had always thought it might be superstitious nonsense that sent people hunting things in the dark, things from the underworld, things bidden from the Keeper's own dark whispers. But now she knew. She was in the grips of a Baneling. Dear spirits, how could no one know? He had helped her so many times. He had befriended her. So he could be close to her and keep track of her for the Keeper. He was a Baneling. Darken Ral had laughed at her because she was so stupid. She knew now without a doubt. The veil was torn. Darken Ral had promised her such things. He had come to tear the veil the rest of the way, and she had foolishly thought she was in control of what she was doing. But all the time, Darken Ral and the Keeper had watched her through Pryndin's eyes. But why wait until now? Why let her fight in this war? Let all these people die before he snatched her? Kalen knew why. The Keeper was of the world of the dead. Bringing death to the world of the living was what he wanted. He resented the living. That was why he wanted the veil torn, so he could bring death to the world of the living. He coveted this world's breath of life. He enjoyed watching people die. He did not wish to stop it too soon, stop the suffering, the fear, the pain. It felt as if her arm might tear from its socket as Pryndin tugged her through the brush and over a log half covered over with snow. The tingling of the poison had spread across her chest. Her left leg had gone numb. At least she thought she couldn't feel how much the arrow wound hurt. The round iron point had hit the bone, and Pryndin had not been gentle about pulling it out. At least it was numb now. When they reached the shelter, she could see bodies all about, not only the Galean men, but the men of the Imperial Order that Orsk had killed. Soon, when Pryndin was finished with her, he would turn her over to the army of the Order, and she would be beheaded. It would be over, and there was nothing she could do to stop it. She couldn't even fight back. She would never see Richard again. Dear spirits, he would never know how much she loved him. Pryndon dragged her through the opening to the shelter and heaved her onto the mat of boughs. As he lit 2 more candles from the one that was almost burned down, she struggled to breathe, to remain conscious. I wish to be able to see you, he explained with a lecherous smile. You are very fine to look upon. I wish to see all of you. She had always liked his smile. She didn't like it now. Pryndon took off his fur mantle and tossed it aside. His smile vanished. His eyes were wild. He didn't speak in her tongue anymore, but only his own. Take off your clothes. I wish to look upon you first, to be aroused by the sight of you. Even if he had held a knife to her throat, she wouldn't have been able to obey. She couldn't move her arms. Pryndon, she managed to whisper. The men will be back soon. They will catch you here. They will be busy. They are having a fight like they never expected. His smile returned. They will not be back soon, if at all. The smile changed in an instant to a twisted expression of hot rage. I said take off your clothes. Pryndon, you are my friend. Please don't do this. He crawled on top of her, yanking at her belt. Then I will do it for you. Tears over her helplessness, over the loss of a friend to this madness, to the keeper, ran down her cheeks. Pryndon, why? He sat up as if surprised by the question. The Great Spirit said I may have you before he takes your spirit to the underworld. He said I am to have a reward for the work I have done. The Great Spirit is pleased with me for delivering you to him. The bite on her neck stung with prickling pain. She shivered with sorrow for Tosidin and Chandalin. She shivered at her own desolate, hopeless situation. The tingling from the poison had spread across her shoulders. She could feel the slight twinge of its first touch moving up her throat. He squeezed her under him as he kissed the place on her neck where Darken Raoul's lips had been, where the bite was. The pain, the visions, sent a silent shriek through her. Pryndon, please, after you have me, let me go. She hoped that hearing her words in his tongue would mean more to him. Please? He lifted his head away, looking into her eyes. It would do no good for me to leave you. You have been poisoned by the tea and by the arrow. You will die soon anyway. You must be beheaded before you die of the poison. It will be better. You will not suffer the poison's end. That is my mercy to you. Pryndon grinned as he started to bend over her again, kissing her neck. Tears ran down her cheeks. I hate you, she wept. You and your Great Spirit. He sprang up, standing as best he could in the small shelter, with his fists at his sides as he glared down at her. You are to be mine. I have been promised. I will have you. Your power cannot harm me. I saw to that. It is used up for now. You are to be mine. If you will not give yourself to me, I will take you. You brought your hateful magic to my people, your hateful ways. You are evil, and I will take you to conquer your wickedness. The Great Spirit has said it shall be so. Pryndon pulled his buckskin shirt off over his head, off his wiry frame. He leapt full onto her, landing with a grunt. His face was right above hers. They stared at each other in surprise. He had no idea what had happened. She knew what had happened, but had no idea how. She could feel his warm blood flowing over her fist. His pupils expanded. He coughed, splattering little droplets of blood across her face. With a long, slow gurgle, he went limp as his last breath left his lungs. Tears ran down Kaelin's face. She didn't have the strength to push him off her. She could hardly breathe under his weight. And so she lay still, feeling his blood drain over her hand between her breasts and soak into her shirt. The tingling of the poison had risen up her neck. Chapter 47. In the tingling blackness, her lip hurt. Something was jabbing against the cut, making it throb. Something was in her mouth. She thought it felt like a finger poking into her mouth. Swallow! Kaelin frowned in the darkness in her sleep. Swallow, do you hear me? Swallow! Making a sour face, she did as commanded. The finger pushed more of the dry things into her mouth. Swallow again! She swallowed, hoping the voice would leave her alone now. It did. She sank back down into the tingling void. She drifted in the nowhere place, unaware. She had no concept of time, no idea how long she floated. With a gasp, her eyes opened. She blinked around at her shelter. The candles were burned halfway down. Her fur mantle was covering her. Chandalin leaned over, peering down at her. A broad smile spread on his lips. He let out a long sigh of relief. "You are back," he said. "You are safe now." "Chandalin?" She tried to make sense of what she was seeing. "Am I in the underworld? Or are you not dead?" He laughed quietly. "Chandalin is hard to kill." She worked her tongue, trying to wet her dry mouth. She was awake, really awake for the first time in as long as she could remember. It seemed she had forgotten what it was like to be awake, how vibrant it felt. Still, she did not move, afraid the blackness would return. "But Pryndon shot you with a 10-step arrow. I saw it." He turned a bit, looking away in chagrin. She could see that his black hair was matted with dried blood. He flipped his hand, as if uneasy that he had to explain. "Remember I told you that our ancestors took Kwasindo before they went into battle, so that if they were shot with a 10-step arrow, the poison would not kill them?" She nodded. He tenderly tested his wounded scalp. "Well, in honor of my ancestors, my warrior ancestors, I ate some of the Kwasindo leaves before I went to fight. The Kwasindo you gave to me back at that city." His eyebrows lifted, as if further justification was needed. "It was to honor my ancestors." Kaelin smiled warmly to him as she put a hand to his arm. "You have done your ancestors proud." He helped her sit up. In the dim light, she saw that Pryndon lay next to her on his back. The bone knife made from Chandalin's grandfather's bones, the one she had worn at her arm, jutted from Pryndon's chest. The black feathers fanned out around the hilt end, draped like a shroud over the fatal wound. Somehow, she had managed to put that knife between them when Pryndon had leaped on her. Somehow. She remembered her numb, helpless plight. She remembered the tingling feeling of the poison and that she couldn't move. She remembered her terror. She remembered Pryndon's leap onto her. But she didn't remember pulling the knife. Her voice trembled. "I'm so sorry, Chandalin." Her fingers covered her mouth. "I'm so sorry that I killed your friend." Chandalin glared at the body. "He was not my friend. My friends do not try to kill me." He put a comforting hand to her shoulder. "He was sent by the great dark spirit of the dead. His heart was taken by evil." Kaelin clutched his sleeve. "Chandalin, that great dark spirit of the dead is trying to escape from behind the veil. He wants to pull us all behind the veil into the world of the dead." His brown eyes studied hers. "I believe you. We must get you to Aidendril so you may help stop him." She sagged with relief. "Thank you, Chandalin. Thank you for understanding and for saving me with the Kwasindo." Kaelin clutched his arm. "The men! Pryndon set a trap for them. What time is it?" He made a comforting hushing sound. "When Captain Ryan came to Tosidin and me before the attack, I asked where you were. I knew you would want to be with them. He told me that you were sick, that you could not wait. It sounded to me like Bandu. Captain Ryan said you would not eat and would have only tea Pryndon made for you. I knew then what was happening. I knew you had been poisoned, and the only thing you had was tea. Tosidin and I were greatly worried for you. We checked to see if the enemy had changed position. We saw that they were waiting for the attack where we had planned it at first. I made the men change the attack and come from a different place than expected. As soon as I gave the new orders, we rushed back here. I knew Pryndon had betrayed us, but Tosidin thought there must be some other explanation. He trusted his brother and did not want to think evil of him. He paid for his trust, his mistake, with his life." Kaelin looked away in the uneasy quiet. She frowned back at him. "What of the arrow? What of the wound on your head? We must see to your wounds." Chandalin pulled the neck of his buckskin shirt to the side, revealing a bandage over his left shoulder. "The men returned in the night. They stitched my head. It is not as bad as it looks. They also took out the arrow." He winced as he pulled the shirt back up on his shoulder. "I taught Pryndon well. He used a bladed arrow. Bladed arrows do more harm coming out than going in. One of the men, the one who cuts and sews the wounded, cut out the arrow and stitched me together. The arrow hit the bone, so it did not go in too far. My arm is stiff, and I will not be able to use it for a time. Kaelin felt her leg. There was a bandage under her pants. Did he stitch my leg, too? No. It did not need sewing just to be wrapped. I did that. Pryndon used a round point on you. That is not like I taught him. I don't know why he would do that. Kaelin could feel the presence of the body next to her. He wanted to be able to get it out of me after he shot me with poison, she said quietly. He wanted it out of his way. He was going to rape me before he gave me to the enemy. Chandalin watched the body, not wanting to look at her, and said he was glad that had not happened. She touched his left hand. And I'm glad it was your shoulder and not your throat. He frowned. I taught Pryndon how to shoot. He would never miss my throat from that distance. Why did he not shoot my throat? She shrugged, feigning ignorance. He grunted suspiciously. Chandalin, why is his body still in here? Why didn't you drag him out? He moved his wounded arm a bit with his other, making it more comfortable. Because Grandfather's spirit knife is still in him. He regarded her with a serious expression. You have used the aid of Grandfather's bones, his spirit, to protect yourself, to take another life. Grandfather's spirit is bonded to you now. No other may touch his bone knife now. It is yours, and only you may touch it. You must remove it. Kaelin momentarily contemplated whether or not she could just leave the knife where it was and bury it with the body. She thought maybe the bone knife should be put to rest too. But she discarded the thought. To the Mud People, this was powerful spirit magic. She would insult Chandalin if she rejected the knife. She thought, too, that maybe she would be insulting the spirit of Chandalin's grandfather if she didn't take back the knife. She wasn't entirely sure that it wasn't the spirit in the bone knife that had killed Pryndon to save her. She didn't know how the knife had gotten into her hand. Kaelin reached out and wrapped her fingers around the round end protruding from Pryndon's chest. It made a sucking sound as she pulled it from the body. She wiped it clean on the balsam boughs covering the floor. Kaelin brought the round end to her lips and kissed it lightly. Thank you, Spirit Grandfather, for saving my life. Somehow it seemed the right thing to do. Chandalin smiled as she slid the bone knife into the band on her arm. You are a good mud person. You knew what to do without me telling you. Grandfather's spirit will watch over you always. Chandalin, we must get to Adendril. The veil to the underworld is torn. We've done what we must to help these men. I must do my job now. When we first found these men, I did not want to stay with them. I wanted to be away from their fight so that you would be safe. He stared off at nothing. Somehow I forgot that thought, and all I wanted to do was fight and kill the enemy. I know, she whispered. That happened to me, too. I forgot all about what I was supposed to be doing. It's almost as if we, too, listened to the great dark spirit. The veil is torn. Maybe that's why we were distracted. You think that this veil is torn, and because of that we forgot what we were to do and wanted only to kill? Chandalin, I don't know the answers to these things. I must get to Adendril. The wizard will know what to do. Richard needs help. We have taken enough time here. We must not waste any more. We must talk to the men and then be on our way. Are they out there? He nodded. Then let's get going. She started to rise, but he put his good hand to her arm and stopped her. They have been waiting outside your shelter all night. I would not let them come inside. He took his hand back as he seemed to search for the right words. I feared greatly that you would die this night. I didn't know if I had given you the Kwasindo in time. Pryndon had been giving you poison without our knowing it for a long time. You almost went to the spirit world. If you had died, I would never be able to return to my people again. But that is not why I am glad you live. I am glad because you are a good mud person. You are a protector to our people, the same as Chandalin. We each fight in our own way. He lifted an eyebrow. Lately, you have been fighting too much like Chandalin fights. You are good at it. But you should leave that to me and fight in the way you are meant to fight. Kaelin smiled. You're right. Thank you for sitting with me all night. It was good to have you near. I'm sorry you were hurt. He shrugged. Someday, when I find a woman for myself, I will have scars to show her, so she may see how brave Chandalin is. Kaelin laughed. I'm sure she will be impressed with your bravery when you were shot with an arrow. Chandalin gave her a crooked look. It does not prove I was brave because I was shot with an arrow. Anyone can be shot. He lifted his chin. I am brave because I did not cry out when the arrow was cut from me. Someday, Kaelin thought, Some fortunate woman would have her hands full with this one. I'm glad the good spirits watched over you, and you were with me. He narrowed his eyes as he peered at her. I do not know what happened, but I think Pryndon missed my throat because you were watching over me, too. She only grinned. When she looked to the body, her grin withered. She stroked the fur of her mantle. Poor Tosidin. He loved his brother. I'll miss him. Chandalin glanced to the body. I have known them since they were young boys. They both followed me around, begging me to teach them, begging to be one of my men. He hung his head in silence. Finally, he returned his attention to her. The men are worried greatly about you. They are waiting. Kalen followed as he crawled out on his knees in one hand. She dragged the sword with her. Outside in the light, there was a sudden rustle of sound as men rose to their feet. Captain Ryan rushed forward, but a big man with one arm in a sling thrust his good arm across the captain's chest, stopping him cold. He held a monstrous war axe in his fist. Orsk, you are alive too? His eyes were red from weeping. Kalen remembered the way her father had wept when her mother, his mistress, was ill. Mistress! Tears sprang anew to his eyes. You are well. What do you wish? Orsk, these men are all my friends. None of them will hurt me. You do not need to keep them away. I'm safe. It would please me if you just sat quietly for now. Instantly, he flopped to the ground. Kalen gave a questioning frown to Chandalin. Chandalin shrugged. I saw him fight to protect you, and Pryndon wanted to kill him, so I gave him Kwasindo. The men dug the arrow from his back. I am not sure how badly he is hurt. He has no interest in his wound, only in you. I was only able to keep him out of the shelter by telling him you needed to be left alone, or you might not recover. But he would not leave this spot as long as you are inside. Kalen sighed as she gazed at the grisly face staring silently up at her. She could hardly stand to look at the jagged white scar and the one eye that was sewn shut. She returned her attention to an impatient Captain Ryan and the hundreds of faces behind him. How goes the war? The war? Dash the war, are you all right? You had us scared to death. He cast a hot glance at Chandalin, and then at Orsk sitting in the snow. These two wouldn't even let me have a peek at you to see how you were. That's their job, Kalen said. She gave them a warm smile. Thank you all for your concern. Chandalin has saved me. Well, what happened? This place was a mess. The dozen men I left here were slaughtered by a Troga. Pryndon and Tosidin are dead, and there were dead men of the Order. We feared they killed you. Kalen realized Chandalin had told them nothing. One of the dead men, off in that direction, is General Riggs of the Imperial Order. Orsk here, she pointed down to the one-eyed man, killed most of the men of the Order. They came here to get me. Pryndon killed our guards and his brother, and he tried to kill me. Whispers and gasps spread among the men. Captain Ryan's eyes looked like they would pop from his head. Pryndon! Not Pryndon! Dear spirits, why? She waited until silence settled over the men. She spoke in a quiet tone. Pryndon was a baneling. Stunned silence was all she heard for a moment, and then the worried whispers of baneling spread back through the ranks. You men are doing a fine job, but now you must fight on without me. I must get to Adendril. Disappointed murmurs filled the air. I would not leave you if I did not know you were up to the task. You have all proven your worth and your heart in battle. You are men the equal of any. The men stood a little taller. They listened intently to her, as if hearing their general. I am proud of each and every one of you. You are heroes of the Midlands. This army of the Imperial Order, threat though it is representative of a larger threat to the Midlands, to the world of the living. That the Keeper would send a baneling to stop me is proof of that. I believe the Imperial Order is aligned with the Keeper. I must now turn my attention to this threat. I know you will fight on as you have sworn and show the enemy no quarter. I know the days of the Order are numbered. Kalen realized that her neck didn't hurt. She touched her fingers to the bite. It was gone. Suddenly she felt that perhaps she had escaped the Keeper's grasp in more ways than one. With a serious demeanor, she regarded the young faces that intently watched her. Though you will fight on without quarter, you must not let yourselves become what you are fighting. The enemy fights to kill and to enslave. You fight for life and freedom. Keep that always uppermost in your hearts. Do not let yourselves become what you hate. I know how easy it is to do. It almost happened to me. Kaelin put a fist into the air. I promise to never forget a one of you. Promise me that when this is finished, both the threat from the Imperial Order and the threat from the Keeper, that you will one day all come to Aidendril, so the Midlands may honor your sacrifice. The men all lifted a fist in pledge. A cheer went up. Captain Ryan, please tell the men at the other camps my words. I wish I could speak to them all myself, but I must leave at once. He assured her it would be done. Kaelin lifted the sword in both hands, holding it out. King Wyborne wielded this sword in battle to protect his land. The Mother Confessor has wielded it in defense of the Midlands. I now place it in capable hands. Captain Ryan's fingers carefully lifted the sword from hers. He held it as if holding the crown of Galea itself. A beaming grin lit his face. I will carry it with pride, Mother Confessor. Thank you for everything you have taught us. When you first found us, we were boys. Thank you for making us into men. You have taught us not only to fight better, but more importantly, what it means to be soldiers and to be protectors of the Midlands. He took the hilt in his fist and held the sword skyward as he turned to his men. 3 cheers for the Mother Confessor! As she listened to the 3 wild cheers, Kaelin realized that in all her life she had never heard anyone cheer the Mother Confessor before. She had to strain to keep her surprise from showing. She lifted a kiss on her fingers and thanked them all. Captain Ryan, I wish to take Nick, and I will need 2 other horses also. Chandalin lurched forward. Now, why do you need horses? She lifted an eyebrow to him. Chandalin, I have an arrow wound in my leg. I can hardly stand, much less walk. I need to ride if I'm to get to Aidendril. I hope you do not think me weak because of it. His brow knotted up. Well, no, of course you cannot be expected to walk. His eyes turned angry again. But why do you want 2 other horses? If I ride, you must too. Chandalin does not need to ride. I am strong. She leaned close and spoke in his tongue. Chandalin, I know the Mud People do not ride horses. I would not expect you would know how. I will teach you. You will do fine. When you return to your people, you will have a new skill that none of them have. They will be impressed. The women will see that you are brave. He grunted suspiciously as he scowled. Then why do we need the 3rd horse? We are taking Orsk. What? Kaelin shrugged. You can't draw a bow until your arm recovers. How will you protect me? Orsk can wield an axe with his one good arm, and you can throw a spear with yours. He rolled his eyes. I am not going to be able to talk you out of this, am I? No, she said with a small smile. Now, we better get our things and be on our way. Kaelin surveyed the men one last time. Her men. She gave them a salute of her fist to her heart. They all silently returned the salute. She had lost much with these men. She had gained much. Take care, each and every one of you. Chapter 48. So, when are we going to meet your people? The ones who will guide Sister Verna and me to the palace. Du Shailu glanced back over her shoulder, pulling her mass of black hair out of the way to peer at him. She was leading her horse. Richard had grown tired of her complaints, and when she finally refused to ride any longer, he decided not to make an issue of it and let her walk. Richard had decided to walk for a while himself. Sister Verna rode behind them, watching Du Shailu like an owl from atop her horse. Soon. Her cool, distant expression disturbed him. Very soon. Her attitude had slowly changed since they had left the Majendi land, as they went deeper into hers. She was no longer chatty and open, but had grown haughty and distant. Sister Verna rarely took her eyes from Du Shailu, and Du Shailu, in turn, didn't miss a move the sister made. They were like 2 cats with their fur standing on end, silent and still, but ready to spring. It wouldn't have surprised him if soon he saw their teeth bared. Richard had the feeling the 2 of them were constantly testing each other, but in ways he couldn't see. By the sister's attitude, he didn't think she was pleased about what she was discovering. Richard could tell from experience when the sister was touching her Han. He recognized the shroud of it in her eyes. She was touching it now. In the gathering darkness, Du Shailu turned abruptly from the wide forest trail, leading them on a narrow path through the thick, tangled growth. Dark water holding dense thickets of reeds and broad-leafed plants with pink and yellow trumpet-shaped flowers lurked to the sides. Richard's eyes scanned the shadows among the trees. Du Shailu came to a halt at the edge of a sandy open area. She lifted the reins of her horse to Richard. "The others will join us in this place. Wait here, magic man." The term she used to address him lifted his hackles. He took the reins. "Richard. My name is Richard. I'm the one who saved your neck, remember?" Du Shailu looked at him thoughtfully. "Please don't ever think I do not appreciate what you have done for me, for my people. Your kindness will always be in my heart." Her eyes seemed to go out of focus, and her voice softened with regret. "But you are still a magic man." Her back straightened. "Wait here." She turned and disappeared into the forest around the clearing. Richard stood watching her vanish as Sister Verna dismounted. She took the reins to all three horses. "She is going to try to kill you now," she said, as if telling him that she thought it would rain tomorrow. Richard glared at her. "I saved her life." Sister Verna started leading the horses to the trees. "You are a magic man to these people. They kill magic men." Richard didn't want to believe her, but he did. "Then use your Han to prevent it, sister. To preserve life, as you told Du Shailu she should do with her new child." Sister Verna stroked her horse's chin. "She has use of her Han, too. That's why the sisters have always avoided these people. Some of them can use their Han, but in a way we don't understand. I've tried little things on her to test her. The spells I send at her disappear like pebbles dropped down a well, and they do not go unnoticed. Du Shailu knows what I try to do, and somehow is able to annul it. I told you before, these people are dangerous. I have fought every step of the way to prevent this. I warned you not to swing the axe. You saw my efforts as misguided." Richard gritted his teeth. His left hand gripped the hilt of the sword. He could feel the bumps of the word truth woven into the wire, and through it the heat of its rage. "I have no intention of killing anyone." "Good. Keep the anger of the sword out. You are going to need it if you're to survive." "They are surrounding us as we speak. That much my Han can tell me." Richard felt as if things were suddenly spinning out of his control. He didn't want to hurt anyone. He hadn't saved Du Shailu just to have to fight her people. "Then I suggest you call on your Han, Sister Verna. I am the Seeker, not an assassin. I'm not going to kill your enemies for you." She took a few strides toward him. Her voice was tight and controlled. "I told you, my Han is not going to be able to help. I would end the threat if I could, but I can't. Du Shailu has power against magic. I'm begging you, Richard, defend yourself." His eyes narrowed. "Perhaps you just don't want to help. You're angry that I spoiled the arrangement the sisters had with the Majendi. You plan on watching like you always do, just to see what I'll do." She slowly shook her head in frustration. "Do you really think, Richard, that I would spend half my life in my duty to find you and carry you safely to the Palace of the Prophets, only to watch you killed when we're on the doorstep of my home? Do you actually believe that I wouldn't stop this if I could? Is your opinion of me that low?" His impulse was to argue with her, but instead he considered her words. What she said made sense. Richard gave an apologetic shake of his head, then quickly glanced into the shadows. "How many are there?" "Perhaps 30. 30. In frustration, he folded his arms. "How am I to defend against 30 by myself?" She looked out into the darkness a moment, then cast her hands forward. A wind rose, carrying a veil of sand and dirt outward into the blackness. "That will slow them for a short time, but not stop them." She turned her brown eyes on him once more. "Richard, I have used my Han to seek an answer. The only thing my Han tells me is that you must use the prophecy to survive. You've named yourself the bringer of death as the prophecy foretells. The prophecy is about you. You must use the prophecy if you are to defeat that many. The prophecy says the holder of the sword is able to call the dead forth, call the past into the present. Somehow that's what you must do in order to survive. Call forth the dead. Call the past into the present." Richard unfolded his arms. "We're about to be overrun by 30 people you say are going to try to kill me, and you give me riddles? Sister, I told you before that I don't know what it means. If you want to help, then tell me something I can use." She turned away, walking back toward the horses. "I have. Sometimes prophecies are meant to give aid to the one named by sending help across time, providing a key that may open a door to enlightenment. I believe this prophecy is such. This prophecy is about you. You must find its use. I don't know its meaning." She stopped and turned to look back over her shoulder. You forget. I tried to keep us out of the hands of these people. You said that in this matter you were not my student, but the Seeker. As the Seeker, you must use this prophecy. You are the one who got us into this. Only you can get us out. Richard stared after her as she gentled the nervous animals. He had thought about this prophecy before, wondering, ever since she had told it to him, what it could mean. Sometimes he had felt as if he was on the verge of insight, but the feeling always slipped away from him before coming to fruition. He had used the sword many times and knew its capabilities. He also knew his own limitations. Against one, the sword was virtually invincible, but he was flesh and blood. He was no expert swordsman. In the past, he had always depended on the sword's magic to make the difference, but he was only one man, and they were many. The sword could only be in one place at one time. Are they good fighters, he asked. The Baka Ban Mana are without peer. They have special fighters, blade masters, who train from sunup to sundown every day, and then they train by the light of the moon. Fighting is almost a religion to them. When I was young, I saw a Baka Ban Mana blade master who had gotten into the garrison in Tanamura kill nearly 50 well-armed soldiers before he was taken down. They fight like they are invincible spirits. Some people believe they are. That's just great, he said under his breath. Richard, she said without looking to him, I know we don't get along. We could look at the same thing and each see something different. We're from different worlds. Both of us are headstrong, and neither of us likes the other very much. But I want you to know that I'm not trying to be obstinate about this. You spoke the truth in that this is about you as the Seeker, not as my student. In a way I don't understand, it's also bundled up with prophecy. You are riding a ripple in events. I am but a bystander in this. If you die, however, I die too. She at last lifted her eyes to his. I don't know how to help you, Richard. There are people closing around us to watch what will happen, and I know that if I try to interfere, I will be killed by them. This is about prophecy. You and the Baka Ban Mana. I play no part in it other than to die if you do. I don't know what the prophecy means, and I realize you don't either, but keep it in mind, and maybe its use will come as you need it. Try to use your Han if you can. Richard stood with his hands on his hips. All right, sister, I'll try. I'm just sorry I'm no good at riddles. And if I'm killed, well, thank you for trying to help me. He looked up at the sky, at the thin veil of clouds that dimmed the moon. The darkness helped hide those who came. There was no reason it couldn't be used to his advantage, too. Richard was a woods guide, at home in the darkness of the woods. He had spent countless hours at games like this with other guides. This was his element, too, not just theirs. He didn't have to do it their way. Crouching, he moved off, away from the sister and their horses, and became one with the moon shadows. He found the first of them looking the wrong way. Still and silent, he watched the dark form wrapped in loose clothes, squatted on one knee, watching the sister. Clutched tightly in one fist was a short spear, its butt planted in the sand. 2 more spears lay on the ground. Richard concentrated on controlling his breathing to keep from making a sound as he glided closer. Moving, stopping, moving again, he approached ever closer. His hand reached out. Inches from the spear, he froze as the head turned. The figure sprang up, but Richard was close enough. He snatched the spear away. As the man whirled, Richard spun the spear and whacked him across the side of the head. He went down before he had a chance to raise an alarm. One down, Richard thought, as he straightened, and without having to kill him. At least he hoped he hadn't killed him. Slipping out of the darkness, a figure appeared. To the side, another, and then another. Richard turned about and saw more appearing. Before he could move away, he was surrounded. The forms were wrapped in bark-colored, loose clothes, so that they would blend in with the surrounding country. Cloth wound around their heads hid all but their dark eyes, which shined with grim determination. There was nowhere to run. Richard sidestepped into the clearing as the circle of forms moved with him. More were closing in all about. Richard turned, watching them as they formed 2 rings around him. Maybe he could still do this without killing. Who speaks for you? The inner ring of robed figures dropped their round shields and cast their extra spears to the ground, points toward Richard. Each clasped their remaining spear in 2 hands like a staff. Their eyes never left him. The outer ring of warriors cast their shields and all their spears to the ground and put their hands to their sword hilts, but didn't draw them. A soft rhythmic chant began, and the 2 circles slowly began moving in opposite directions. Richard walked backward in a tight circle, trying to keep watch on all of them. Who speaks for you? The slow chant continued in time with their sideways steps. A figure wrapped from head to foot like the others rose up on a rock beyond the outer circle. I am Du Shailu. I speak for the Bakaban Mana. Richard could hardly believe this was happening. Du Shailu, I saved your life. Why would you want to murder us? The Bakaban Mana are not here to murder you. We are here to execute you for stealing our sacred lands. Du Shailu, I've never even seen your land before. I had nothing to do with whatever happened. Magic men took our lands from us. They laid down our laws. You are a magic man. You bear the sins of those magic men before you. You even bear their mark. To prove it, you must do as all before, who we could catch. You must face the circle. You must die. Du Shailu, I told you the killing must stop. It is easy to proclaim the killing must end when you are the one about to die. How dare you say that to me? I risked my life to stop the killing. I risked my life for you. She spoke softly. I know, Richard. For that I will always honor you. I would have borne your sons had you asked it of me. I would lay my life down for you. For what you have done, you will live on as a hero to my people. I will tie a prayer to my dress that the spirits take you tenderly to their hearts. But you are a magic man. The old law says that we must practice every day and be better with a blade than any other people born. We have been told that we must kill every magic man we can catch, or the spirit of the dark will take the world of life into the dark. You can't go on killing magic men or anyone else. It must stop. The killing cannot end because of what you have done. It can only end when the spirits dance with us. What does that mean? It means we must kill you, or what has been spoken will be brought to pass. The dark spirit will escape his prison. Richard pointed with the spear. Du Shailu, I don't want to kill any of you, but I will defend myself. Please stop now before anyone else is hurt. Don't make me kill any of you, please. Had you tried to run, we would have put spears in your back, but since you choose to stand, you have earned the right to face us. You will die anyway, as have all before whom we have caught. If you do not fight us, it will be made quick and you will not suffer. You have my word. She turned her hand in the air, and the chanting started again. The outer ring of men drew their swords, long black-handled weapons, each with a ring at the pommel holding a cord that looped around the swordsman's neck to keep the sword from being lost in battle. Each blade was curved, widening toward the clipped point. The men spun the swords, passing them from right hand to left and back again. The blades never stopped spinning. The two rings began moving in opposite directions again. The inner circle of men began twirling the spears like staffs. Richard had known guides who carried staffs. No one ever bothered a guide with a staff. These people were better than any guide he had ever seen. The shafts of wood were a blur in the moonlight, the steel points a circle of dull reflection. Richard broke the spear shaft over his knee and drew his sword. The sound of steel rang above the sound of the whistling spears and blades. Don't do this, Du Shailu. Stop it now before anyone else is hurt. Do not fight us, witchman, and we will grant you a quick death. I owe you at least that. Richard's chest heaved. The muscles in his jaw flexed as he gritted his teeth. The chanting increased in speed and the circles of men moved faster. Richard glared at Du Shailu as she stood on the rock. I disavow responsibility for what is to happen, Du Shailu. It is you who presses this. What happens is your responsibility. You bring it. She spoke softly, her voice filled with regret. We are many, you are but one. I am sorry, Richard. Only a fool would have confidence in those odds, Du Shailu. They are not what they seem. You cannot all come at me at once. You can only attack one or two, or at most 3 at a time. The odds are not what they seem to your eyes. Richard wondered dimly where his own words had come from. He could see her nod in the moonlight. You understand the dance of death, witchman. I'm not a witchman, Du Shailu. I am Richard, the seeker of truth. I'm not going with this sister to learn to be a witchman by choice. I'm a prisoner. You know that. But I will defend myself. Du Shailu watched him in the moonlight. The spirits know I am sorry for you, Seeker Richard, but you must die. Don't be sorry for me, Du Shailu. Be sorry for those of you who are going to die this night for no good reason. You have not seen the Bakaban Mana fight. We will not be touched. Only you will taste steel. Dismiss your concern. We are safe. You will have no killing to regret. Richard loosed the sword's magic, the rage. The two circles moved and chanted faster, spun their weapons faster. The storm of the sword's anger thundered through the Seeker. Even in the grip of the rage, the wanton need to kill, he knew it wasn't going to be enough. They were too many, and he had never seen anyone handle weapons the way these people did. Heedlessly, he pulled more of the magic to him, pulled until the mercilessness of the hate pounded in his head and nearly made him sick. He drew it into the depths of his soul. Richard stood still in the center of the moving circles. He touched the gleaming blade to his forehead. The steel was cold against his hot skin, against his sweat. Blade, be true this day. He called the magic onward. Before he even realized what he was doing, he pulled off his shirt and threw it aside to be free of any hindrance to his movement. Why would he think to do that? It seemed the right thing to do, but he had no idea where the thought came from. He drew the blade up straight before him. His muscles flexed and tightened, glistening with sweat. He found the center of himself, that place of quiet, of focus. He sought his Han within the white-hot center of his rage. Use what you have, a voice within him said. Use what is there. Let it loose. In the quiet of his mind, Richard remembered the time he had stood on Zed's Wizard's Rock to use its magic to hide the cloud that Darken Rahl had sent to track him. The rock had been used by many wizards before Zed. As Richard had stood on it, calling the magic onward, letting it flow through him, he had felt the essence of those who had come before. He remembered the way it had felt to feel the things they had felt, to know the things they had known. It had given him insight into those who had once used the magic. Suddenly, he knew what the prophecy meant. He wondered how it was possible to have used the sword before without seeing it, without seeing what the magic held, just like the Wizard's Rock. Others had used the Sword of Truth's magic, and in the bargain the magic retained a memory of their talents at fighting, of every move in which it had ever been used. The talent of untold hundreds who had wielded this blade, men and women alike, was there for the taking. The skill of both the good and the wicked was bound into the magic. In his stillness, he saw the first come from the left. Be a feather, not a rock. Float on the wind of the storm. Richard unleashed the magic and spun with the attack, letting it sweep past him. He didn't strike, but let himself float with the press of the charge. He let the sword's magic guide him. The attacker tumbled to the ground when he didn't make the expected contact. Instantly, another came, twirling his spear. Richard spun around again, and as the attacker passed, he used the sword to splinter the shaft in two. A spear point thrusted toward him. Without stopping, he glided past it and brought the sword up, cutting the shaft in half. Another charge came from behind. He met it with a foot to the chest, throwing the man back. Richard gave himself over to the magic from the sword and to the peace within himself. Things he didn't even understand he was doing without thought. He controlled the rage to keep from killing. He used the flat of the blade to strike the back of a head here, used his feet to trip in advance there. The faster they came, the faster he reacted, the magic feeding off their energy. Fluidly, he slipped among the attackers, splintering spears where he could, trying to disarm the Bakaban Mana without killing them. Du Shailu, stop this before I have to hurt them. Yelling at her was a mistake. It distracted him. It allowed a spear through his flowing defense. He had a choice as the rage instantly exploded at the threat. He could kill the attacker, or do only what was necessary to stop him. His sword spun, its tip whistling through the air, and lopped off the hand that thrust the spear. Blood and fragments of bone filled the air. The scream was a woman's. Some of the Bakaban Mana were women, he realized. It didn't matter. They would kill him if he didn't defend himself. Losing a hand was better than losing your head. First blood brought the rage, the need to kill boiling up within him, hot and thirsty for more. He fought the attackers, and fought the things within himself that wanted to press the attack to those around him. He didn't want to press the attack. He only wanted them to stop. But if they didn't stop... When he broke their spears, they picked up others and threw themselves at him again. He slipped among them like a phantom, conserving his energy as he let them wear themselves out. The outer ring, who had continued to circle while the inner one had attacked, stopped, and then swords a-whirl began advancing. Those with the spears, the ones who were still standing, stepped back through the outer ring as it came forward. Swords spun in the air. Instead of waiting for them to come to him, Richard went to them. They flinched in surprise as the sword of truth shattered two of the flashing blades. Du Shailu, please, I don't want to kill any of you. The ones with the swords were faster than the ones with the spears. Too fast. Talking and trying to disarm them without killing was a dangerous distraction. Richard felt a hot pain flash through the flesh over his ribs. He hadn't even seen the blade coming, but he had moved by instinct and received the shallow slash instead of a killing cut. His own blood being drawn summoned the sword's magic to his defense, the rage, the skill of those who had held it before him. Their essence seared through him, and he couldn't hold it back. There was no choice anymore. It overwhelmed his restraint. He had given them every chance. He was beyond retrieval now. Bringer of death. The swordsmen rushed in a deadly wave. He loosed the magic with a vengeance. The stalling was over. The barriers down, he danced with death now. The night erupted in a warm mist of blood. He heard himself screaming, and he felt himself moving. He saw men and women falling as disembodied heads tumbled across the ground. The lust for it raged through him. No blade touched him again. He countered every strike as if he had seen it 1,000 times before, as if he had always known what to do. Every attack brought a sure and swift death to the attacker. Bone fragments and blood exploded through the night air. Gore sluiced across the ground. The horror of it all melted together into one long, killing image. Bringer of death. He only realized he had his knife in his left hand and his sword in his right when two came from opposite sides at once. He hooked his arm around the neck of the one on the left and slit his throat, while at the same time running the one on the right through with the sword. Both collapsed to the ground as Richard stood panting. Quiet echoed around him. There was no movement except for one on her knees, holding herself up with one hand. Her other hand was missing. She rose to her feet, pulling a knife from her belt. Through his glower, Richard watched the determination in her eyes. She ran for him with a scream. Richard stood deathlike in a cold cocoon of magic. The rage pounded as he watched her come. She raised the knife. Richard's sword whipped up and impaled her through the heart. The dead weight of her pulled the sword down as she slid off it to the ground, her last breath gurgling out as her fingers grasped the blade, sliding down its wet red length as she slipped into the hands of death. Bringer of death. Richard lifted his smoldering glare to the woman standing on the rock. Du Shailu stepped down, unwrapped her head, letting the long cloth hang down, and went to one knee in a bow. Richard, his rage burning hotly, strode to her. He lifted Du Shailu's chin with the sword's point. Her dark eyes stared up into his. The Kaharin has come. Who is the Kaharin? Du Shailu looked unflinchingly into his eyes. The one who dances with the spirits. Dances with the spirits, Richard repeated in a flat tone. He understood. He had danced with the spirits of those who held the sword before him. He had called the dead forth, danced with their spirits. He almost laughed. I will never forgive you, Du Shailu, for making me kill those people. I saved your life because I abhor killing, and you have brought the blood of 30 to my hands. I am sorry, Kaharin, that you must bear this burden, but only through the blood of 30 Bakaban Mana could the killing stop. Only in this way can we serve the spirits. How is killing serving the spirits? When the magic men stole our land, they banished us to this place. They placed upon us the duty of teaching the Kaharin to dance with the spirits. Only the Kaharin can stop the dark spirit from taking the world of the living. The Kaharin is given to the world as a newborn babe who must be taught. Part of this duty is placed upon us to teach him to dance with the spirits. You have learned something this night, have you not? Richard gave a grim nod. I am the keeper of the laws of our people. It was our calling to teach you this. If we were to ignore what the old words tell us we must do, then the Kaharin would not learn what is within himself, and he would be defenseless against the forces of death. In the end, death would have everyone. The Majendi sacrifice us to remind us always of our duty to the spirits and to remind us to practice with the blades. The witch women to the other side aid the Majendi, so that we will be surrounded with no way of escape and nowhere to go, so that we will always be under threat and unable to ever forget our duty. It is proclaimed that the Kaharin will announce his arrival by dancing with the spirits and spilling the blood of 30 Bakaban Mana, a feat none but the Chosen One could accomplish except with the aid of the spirits. It is said that when this happens, then we are his to rule. We are no longer a free people, but bound to his wishes. To your wishes, Kaharin. The old words say
that if every year the one who wears the prayer dress goes to our land to give our prayers to the spirits, then 1 year they will send the Kaharin, and if we carry out our duty, then he will return our land to us. Richard stood, as if in a dream, glaring down at the woman. You have taken something precious from me this night, Du Shailu. She came to her feet, straightening before him. Do not speak to me of sacrifice, Kaharin. My 5 husbands, whom I loved, whom my children loved, who have not seen me since I was captured, were among the 30 you have just killed. Richard sank to his knees. He felt like he might be sick. Du Shailu, forgive me for what I have done this night. She gently put a hand to his bowed head. It has been my honor to be the spirit woman of our people when the Kaharin has come, to be the one to wear the prayer dress and bring him to his people. You must do your duty now and return our land as the old words tell us. Richard lifted his head. And do the old words say how I am to accomplish this task? She slowly shook her head. Only that we are to help you, and that you will. We are yours to command. In the dark, Richard felt a tear run down his cheek. Then I command that the killing stop. You will do as I have already ordered. You will use the bird whistle to bring peace with the Majendi. While you are doing that, you will do as you promised and have someone guide us to the palace of the prophets. Without looking up, Du Shailu snapped her fingers. Richard realized for the first time that people in the shadows surrounded the bloody clearing. All were on their knees, bowed toward him. At the snap of her fingers, several sprang forward. Guide them to the big stone house. Richard stood before her, looking into her dark eyes. Du Shailu, I'm so sorry I killed your husbands. I begged you to stop it, but I'm so sorry. Her eyes bore the timeless look he had seen in the eyes of others, Sister Verna, Shota the witch woman, and Kalen. He knew now that it was the gift he was seeing. A ghost of a smile came to her lips. He didn't know how she could smile at a time like this. They fought as hard as any Bakaban Mana have ever fought. They had the honor of teaching the Kaharin. They have given their lives for their people. They brought honor to themselves and will live on as legends. She reached out and placed her hand on his bare chest, on the handprint there. You are my husband now. Richard's eyes widened. What? She gave a curious frown. I wear the prayer dress. I am the spirit woman of our people. You are the Kaharin. It is the old law. You are my husband. Richard shook his head. No, I'm not. I already have... He was going to say he already had a love, but the words caught in his throat. Kalen had sent him away. He had nothing. She shrugged. It could be worse for you. The last one who wore the prayer dress was old and wrinkled. She had no teeth. I hope that I bring at least some pleasure to your eyes, and maybe someday a song to your heart. But I belong to the Kaharin. It is not for you or me to decide. Yes, it is. He looked about him and snatched up his shirt. As he put it on, he saw Sister Verna at the edge of the clearing, watching him like a bug in a box. He turned to Du Shailu. You have a job to do. You will do it. The killing is ended. The sister and I must get to the palace so I can get this collar off. Du Shailu leaned over and kissed his cheek. Until I see you again, Richard, Seeker, Kaharin, husband. Chapter 49. Richard and Sister Verna sat on their horses, anchoring long, thin shadows as they looked down from the grassy prominence. Trees meandered along the low places among some of the hills and blanketed others in dusky green. The vast city below lay awash in a straw-colored haze that muted the colors into a mellow monotone. The distant tiled and shingled roofs shimmered in the rays of the setting sun like points of light on a pond. Richard had never seen so many buildings laid out in such an orderly array. Off to the edges, they were smaller, but toward the core they seemed to grow, both in size and in grandeur. The faraway sounds of tens of thousands of people and horses and wagons drifted all the way up to them on the hill, carried on the light, salty breeze. A river meandered through the collection of countless buildings, dividing the city, with a part on the far side twice as large. At the edge of the city, docks lined the banks along the mouth of the majestic river. Boats of all sizes were not only moored there, but dotted the river, their white sails filled with air. Some of the boats he could just make out had 3 masts. Richard had never imagined that such large boats might exist. Despite being there against his will, Richard found himself fascinated by the city, by all the people and all the sights it must hold.
He had never seen such a place. He imagined a person could probably walk around for days and days and not begin to see it all. Beyond, shimmering with golden sparkles and reflections, lay the sea, stretching to a knife's-edge line at the horizon. Dominating the city near the center, rising up on an island of its own, stood a vast palace, its imposing crenellated west wall bathed in the sun's golden rays. Baileys and ramparts and towers and sections and roofs, all of grand design, joined together into a complex structure that held labyrinthine courtyards with trees or grass or ponds. The palace seemed to be stretching its stone arms, jealously trying to enclose the whole of the island atop which it sat. Seen from this distance, with the thread-thin streets radiating out from the island at the core of the city and strand-like bridges spanning the river all around, the palace reminded Richard of nothing as much as a fat spider sitting in the center of its web. "The Palace of the Prophets," Sister Verna said. "Prison," Richard said without looking to her. She ignored the comment. "The city is Tanamura, and through it, the River Kern. The palace itself sits on Hallsband Island." Hallsband. His hackles rose. "Is that some kind of sardonic joke?" "What do you mean? Does Hallsband have significance?" Richard raised an eyebrow. "A Hallsband is a collar, used to launch a hunting hawk on an attack." She shrugged dismissively. "You read too much into things." "Do I? We shall see." She let out a small sigh as she lifted her hips, starting her horse down the hill, and changed the subject. "It's been many years since I was home, but it looks as it always has." The two Bakabanmana men, who had guided them through the swampy, trackless forest for the last 2 days, had left them that morning, once Sister Verna was at last in familiar territory. Although he never lost his sense of direction, Richard could easily see how people could become disoriented there. But he was at home in such places of vast desolation, and was more likely to become lost in a building than in dense woods. The two men had spoken little over those 2 days. Though they were swordsmen as fierce as those Richard had fought, they were in awe of him. Richard had to shout before they would stop all the bowing. No amount of shouting, though, could make them stop calling him Kaharin. One night, before he went to stand his usual watch, Sister Verna had told him in a quiet tone that she was sorry that he had had to kill those 30 people. A little surprised by her sincerity and the seeming lack of meaning other than that stated, and haunted by the memory, he had thanked her for understanding. Richard scanned the fertile hills and valleys. Why isn't this land farmed? With all those people, they must need to plant food. Sister Verna lifted a hand holding the reins and indicated the land on the other side of the city. Farms cover the land on that side of the river. On this side, it's not safe for man nor beast. Tilting her head back, she indicated the land behind. The Bakabanmana are always a threat. So they don't farm here because they're afraid of the Bakabanmana? She cast a glance to her left. Do you see that dark forest? She watched him as he took in the fringe of the dense tangle in the next valley. Huge old gnarled trees were packed close together, covered with vines and moss and harboring gloomy shadows. This edge runs for miles more toward the city. It's the Hagen Woods. Stay far away from it. All who let the sun set on them in the Hagen Woods die. Many who set foot there die before they have a chance to wait for the sun to go down. It's a place of vile magic. As they rode, he kept glancing toward the Hagen Woods. He felt a longing for that gloomy place, as if it complemented his dark mood. As if he belonged in there. He found it hard to draw his eyes away. Up close, the streets of Tanamura were not the orderly place they appeared from a distance. The fringes of the city were a confusion of squalor. Men pushing or pulling carts laden with loads of rice sacks or carpets or firewood or hides or even garbage wove around and past each other, sometimes clogging the way. Lining the road were hawkers of every sort, selling everything from fruits and vegetables and strips of meat cooked on little sticks over tiny smoky fires and impromptu stone hearths, to herbs and fortunes, to boots and beads. At least the cooking gave spotty relief from the reeking stench of tanneries. Huddled groups of men in worn, dirty clothes shouted with excitement or burst into laughter around games of cards and dice. Side streets and narrow alleyways were clogged with people and lined with ramshackle huts of tarp and tin. Naked children ran and played among the flimsy shelters, splashing in muddy puddles and chasing each other in games of catch the fox. Women squatted around buckets, washing clothes and chatting among themselves. Sister Verna muttered to herself that she didn't remember the squalor and the unhoused multitudes. Richard thought that despite their condition, they looked happier than they had a right to. Despite having lived out of doors and being a little dirty and rumpled, Sister Verna, compared to these people, looked like royalty. Anyone coming close bowed in reverence to the sister, and she prayed for the Creator's blessing on them in return. The time-worn buildings, some faced with faded, crumbling plaster, some with age-darkened wood, were just as packed as the streets. Colorful wash hung from the rusty iron railings of nearly every tiny balcony. A few held pots of flowers or herbs. Laughter and the hum of conversation came from taverns and inns. A butcher's shop displayed fly-covered carcasses on the street out front. Other shops sold dried fish or grain or oils. The farther he and the sister went, the cleaner the city became. The road widened. Even the side streets were wider, and none had huts leaning against the buildings. The shops had bigger windows with painted shutters and better-looking wares, many displaying colorful, locally woven carpets. By the time the wide road became lined with trees, the buildings were grand. The inns looked elegant, with doormen standing in red uniforms before them. On the stone bridge over the Kern, men were lighting lamps hung on poles to show the way in the gathering darkness. In the river below the bridge, fishermen in small boats with lanterns rowed through the dark water. Soldiers in ornate uniforms with gold-trimmed white shirts and red tunics and carrying polearms patrolled each side of the river. As the horses' hooves clopped along the cobblestone, Sister Verna finally spoke. "It's a great day at the palace when a new one with the gift arrives." She cast him a brief sideways glance. "It's a rare and joyous event. They will be happy to see you, Richard. Please remember that. To them, this is an event of note in their calling. Though you feel differently, their hearts will be warmed by the sight of you. They will want you to feel welcome." Richard thought otherwise. "Make your point." "I just did. They will be delighted." "What you are saying, in other words, is you would like me not to horrify them right off." "I didn't say that." She glanced with a small frown at the soldiers guarding the bridge. She finally looked back to him. "I am simply asking you to realize that these women live for this very thing." Richard stared ahead as he rode past more guards in dress uniforms. "A wise person, a person I love, told me once that we all can only be who we are, no more and no less." His gaze swept to the top of the wall ahead, noting the soldiers there and what arms they carried. "I'm the bringer of death, and I have nothing to live for." "That's not true, Richard," she said in a quiet tone. "You're a young man and you have much to live for. You have a long life ahead of you. And though you may have named yourself the bringer of death, I have seen you do nothing but strive to stop the killing. Sometimes you will not listen and make matters worse, but it's through ignorance, not malice. Since you abhor lies, sister, I'm sure you wouldn't want me to pretend to feel other than I do." She sighed as they went through a huge gate in the thick outer bailey wall, the horses' hooves echoing inside the long arched opening. Beyond, the road meandered among low, spreading trees. Windows in the buildings, rising up all around, were aglow with soft yellow light. Many of the buildings were connected by covered colonnades or enclosed halls with arched openings covered over with lattice work. Benches dotted the far side of the courtyard against a wall with a frieze carved with figures on horses. Through archways with white painted gates, they came to the stables. Horses browsed in a field beyond. Boys dressed in neat livery with black vests over tan shirts came to hold the horses as he and the sister dismounted. Richard gave Bonnie's neck a scratch and then started taking down his belongings. Sister Verna brushed out the wrinkles in her divided riding skirt and straightened her light cloak. She fussed at her curly hair. "No need for that, Richard. Someone will bring your things." "No one touches my things but me," he said. She sighed and shook her head, and then told the boy to have her things brought in. He bowed to her and then hooked a lead line on Jessup. He gave a sharp snap on the line. Jessup balked. The boy brought a whip around on Jessup's rump. "Move, you dumb beast!" Jessup bellowed as he tried to yank his head away. The next thing Richard knew, the boy was flying across the walkway. He slammed up against a flimsy wooden wall and landed on his seat as a glowering Sister Verna loomed over him. "Don't you dare whip that horse! What's the matter with you? How would you like it if I did that to you?" In shock, the boy shook his head. "If I ever hear of you whipping a horse again, you will be without a job after I whip your skinny bottom." The wide-eyed lad gave a quick nod and apology. Sister Verna glared a moment longer and then turned, whistling for her horse. When Jessup trotted up, she scratched him under his chin, comforting and calming him. She led him inside to a stall and saw that he had water and hay. Richard made sure she didn't see his smile. As they walked across the courtyard, she said, "Just remember, Richard, there isn't a sister here, or even a novice, who, while at the same time as she was yawning, couldn't throw you across a room like that with her Han." Inside a wood-paneled hall, with long yellow and blue carpets running under ornate side tables, 3 women waited. They became all a-twitter at the sight of Sister Verna. Sister Verna was a head shorter than he, and none of these 3 women were as tall as she. They smoothed their full pastel skirts and tugged at the white bodices. "Sister Verna!" one cried out as the 3 rushed up. "Oh, dear Sister Verna, it's so good to see you at last." A tear or two ran down their rosy faces. Their smiles looked about to burst their cheeks. Each looked a good deal younger than Sister Verna. She surveyed the big, wet eyes. Sister Verna tenderly stroked the sniffling face before her. "Sister Phoebe," she touched another's hand, "and Sister Amelia, and Sister Janet, it's so good to see you again. It has been a long time indeed." The 3 giggled with excitement, at last composing themselves. Sister Phoebe's round face looked about past Richard. "Where is he? Why haven't you brought him in with you?" Sister Verna lifted her hand toward Richard. "This is he. Richard, these are friends of mine, Sisters Phoebe, Amelia, and Janet." The smiles transformed into astonished looks. They blinked as they took in his size and age. They stared in open amazement before finally sputtering over each other's words about how glad they were to meet him. They tore their eyes from him at last and returned their attention to Sister Verna. "Better than half the palace is waiting to greet you both," Sister Phoebe said. "Everyone has been so excited since we received word that you would arrive today." Sister Amelia smoothed back her fine light brown hair, flipping back the ends that barely brushed her shoulders. "No other has been brought in since you left for Richard. All those years and no other. Everyone is so eager to meet him. I guess they are in for a big surprise," she said as she blushed, glancing sideways at him. "Some of the younger sisters especially. A pleasant surprise, I would say. My, but he is big." Richard remembered a time when he was little, when he had been imprisoned in his house by a pouring rain. His mother had some women friends visiting to help in the making of a quilt and to pass the time in conversation. As they sat and sewed while he played on the floor, they discussed him as if he weren't there, talking about how he was growing, and his mother had told how much he ate and how good he was at reading. In similar discomfort now, Richard shifted his pack up higher on his shoulder. Sister Phoebe turned to him and just beamed. She reached out and touched his arm. "Listen to us go on. We shouldn't talk about you like you weren't here. Welcome, Richard. Welcome to the Palace of the Prophets." Richard silently watched the 3 sisters blinking up at him. Sister Amelia giggled and said to Sister Verna, "He doesn't talk much, does he?" "He talks enough," Sister Verna said. Under her breath, she added, "Thank the Creator he is quiet for now." "Well," Sister Phoebe said in a bright voice, "shall we go?" Sister Verna frowned at her. "Sister Phoebe, who are the troops I saw, the ones in the strange uniforms?" Sister Phoebe's brow wrinkled in thought a moment. Then her eyebrows lifted. "Oh, those troops." She dismissed it with a wave. "The government was overthrown a few years back. I guess it must have been while you were away. The old world has a new government again. We have an emperor now, instead of all those kings." She looked to Sister Janet. "What is it they call themselves?" Her brow creased in thought. Sister Janet's eyes turned toward the ceiling. "Oh, yes," she said in a demure voice. "The Imperial Order. And you are quite right, Sister Phoebe. They have an emperor." She nodded. "Yes, the Imperial Order led by an emperor." Sister Phoebe shook her head in wonder. "Such foolishness. Governments come and governments go, but the Palace of the Prophets always remains. The Creator's hand shelters us. Shall we go greet the others?" Following behind the 3, they passed through warmly decorated passageways and halls. As far as Richard was concerned, he was in hostile territory. Threat always caused the magic of the Sword of Truth to try to seep into him to protect him. He let in a trickle, keeping the anger on a slow burn. Sister Verna glanced sideways occasionally, as if measuring the growth of his glower. At last, they went through a pair of thick walnut doors that opened into a vast chamber. They had to pass under a low ceiling and between white columns with gold capitals before entering under a huge vaulted dome painted with immense scenes of people in robes surrounding a glowing figure. 2 levels of balconies with ornate stone railings ringed the circular room. Stained glass windows lit the top balcony from behind. The floor of the room was made up of small, light and dark wood squares laid out in a zigzag pattern. The hum of well over 100 voices echoed around the chamber. Women stood in bunches around the floor, and more lined the balconies. Scattered among the women on the second level were some men and boys. The women, all sisters of the light, he presumed, were dressed in finery. There seemed to be no pattern. Their dresses were of every color, with designs ranging from conservative to revealing. The boys and men were dressed in everything from plain robes to coats as elaborate as Richard imagined any lord or prince would wear. The buzz of talking died out as everyone began turning to the new arrivals. As the room fell to silence, applause started, swelling into a roar. Sister Phoebe took a few steps toward the center of the room, raising her hand, calling for silence. The applause died out in spurts. "Sisters," Sister Phoebe said, her voice trembling with excitement, "please welcome Sister Verna home." The applause roared again, and after a few moments, the hand brought it to silence once more. "And may I present our newest student, our newest child of the Creator, our newest charge?" She turned, holding her hand out, wiggling her fingers, indicating she wanted Richard to step forward. He took 3 strides to her, Sister Verna going with him. Sister Phoebe leaned close and whispered, "Richard, do you have any more to your name?" Richard hesitated a moment. "Cypher." She turned back to the crowd. "Please welcome Richard Cypher to the Palace of the Prophets." The clapping started again. Richard glowered as every face watched him. Women near pressed closer to get a better look at him. There were women of all ages and descriptions in the crowd, ranging from some who looked old enough to be kindly grandmothers to some hardly old enough to be called women, with those of every age in between. They ranged from plump to skinny, with hair as different as their dress, with every color from blonde to black. Their eyes, too, were of every color. He noticed one woman who stood near him. She had a warm smile on her reed-thin lips and strange pale blue eyes with violet flecks through them. She was looking at him as if he were an old, dear friend whom she loved and hadn't seen in years. She was applauding enthusiastically and elbowing a haughty woman next to her to join in the clapping until the other finally did. Richard stood with his arms at his sides as he studied the layout of the room, noting exits, passageways, and placement of guards. As the applause died out, a young woman in a dress the same shade of blue as Kalen's wedding dress worked her way through the crowd. The blue dress had a round neck decorated with white lace that ran down to the narrow waist and matched that on the cuffs. She approached, coming to a halt right in front of him. Perhaps 5 years younger than he and a head shorter, she had full, soft brown hair that reached to her shoulders and big brown eyes. She gaped at him. With each slow breath, her bosom swelled at the lace. Her hand floated up. Her delicate fingers brushed his cheek and stroked down his beard. She seemed transfixed as she stared up at him, stroking his beard. "The Creator has indeed heard my prayers," she whispered to herself. She seemed to suddenly remember where she was and snatched her hand back. Her face flushed red. I'm... she stammered. She regained her composure, her face recovering its smooth complexion. She clasped her hands before herself and turned as if nothing had happened to address Sister Verna. "I'm Pasha Mays, novice, 3rd rank. I am next in line to be named. I have been placed in charge of Richard." Sister Verna gave her a small, tight smile. "I think I remember you, Pasha. I'm pleased to see you have studied hard and done well. Richard is passed out of my hands now and into yours. May the Creator gently hold you both in his hands." Pasha smiled proudly and then turned to Richard. She cast a glance down the length of him. She looked up, batted her eyelashes at him, and gave him a warm smile. "I'm pleased to meet you, young man. My name is Pasha. You are assigned to me. I'm to help teach you, help with whatever else you may need in your studies. I'm a guide of sorts. Any problems or questions you have are to be brought to me, and I will do my best to help you. You look like a bright boy. I'm sure we are going to get along just fine." Her smile faltered under the heat of his gloves. She smiled again and continued. "Well, first of all, Richard, we don't allow boys to carry weapons here at the Palace of the Prophets." She held her hands out, palms up. "I'll take your sword."
The trickle of rage from the magic had turned to a torrent. "You are welcome to my sword when I am no longer breathing." Pasha's gaze flicked to Sister Verna. The sister gave a slow, slight shake of her head in stern warning. Pasha's gaze returned to Richard, and her frown transformed to a smile. "Well, we'll talk about it later." Her brow bunched together. "But you need to learn some manners, young man." Richard's voice came in a tone that took some of the color from Pasha's face. "Which one of these women is the prelate?" Pasha gave a bubble of a laugh. "The prelate is not here. She is much too busy to take me to her." "You do not see the prelate when you wish. She sees you when she has reason to see you. I can hardly believe Sister Verna has not taught you that we do not allow our boys—" Richard put the back of his hand against her shoulder and swept her aside as he took another stride into the room, redirecting his glare to the hundreds of eyes watching him. "I have something to say." The vast room fell to a hush. From two different places in his mind, the same thought had come forward at the same time. He recognized each origin. One was The Adventures of Bonnie Day, the book his father had given him, and the other was the sword's magic, the knowledge of the sword, the spirits he had danced with. The memory and message were the same. When you are outnumbered and the situation is hopeless, you have no option. You must attack. He knew what the collar was for. His situation was hopeless. He had no options. He let the quiet ring in the chamber until it was uncomfortable. His fingers tapped his Radha-Han. "As long as you keep this collar on me, you are my captors and I am your prisoner." Murmurs hummed in the air. Richard let them trail off before he went on. "Since I have committed no aggression against you, that makes us enemies. We are at war. Sister Verna has made a pledge to me that I will be taught to control the gift, and when I have learned what is required, I will be set free. For now, as long as you keep that pledge, we have a truce. But there are conditions." Richard lifted the red leather rod at his neck, the Aegil in his hand. Beyond the rage of the magic, the Aegil was only a dim tingle of pain. "I have been collared before. The person who put that collar on me brought me pain to punish me, to teach me, to subdue me. That is the sole purpose of a collar. You collar a beast. You collar your enemies. I made her much the same offer I am making you. I begged her to release me. She would not. I was forced to kill her. Not one of you could ever hope to be good enough to lick her boots. She did as she did because she was tortured and broken, made mad enough to use a collar to hurt people. She did it against her nature. You," he looked to all the eyes, "you do it because you think it is your right. You enslave in the name of your Creator. I don't know your Creator. The only one beyond this world I know who would do as you do is the Keeper." The crowd gasped. "As far as I'm concerned, you may as well be the Keeper's disciples. If you do as she and use this collar to bring me pain, the truce will be ended. You may think you hold the leash to this collar, but I promise you, if the truce ends, you will find that what you hold is a bolt of lightning." Dead still silence rang in the room. Richard rolled up his left sleeve. He drew the sword of truth. The distinctive sound of steel filled the silence. "The Bakaban Mana are my people. They have agreed to live in peace with all people from now on. Anyone who harms one of them will answer to me. If you do not accept this, do not let the Bakaban Mana live in peace. Our truce will be ended." He pointed back with the sword. "Sister Verna captured me. I have fought her every step of this journey. She has done everything short of killing me and draping my body over a horse to get me here. Though she, too, is my captor and enemy, I owe her certain debts. If anyone lays a finger to her because of me, I will kill that person and the truce will be ended." From the corner of his eye, Richard could see Sister Verna's eyes close. Her hand covered her white face. The crowd gasped as Richard drew his sword across the inside of his arm. He turned it, wiping both sides in the blood until it dripped from the tip. His knuckles white around the hilt, he thrust the blade into the air. "I give you a blood oath. Harm the Bakaban Mana, harm Sister Verna, or harm me, and the truce will be ended. And I promise you we will have war. If we have war, I will lay waste to the palace of the prophets." From the far balcony, where Richard couldn't see its source, a mocking voice drifted out over the crowd.
"All by yourself?"
"Doubt me at your peril. I am a prisoner. I have nothing to live for. I am the flesh of prophecy. I am the bringer of death." No answer came in the silence. He slammed his sword home into its scabbard. Richard held his arms out as he gave a gracious bow. He came up smiling. Now that we all understand each other, understand the truce, you ladies may go back to your celebration of my capture. He turned his back on the stunned crowd. Sister Verna's head was lowered, her hand covering her face. Pasha's lips were pressed so tightly together they were turning blue. A stout, stern-faced woman crossed in front of him, stopping before Sister Verna. The woman held her nose in the air until Sister Verna lifted her head and straightened her back. Sister Verna, it is obvious you have neither the talent nor skill to be a Sister of the Light. Your failure is quite beyond the pale. As of this moment, you are broken to novice first rank. You will serve as a novice until such time as, and if the Creator wills, you earn the title of Sister of the Light. Sister Verna lifted her chin. Yes, Sister Marin. Novices do not speak to a sister unless asked to. I did not ask you to speak. She held out a hand. Surrender your dakra. Sister Verna flicked her hand, the silver knife appearing from her sleeve. She twirled it, presented the handle to the other woman, and then stood silent, her eyes straight ahead. At dawn tomorrow, you will report to the kitchens. You will scrub pots until you are judged worthy to attempt something more demanding of your intelligence. Do you understand? Yes, Sister Marin, I understand. And if you even look like you are going to give me any backtalk, it will be the stables instead of the kitchens, cleaning stalls and hauling manure. In that case, Sister Marin, I will report directly to the stables instead of the kitchens, and save your ears what it is I would say to you. Sister Marin's face reddened. Very well, novice, the stables it is. Sister Marin paused before Richard, giving him a tight smile. I trust that does not break your truce. She lifted her chin and stormed off. The room was silent. Richard looked at Sister Verna, but the sister stared straight ahead. Pasha, her face set in a scowl, suddenly put herself between them. Verna is no longer your concern. Your arm is bleeding. Since you are my charge, I will tend to it. She took a calming breath as she twined her fingers together before her waist. There is a big banquet to welcome you, beginning in the dining room. Maybe you will feel better about all of us after the banquet. Everyone is looking forward to it. Everyone wants a chance to personally welcome you. She shook a finger at him. And you will be on your best behavior, young man. Having put the sword away, he had put most of the anger away. Most, but not all. I'm not hungry. Show me to my dungeon, child. Her fists tightened on her blue skirts. With a dark look, she considered him a moment. Very well. Have it your way. You can just go to bed without your supper like a spoiled child. She turned on her heel. Follow me. Chapter 50. Sister Verna put her hand to the brass lever. The room was shielded. She took a controlled breath and then knocked. A muffled voice behind the heavy door answered. Come. The shield dissolved. She opened the right side of the double doors and stepped in. Two women sat, each at her own desk, to each side of the door beyond. Both were writing in ledgers. Neither looked up. Yes, the one to the left said as she continued writing. What is it? I have come to return the journey book, Sister Ulyssia. Sister Ulyssia wet her finger and flipped a page. Yes, just put it on the desk. Shouldn't you be at the banquet in honor of your return? I would think you would want to get reacquainted with old friends. Sister Verna clasped her hands. I have more important matters to attend than banquets. I wish to give the journey book to the prelate personally. And I wish to speak with her, Sister Ulyssia. They both looked up. Well, Sister Ulyssia said, the prelate does not wish to speak with you, Sister Verna. She is a busy woman. She can't be bothered with unimportant matters. Unimportant? It is not unimportant. Do not raise your voice in this office, Sister Verna, the other warned. She dipped her pen in an ink bottle and bent back over her writing. Sister Verna took a step forward. The air between the desks before the door beyond shimmered suddenly with a powerful shield that hissed and crackled in warning. The prelate is busy, Sister Ulyssia said. If she deems your return of consequence, she will send for you. She pulled a candle closer and bent back to her book. Just put the journey book on my desk. I will see that it's returned to her. Sister Verna controlled her voice as she gritted her teeth. I have been broken down to novice. They both glanced up. Broken to novice because I followed the orders of that woman. Despite my pleas and appeals, she forbade me to do my job, my duty, and because of that I am to be punished for doing as the prelate ordered me to do. I will at least hear the reasons. Sister Ulyssia leaned back in her chair and then turned to the other woman.
Sister Fenella, please send a report to the headmistress of the novices. Inform her that novice Verna Sylvandrine came to the prelate's office without authorization or invitation, and further, she carried on in a tirade unbecoming of a novice, hoping one day to be a sister of the light. Sister Fenella shifted herself in annoyance as she glared up at Sister Verna.
My, novice Verna. Your first day in your pursuit of higher calling, and already you've earned a letter of reprimand. She clicked her tongue. I do so hope you learn to behave yourself if you ever hope to be a sister of the light.
That will be all, novice, Sister Ulyssia said. You are dismissed.
Sister Verna turned on her heel. She heard the snap of fingers. She looked back over her shoulder to see Sister Ulyssia tapping the corner of her desk.
The journey book? And I don't believe that is the way a novice departs when she is dismissed by a sister. Is it, novice?
Sister Verna pried the small black book from behind her belt and gently set it on the corner of the desk. No, sister, it is not. She curtsied. Thank you, sisters, for your time. Sister Verna sighed to herself as she closed the door against her back. She stood for a moment, considering. Eyes to the floor before her, she made her way back through the palace, down halls both opened and closed, both stone and paneled, across floors carpeted and tiled. Rounding a corner, she came suddenly upon someone. She looked up into a face she had been hoping not to see. He smiled in a familiar manner. Verna, how good to see you. His young, square-jawed face looked unchanged. His wavy brown hair was worn a little longer over his ears than before, and his shoulders were broader than she remembered. She had to restrain herself from touching his cheek, from falling into his arms. She bowed her head. Jedediah, she gazed up into his brown eyes. You look fit. You look the same as you have always looked. You wear the time well. You look, I guess, the word you are searching for is old. I look old. Ah, Verna, a few wrinkles. He glanced down her body. A few pounds do not diminish a beauty such as yours. I see your tongue is still in good form around women. She glanced to his plain tan robes. And I can see you've been a good student as always and have managed to advance yourself. I'm proud of you, Jedediah. He shrugged off the compliment and pressed his fingers together. Tell me about the new one you brought in. Her eyes narrowed. You've not seen me in 20-odd years since I rose from your bed to go on my journey, and that is your question for me? Not how have I fared? Not how do I feel about you after all this time? Not has your heart found another? Well, I guess the shock of seeing how I've aged has made those questions fly right from your head. The sly smile stayed on his lips. Verna, you're not a silly girl. Surely you must realize that in the passing of so much time, neither of us could be expected to. Of course I know that. I had no delusions of us. I had simply hoped to return and be treated with a little tact and sensitivity. He shrugged again. I'm sorry, Verna. I always thought of you as a woman who appreciated candor, one who had no use for word sports. His eyes went out of focus. I guess I've learned so much about life since back then, when I was so young. She removed her glare from his handsome face and started away. Good night, Jedediah. What of my question? His voice had an unpleasant edge to it. He softened it. What's the new one like? She halted, but didn't turn. You were there. I saw you. What you saw of Richard is what he is. I also saw what happened to you. I'm gaining a little influence among some of the sisters. Maybe I can do something to help you with your situation. He gestured vaguely with a hand. If you're open with me and satisfy my curiosity, maybe I can help you out of your unfortunate predicament. She started out again. Good night, Jedediah. I'll be seeing you around the palace, Verna. Think on it. She couldn't believe how ignorant she had been all those years. She remembered Jedediah as caring and sincere. Maybe her memory was addled. Maybe she was just thinking of herself and hadn't given him the chance to be kinder. She must look a mess. She should have cleaned herself up, put on a nice dress, at least fixed her unruly hair before she saw Jedediah. But she had not had the chance. Maybe if she had touched his cheek, he would have remembered the spark of something. Maybe remembered the tears he shed the day she left and the promises he had made. Promises she knew the moment they left his lips would be broken before their echo faded so long ago. She came to the hall that led to the novices' apartments.
She stood looking down at the doors. She was tired. Sun up to sundown in the stables was going to be exhausting. She turned the other way instead. She had one other thing to do before she slept. Pasha came to a stop before a doorway with a casing of stone, carved to look like vines. Nestled in the center of the stone vines was a large, round-topped, fumed oak door. Pasha lifted an eyebrow to him. "Your dungeon?" "There's no bolt on the outside of the door. How will you lock me in?" She seemed surprised by the question. "We don't lock our boys in. You're free to come and go as you please." Richard frowned. "You mean I'm free to roam this building?" "No. You're free to go wherever you wish. You may go almost anywhere in the palace or into the city if you wish. Most of the boys spend a great deal of their time in the city." Her face reddened a little at the last of what she had said, and she looked away from his face. "What about the country around the city?" She shrugged, and then pulled the shoulder of her blue dress back up a little. "Of course, I don't know why you would want to go into the countryside. None of the other boys do, but there's nothing stopping you from going outside either the palace or the city." A worried wrinkle came to her brow. "But you must stay clear of the Hagen Woods. It is extremely dangerous. Were you warned about the Hagen Woods? Were you shown where it is while you journeyed to the palace?" Richard nodded. "How far may I go into the countryside?" "The Radahan will prevent you from going too far afield. We must be able to find you, but the limit is a good number of miles in a radius around the Palace of the Prophets." "How many miles?" "Farther than you would want to go. I expect almost all the way to the land of the savages." "You mean the Bakaban Mana?" She nodded. "Nearly that far, I would expect." "Unguarded?" She put her hands on her hips. "You are assigned to me. I will accompany you most everywhere you go, for now. After our boys are more experienced, they go off on their own when they wish." "Whenever I want, I can simply wander around?" "Well, you live here at the palace, of course, and you must be around for your lessons. I will give your lessons, and so will a number of the sisters. We will teach you to touch your Han, and then once you are able to do that, we will begin to teach you how to control it." "Why different sisters? Why not just one, or you?" "Because sometimes the Han of certain people works better together. Also, the sisters have more experience than me, have more knowledge. There may be one or several of us who are better able to help you, and so different sisters give you lessons until we discover with whom you work best." "Will Sister Verna be one of those?" Pasha gave him a look from under her eyebrows. "Verna is no longer a sister. She is no longer entitled to the appellation. She is a novice now, and should be addressed simply as Verna. Novices, other than the one assigned to you, that is me, are not allowed to give lessons. Novices of the first rank, like Verna, are not allowed to have anything to do with our boys. The duty of a novice is to learn, not to teach." Richard didn't think he could ever think of Sister Verna as simply Verna. It sounded too strange to him. "When will she be a sister again?" "She must serve as a novice and advance as any other novice. I started scrubbing pots in the kitchen when I was little. It has taken me this long to be given this chance. One day, if Verna works as hard as I have, then she too will have the chance to be a sister of the light. Until then, Verna is a novice." Richard fumed at the thought of Sister Verna being demoted on his account. By the time she was again a sister, she would be an old woman. He changed the subject. "And why are we allowed to roam around?" "Because you are not a danger to the people. Someday, when you learn to control your Han, then you begin to have limits placed on where you may go. The people in the city are afraid of boys who can wield the power. Unfortunate incidents have happened in the past. And so once a boy becomes skilled at handling his Han, he is then restricted from the city. As the boys advance as wizards, they are placed under more restrictions until near the end, and their release, when they are confined to certain areas of the palace. But for now, you're free to go almost anywhere you wish. I will know where you are all the time by your Radahan." "You mean any sister can find me by this cursed thing?" "No, only the one who gave it to you, because she held it and recognizes its power. And since I'm in charge of you, I must be able to know where you are at all times. So I will need to allow my Han to recognize your Radahan's unique field." She pushed the door open and went into the dark room. With a sweep of her arm, lamps set all around the room sprang to flame. "You must teach me that trick," he muttered. "It's not a trick. It's simply my Han. And that's the simplest of many things I will teach you." The ceiling of the huge room was painted around its molding with different colored lines and intricate patterns. The walls were paneled in cherry of a warm color. Tall windows hung with rich, deep blue moire drapes looked out on the night. There was a fireplace with a white column to each side. Most of the wood floor was covered with thick carpets. comfortable-looking chairs and couches were placed around the room and arranged in front of the fireplace. Richard thought that his whole house would fit twice into the room. He slipped the pack off his back and leaned it against the wall next to the fireplace. He stood the quiver of arrows and the unstrung bow beside it. He went to the right, to a set of double doors made up of small panes of glass and covered over with sheer cream-colored curtains. Beyond the doors was an expansive balcony overlooking the city. Stone urns filled with flowers were set about the slate floor of the balcony. He put his fingers to the marble railing as he looked to his right, past the sparkling lights of the city, to the hills from where he had come. "The sunsets are beautiful from this balcony," Pasha said. Richard wasn't interested in sunsets. He studied the courtyard below, the gates, the roads, the patrolling soldiers, and the bridges to the city and the hills beyond. He tried to fix a map of it all into his head. He went back inside and marched to the other end of the room, to the doorway there. Beyond was a bedroom almost as large as the first room. It held the largest bed he had ever seen, covered with a deep purple quilt. Another pair of glassed doors led to another balcony, but this one looked south, out over the sea. "It's a beautiful view," Pasha said. "A romantic view." She saw that he was looking to the sections of the palace below. She pointed. "Across that courtyard are some of the women's quarters, where most of the sisters' rooms are." She shook the finger at him. "You will stay away from them, young man." She turned away. "Unless a sister invites you to her room," she added under her breath. "What do I call you?" he asked. "Sister Pasha?" She giggled. "No, I'm a novice, though I hope to become a sister if I prove myself with you. Until then, I am simply Pasha." Richard turned to her, directing a glare to her eyes. "My name is Richard. Do you have trouble remembering it?" "Look here, you are assigned to me, and if that is too difficult for you to remember, you have no chance of ever becoming a sister. Because if you insist on trying to demean me by calling me by other than my name, I will see to it that you quickly fail in your test." He leaned over her as he glowered down at her wide eyes. "Do you understand, Pasha?" She swallowed. "You will not raise your voice to me, young..." She lifted her chin a little. "You will not raise your voice to me, Richard." "That's better. Thank you." He hoped she would leave it at that. He was in no mood to be kind if she was not. He turned away. This balcony held less of a view of the things he was interested in, and so he went back into the bedroom. She followed on his heels. "Look here, Richard, you will learn some manners, or else I will..." That was the end of his indulgence. He spun to her. She lurched to a halt, almost colliding with him. "You've never been in charge of anyone before, have you?" She didn't move. "I would say that this is the first time you have been given responsibility, and you are terrified you will muck it up. Since you are inexperienced, you think acting like a tyrant will fool people into thinking you know what you are doing." "Well, Her voice trailed off as he leaned down, putting his face close to hers. "You should not be frightened of letting me see that you are inexperienced at commanding people, Pasha. What you should be frightened of is that I will kill you." Her eyes narrowed with indignation. "Don't you dare threaten me. This is a game to you. A way for you to fulfill some arcane rules by prancing around, pulling your little puppy around by his collar, and training him to lick your hand, so you may gain a new rank." He gritted his teeth as he lowered his voice. "It is not a game to me, Pasha. It's a matter of life and death. I am a prisoner held in a collar as a beast or a slave. I have only as much control of my life as you people allow. I know I am to be tortured by you as a way of breaking my will. You are wrong, Pasha, if you think that I'm making a threat. I'm not. I am making a promise." "I'm not what you think of me, Richard," she said in a small voice. "I want to be your friend." "You are not my friend. You are my captor." He held a finger up in front of her face. "Don't you ever turn your back on me, because I will kill you, just as I killed the last person who held me prisoner in a collar." She blinked up at him. "Richard, I don't know what happened to you before, but we're not like that. I want to be a sister of the light to help people see the Creator's goodness." Richard was dangerously close to letting the magic slip from his control. He struggled to maintain his grip. He had other things to do. "I am not interested in your theology. Just remember what I told you." She smiled. "I will. I apologize for making you angry by calling you other than by your name. Please forgive me. I've never done this before. I was only doing as I thought I should, following the rules, as I was trained." "Forget the rules. Just be yourself, and you will have less trouble in life." "If that will help you believe that I'm only trying to help you, then that's what I shall do." She pointed. "Here, sit on the edge of the bed." "Why?" Though she didn't move, he felt a gentle push. He fell back to sit on the edge of the bed. "Don't." She stepped between his legs, close to him. "Hush. Let me do my job. I told you before, I must let my Han come to know your Radahan, so I will know where you are at all times. She put her hands to each side of his neck, over the collar. She closed her eyes. Her breasts were right in front of his face, moving with each breath. He felt a soft, tingling sensation that sank all the way to his toes and then came back up through him. It was slightly uncomfortable, but not unpleasant, and in fact, the longer it went on, the better it felt. When she took her hands away, the absence of the sensation was agony for a moment. The world seemed to hum and spin. He shook his head. What did you do? I simply let my Han come to know your Radahan. She looked a little dazed. She swallowed as a tear ran down her cheek. And something of your Han, your essence. She turned away. Richard stood. Does that mean that you will always know where I am now? By my collar? She nodded weakly as she strode slowly across the room. Her voice regained its control. What are your preferences for food? Your special requirements? I don't eat meat. She stopped in her tracks. That's one I've never heard before. And I guess I don't like cheese anymore either. She considered a moment and then walked on. I will tell the cooks your special requirements. A plan was forming in his head, and she wasn't part of it. He needed to get rid of her. Pasha went to a tall, pickled pine wardrobe. It was filled with fine clothes. There were trousers of a smooth weave, at least a dozen shirts, mostly white, some with ruffles and coats of every color. These are yours, she said. If everyone was surprised I was grown, why are they a size of a grown man? She inspected the various items, feeling the fabric, taking some out and holding them up for a better look. Someone must have known. Verna must have told them. Sister Verna. She put a black coat back. I'm sorry, Richard, but it is just Verna now. She pulled out a white shirt. Do you like this? No. I would look foolish wearing fancy things like that. She smiled coquettishly. I think you would look very handsome in it. But if it doesn't please you, there are coins on the table over there. I'll show you some shops in the city, and you may purchase whatever you like better. Richard glanced to the marble-topped table. There was a silver bowl of silver coins, and next to it, a gold bowl heaped full with gold coins. If he worked his whole life as a guide, he would never earn even half that much gold. It's not mine. Of course it is. You're a guest of the palace, and the palace provides whatever our guests require. If you use that up, it will be replaced. She pulled out a red coat with gold brocade on the shoulders and cuffs. Her eyes brightened. Richard, this would look simply grand on you. Even if you cover a collar with precious gems, it's still a collar. This has nothing to do with your Radahan. What you're wearing is disgusting. You look like some savage from the woods. She held the red coat open. Here, try this on. He snatched the coat from her hands and threw it on the bed. Gripping her by the arm, he marched her to the door in the front room. Richard, stop it. What are you doing? He pulled the door open. I'm tired. It's been a long day. Good night, Pasha. Richard, I'm only trying to help you look better. You look uncivilized in that outfit. You look like some huge beast. He went calm as he took in her blue dress, blue, the color of Kalen's wedding dress. That color does not become you, he said. Does not become you at all. She stood in the hall staring at him with big brown eyes. He kicked the door shut. He waited a few minutes and then checked the hall. There was no sign of her. He went to his pack beside the fireplace and started taking things out. He wouldn't need everything. No need carrying all his extra clothes. As he was stretching the string to the bow, there was a soft rap at the door. He crept across the carpets, listening. Maybe she would go away if he didn't answer it. He didn't need her hanging around, telling him what to wear. He had important things to do. The soft knock came again. Maybe it wasn't Pasha. Richard pulled his knife. He yanked the door open. Sister Verna. I just saw Pasha running down the hall in tears. I'm surprised at you, Richard. She lifted an eyebrow to him. I didn't think it would take you that long. I've been hiding around a corner, afraid I would be caught while I waited. A shawl capped her curly hair and spread down over her shoulders. Did you have to make her cry? She is fortunate I didn't make her bleed. She lifted the shawl from her head and settled it around her shoulders. A small smile touched her lips. May I come in? He held out his arm in invitation. And it is simply Verna, she said, as she stepped through the threshold. I'm not a sister. He slipped the knife back into its sheath. I'm sorry, but I don't think I could bring myself to call you anything else. To me, you are Sister Verna. It is not proper to address me as sister. She looked around the room as he closed the door. How are the accommodations? They would not embarrass a king. Sister Verna, I know you won't believe me, but I'm really sorry about what happened. I didn't mean to bring my troubles down on you. A broad grin spread on her face. You have been a constant trouble to me, Richard. But for once, this trouble was not caused by you. Another brought this trouble upon me. Sister, I know I caused you to be broken to a novice. I didn't intend that. But the part about you being sent to work in the stables, that was your own doing. Things are not always as they seem, Richard. There was a twinkle in her eye. I hate scrubbing pots. When I was a novice, when I was young, I hated that more than anything else. I'm not happy in a kitchen, and less so with my hands in scalding water. I like horses much better. They don't talk back or argue with me. I like being around horses, more so since you destroyed the bits and I became friends with Jessup. Sister Marin thought she held the reins, as it were, but she was doing what I wished. Richard smiled with one side of his mouth. You are a very devious woman, Sister Verna. I'm proud of you. But I'm still sorry you are put back to novice because of me. She shrugged. I'm here to serve the Creator. It matters not how. And this is not your doing. The prelate's orders are what caused me to be broken to a novice. You mean the orders she wrote in the book? She forbade you from using your power on me, didn't she? How do you know that? I figured it out. You were often angry enough to spit fire at me, but you never used your power to stop me. I don't think that would have happened unless you were under orders to watch, but not to interfere. After all, if the Radahan is used to control, why else would you not use that control? She shook her head to herself. You are a very devious person yourself, Richard. How long have you known? Since I read the book in the tower. Why are you here, sister? I wanted to see if you were all right. Starting tomorrow, I won't get the chance again. At least not for a very long time. Not until I'm raised to Sister of the Light again. First-rank novices aren't allowed to have anything to do with young wizards. The penalty is quite severe. Your first day as a novice, and already you're breaking the rules. You shouldn't be here. You'll be up to your elbows in scalding water and dirty pots if they catch you. She shrugged. Some things are more important than rules. Richard frowned at the distant look in her eyes. Why don't you sit? I don't have time. I only came to keep a promise. She pulled something from a pocket. And to bring you this. She lifted his hand and placed something in it, then closed his fingers around it. When Richard opened his fingers and looked, his knees almost buckled. It was the lock of Kaelin's hair he had thrown away. Sister Verna clasped her hands together. The first night we were together, I found that. Without looking up, he whispered, What do you mean you found it? She leaned back and looked up at the ceiling. After you fell asleep, after you decided not to kill me, I went for a walk and found it. His eyes slid closed. I can't take this, he managed to make himself say. I have set her free. Kaelin made a great sacrifice to save your life. I promised her that I would not let you forget that she loves you. Richard's strength had vanished. The muscles in his legs quivered. His hands shook. I can't take this. She sent me away. I have set her free. Sister Verna spoke softly. She loves you, Richard. Please, as a favor to me, take it. I have violated the rules to bring this to you. I made a promise to Kaelin to make sure you know she loves you. I was reminded again today what a rare thing real love is. Richard felt as if the whole weight of the palace had fallen down on him. All right, sister, as a favor to you. But I know she doesn't want me. If you love someone, you don't ask them to put a collar around their neck. You don't send them away. She wishes to be free. I love her, and so I have set her free. Someday, Richard, I hope you will realize how much she has sacrificed, and the truth of her love. Love is a precious thing, and should not be forgotten. I don't know what your life holds in store, but someday you will find love again. But I think you need a friend more than anything else right now. I'm sincere in my offer, Richard. Will you take this collar off me? She was silent a moment. Her voice came heavy with regret. I cannot, Richard. It would bring you to harm. I have a duty to preserve your life. The collar must stay on. He nodded. I have no friends. I am in enemy territory in enemy hands. That's not true. But I'm afraid that as a novice, I won't have the chance to convince you otherwise. Pasha looks like a nice young woman. Try to make friends with her, Richard. You need a friend. I can't make friends with someone I may have to kill. I meant every word I said today, sister. I know, Richard, she whispered. I know. But Pasha is almost your age. Sometimes it's easier to make friends with those your own age. I think she would like to be a friend. For a novice, this is as important a time as it is for a young wizard. The relationship between a novice and the wizard she is assigned is unique. The bond that will grow is very special and will last the lifetime of each. She, too, is frightened. Her whole life, she has been a student, a novice. Now, for the first time, she is the teacher. Not only the boy learns, but the girl, too. They both are entering a new life. It is a very special thing for both. Slave and master. That is the only bond. She sighed. I doubt any novice has ever faced a task like the one Pasha will have. Try to be understanding of her, Richard. Pasha is going to have her hands full with you. The Creator knows the prelate herself would have her hands full with you. Richard stared off at nothing. Have you ever killed anyone you loved, sister? Well, no. Richard lifted the Aegil in his fist. Denna held me by my magic, as do the sisters. She kept a collar around my neck, as do the sisters. They had tortured her until she was mad enough to do the same to me. I understood how she could do it because I would have done anything she said to keep from being hurt anymore. He was hardly aware of the pain from the Aegil ripping through him. I understood her and I loved her. A tear ran down his face. That was the only way I was able to escape. She controlled the rage of the sword. Because I was able to love her, I was able to turn the blade of the Sword of Truth white. Dear Creator, Sister Verna whispered, her eyes wide. You have turned the sword's blade white? Richard closed his eyes and nodded. I had to take the love of her into my heart. Only then could I turn the blade white. Only then could I run it through her while she looked lovingly into my eyes. Only because I loved her could I kill her and escape. As long as I live, I will never be able to forgive myself. Sister Verna embraced him protectively. Dear Creator, she whispered, what have you done to your child? Richard pushed her away. Go, sister, before you get into trouble. He wiped his eyes. I'm being foolish. She gripped his shoulders. Why didn't you tell me this before? He wiped his sleeve across his nose. It's not something I'm proud of. And you are the enemy, sister. He looked to her wet eyes. I've told you the truth. I told the other sisters the truth today. I will kill anyone I must. Sister, I'm capable of killing anyone. I'm the bringer of death. I'm a monster. That's why Kaelin wanted me sent away. She brushed his hair back from his face. She loves you, Richard. She was trying to save your life. Someday you will see that. She sighed. I'm sorry, I must go. Will you be all right? His smile was empty. I don't think so, sister. I think there is going to be war. I think I'm going to end up killing sisters. I hope you aren't one of them. She wiped her fingers across his cheek. We never know what the Creator has in store for us. If this Creator of yours has any power, I think you'll be restored to Sister a lot sooner than you think, sister. I must go. Good luck to you, Richard. Have faith. As soon as she was gone, he threw his cloak around his shoulders and put on his pack. He had to act now, while they were still afraid of him, while they were still unsure. He checked that the sword was clear in its scabbard. He hooked the quiver on his back and shouldered his bow as he moved out onto the balcony. With a running knot, Richard attached the rope to the stone railing. He put his knife between his teeth and then slipped over the edge into the darkness, into his element. Chapter 51. Night didn't seem to diminish the number of people on the streets of Tanamura. The little fires cooking meat on sticks still burned, and the hawkers still conducted a brisk business. Men called to him to throw dice with them. Once they saw his collar, people tried to entice him into buying everything from food to shell necklaces for his lady. He told them that he had no coins. They laughed, saying that the palace would pay for anything he wanted. Richard hunched his shoulders and kept walking. Women dressed in flimsy, revealing clothes pressed against him, giggling and smiling as they ran their hands over him, trying to get fingers into his pockets. They made him offers he could hardly believe. Pushing didn't get them away. His glare did. Richard was relieved to leave the city behind, to leave the lights of torches, lamps, candles, and fires behind, to leave behind the smells and the noise. He breathed easier when he was into the moonlit country. He glanced over his shoulder at the twinkling lights while he climbed the hills. He was constantly aware of the collar around his neck and wondered what would happen if he went too far, though from what Pasha had told him, that was many more miles than he intended to go. Still, he worried she might be wrong, and that the slack in his chain might suddenly snap tight. Finally, he reached a satisfactory spot. He surveyed the grassy prominence overlooking the city in the distance. A little way off to the side, in the swale, he could see the dark shapes of old trees looming up in the moonlight. Shadows black as death lurked in the gaps. Richard stared at the menacing gloom for a time, transfixed by a faint, lingering desire to go into the waiting folds of its night. Something in him hungered to go in there and call forth the magic. Something in him lusted to bring forth the rage, to let it vent its wrath, vent his wrath. It felt as if his frustration at being held against his will, his anger at being a helpless prisoner, his fear at not knowing what was going to happen to him, and his heartache for Kaelin, all needed to be let out, like pounding a fist against a wall when you were angry. Somehow, those woods promised him that release. Richard finally turned from the Hagen woods and set about collecting firewood. With his knife, he whittled a pile of shavings into a bare spot he had scooped out with his boot. Striking steel and flint, he started the shavings to smoldering, and once they had taken with a good flame, he piled on some wood. Once the fire was going nicely, he set out a pot, poured in water, and started cooking rice and beans. While he waited for it to cook, he finished a small piece of bannock he still had left. He sat, his arms curled around his knees, and watched the dark woods, the Hagen woods. He watched the city shimmering in the distance. The sky overhead was a sparkling canopy of stars. He watched the sky, too, waiting to see a familiar shape blacken the patch of stars. After a time, he heard a soft thud behind him. He laughed when the furry arms grabbed him and tumbled him onto the ground. Gratch gurgled with his throaty laugh, his arms and legs and wings trying to enwrap his opponent. Richard tickled his ribs, and Gratch roared with a deep, growling laughter. The tussle ended with Gratch finally on top, hugging Richard with arms and wings. Richard embraced the little gar tightly.
Gratch, lug, Gratch, arg.
Richard squeezed him tighter. I love you too, Gratch. Gratch put his wrinkly nose to Richard's. His glowing green eyes looked down, and he let out in a throaty giggle. Richard wrinkled his nose. Gratch, your breath smells. He sat up, holding the gar in his lap. Did you catch some food on your own? Gratch nodded enthusiastically. Richard hugged him again. I'm so proud of you. And you did it without blood flies. What did you get? Gratch cocked his head to the side. His furry ears turned forward. Did you get a turtle? Richard asked. Gratch giggled and shook his head. Did you get a deer? Gratch sagged with a regretful growl. Did you get a rabbit? Gratch bounced and shook his head, enjoying the game. I give up. What did you have to eat? Gratch covered his eyes with his claws, peeking out between them. A raccoon? You got a raccoon? Gratch nodded with a toothy grin, then threw his head back and roared as he pounded his chest. Richard patted the beast's back. Good for you. Very good. Gratch gave a gurgling giggle and then tried to push Richard back for more wrestling. Richard was relieved that the gar was finally able to start catching his own food. He made Gratch sit still and settle down while he checked the rice and beans. He held the pot out. You want some of my dinner with me? Gratch leaned close and carefully smelled the pot. He knew it was hot. He had gotten a burn before and was careful now when Richard cooked things. He wrinkled his nose at the rice and beans. He made a croaking sound and rolled his shoulders. Richard knew that meant he wasn't enthusiastic, but if nothing better was forthcoming, he would have some. Richard poured him some in his own bowl. Blow on it, it's hot. Gratch held the tin bowl to his face and pursed his leathery lips. He blew air and spit between his fangs as he tried to cool his snack. Richard ate with a spoon as he watched the gar trying to lick the rice and beans from the bowl. Finally, Gratch rolled onto his back and, holding the bowl with his claws and feet, poured its contents in his mouth. In 3 swallows, it was gone. Gratch sat up and flapped his wings. He scooted close. With a plaintive babble, he held out his bowl to Richard. Richard showed him the empty pot. All gone. Gratch's ears wilted. He put a hooked claw to Richard's bowl and gave it a little tug. Richard pulled his bowl away and turned his back. Mine. It's my dinner. Gratch resigned himself to waiting patiently while Richard finished eating. When Richard pulled his knees up and wrapped his arms around them as he watched the city, Gratch squatted and tried to imitate the pose. Richard pulled the lock of hair from his pocket. He twirled it in the moonlight, staring while he watched it turning. Gratch thrust out a claw. Richard elbowed it away. No, he said in a low voice. You can touch, but only if you're gentle. Gratch reached out tentatively, slowly, carefully touching a claw to the lock of hair. His glowing green eyes looked up, studying. He stroked the claw down Richard's hair. Gratch touched Richard's cheek, touched a tear rolling down. Richard sniffed and swallowed. He put the lock of hair back in his pocket. Gratch put a gangly arm around Richard's shoulder and laid his head against him. Richard put his arm around Gratch, and they watched the night for a time. Finally deciding he had better get some sleep, Richard found a spot of thick grass on which to spread a blanket. He lay down with Gratch curled up close, and the two of them fell asleep together. Richard woke when the moon was nearly down. He sat up and stretched. Gratch made fists and imitated Richard, adding wings to the yawning stretch. Richard rubbed his eyes. It would be dawn in an hour or two. It was time. He stood, Gratch coming up beside him. "I want you to listen to me, Gratch. I have some important things to tell you. Are you listening?" Gratch nodded, his wrinkly face set in a serious cast. Richard pointed to the city. "You see that place with all the fire, all the light? I'm going to live there for a while." Richard tapped his chest and then pointed to the city. "I'm going to be down there, but I don't want you to visit me there. You must stay away. It's a dangerous place for you. You stay away." Gratch watched Richard's face. "I'll come up here to visit you, all right?" Gratch thought a moment and then nodded. "You stay away from the city. And you see the river down there? You know what a river is. I've shown you water. You stay on this side of the water, this side, understand?" Richard didn't want the Gar hunting the livestock on the farms on the other side of the river. That would surely get him in trouble. Gratch looked from Richard's face to the city and then back. He made a sound from deep in his throat to express his understanding. "And Gratch, if you see any people," Richard tapped his chest and pointed to the city, "people like me, don't you eat them." He put a finger in front of Gratch's face. "People are not food. Don't eat any people, understand?" Gratch growled in disappointment and then nodded. Richard put an arm around the Gar's shoulders and turned him toward the Hagen Woods. "Now listen. This is important. You see that place down there, those woods?" A low, menacing growl rose from the Gar's throat. His lips drew back from his fangs. The glow in his green eyes intensified. "You stay out of there. I don't want you going into that place. I mean it, Gratch. You stay away." Gratch watched the woods, the growl still in his throat. Richard gripped a fistful of fur and gave him a shake. "You stay away from there, understand?" Gratch glanced over and finally nodded. "I have to go in there, but you can't follow. It's dangerous in there for you. Stay out." With a plaintive pule, Gratch put an arm around Richard and pulled him back a step. "I'll be safe. I have the sword. Remember the sword? I showed you my sword. It will protect me, but you can't come with me." Richard hoped he was right about the sword. Sister Verna had told him that the Hagen Woods were a place of vile magic, but he had no choice. It was the only plan he could think of. Richard gave the Gar a tight hug. "You be a good boy. Go hunt yourself some more food. I'll be coming up here to see you and we'll wrestle, all right?" Gratch grinned at the mention of wrestling. He pulled hopefully on Richard's arm. "Not now, Gratch. I have something I must do, but I'll come back on another night and wrestle with you." Gratch's ears wilted again. His long arms wrapped around Richard in a goodbye hug. Richard collected his things and, with a final wave, headed down into the swale. Gratch watched as the dark woods swallowed him up. Richard walked for close to an hour. He needed to be deep enough into the Hagen Woods to make sure his plan would work. Limbs draped with moss and vines looked like arms reaching out to snatch him. Sounds drifted through the trees, guttural clicking and long, low whistles. Off in stagnant stretches of water, things splashed at his approach. Warm and breathing hard with the effort of the walk, he came to a small clearing, high enough to be dry and open enough to afford him the view of a small patch of stars. There was no rock or log in the clearing, so he flattened a thick clump of grass and sat down beside his pack, crossing his legs. He closed his eyes and drew a deep breath. Richard thought about home in the Heartland woods. He longed to be back in his woods. He thought about the friends he missed so much, Chase and Zed. All the time he had grown up with the old man, Richard had never known Zed was his grandfather. But he had known he was his friend, and that they loved each other. He guessed that was what mattered. What difference would it have made anyway? Richard could not have loved him more, and Zed could not have been more of a friend. It had been so long since he had seen Zed. Although he had seen him at the People's Palace in Dahara, he hadn't really had much time to talk with him, to catch up on things. He shouldn't have left so soon. He wished he could talk to Zed now, to seek his help and understanding. Richard had no idea if Kaylin would go to Zed. Why should she? She was rid of Richard, and that was what she wanted. He wished with all his heart it weren't so. He missed her smile, her green eyes, the soft sound of her voice, her intelligence and wit, her touch. She made the world alive for him. He would have given his life at that moment just to hold her for 5 minutes. But she knew what he was, and had sent him away, and he had set her free. It was for the best. He wasn't good enough for her. Before he realized what he was doing, he was seeking the peace within himself, seeking his Han, as Sister Verna had taught him. He had practiced almost every day when he had been with her, and although he never felt his Han, whatever it was, it had always felt pleasant to seek it. It was relaxing and brought peace. It felt good to do that now. He let his mind find that place of peace and let his worries drift away. In his mind, as he always did, he pictured the sword of truth floating in space before his mind's eye. He saw every detail of it, felt every detail of it. In his peace, in his meditation, without opening his eyes, Richard drew his sword. He wasn't quite sure why, except it felt the right thing to do. The unique ring of steel hung in the night air, announcing the blade's arrival to the Hagen Woods. He laid the sword across his knees. The magic danced with him in the place of peace. If anything came, he would be ready. Now he had to wait. It would be quite a while, he was sure, but she would come. When she realized where he was, she would come. As he sat still and quiet, the night returned to its normal activity around him. While he concentrated on the picture of the sword, Richard was vaguely aware of the chirps and clicks of bugs, the low, steady croaks of frogs, and the rustling of mice and voles among the dry debris of the forest floor. The air occasionally whirred with a bat. Once he heard a squeak as an owl caught its dinner. And then, while in the dreamlike haze as he sat and pictured the sword, the night became still. In his mind, he saw the dark shape behind him. In one fluid movement, Richard was up and spinning, the sword tip whistling through the air. The flowing shape pitched back and lunged again when the sword was past. Richard felt a thrill that he had missed, that it would not be ended so soon, that he could dance with the spirits, that he could let the rage free. It moved like a cape in the wind, dark as death and just as quick. Around the clearing they darted, the sword glinting in the waning light of the moon, the blade slicing the air, the dark shape's blade-like claws flashing past. Richard immersed himself in the sword's magic, in its wrath, in his own. He freed his anger and frustration to join with the sword's own fury, reveling in the dance with death. Across the clearing they spun like leaves in a gale, one avoiding the blade, the other the claws. Lunging and ducking, they used the trees for cover and attack. Richard let the spirits of the sword dance with him. He immersed himself in the magic's mastery. He let himself do as the spirits counseled, and he watched, almost in a detached state, as they spun him this way and that, had him skim across the ground, dodge right then left, leap and thrust. He hungered to learn the dance. Teach me. Knowledge, like memory, flowed forth, forged by his will into the completing link. He became not the user of the sword, the magic, the spirits, but their master. The blade, the magic, the spirits, and the man were one. The dark shape lunged. Now, with a solid thwack, the blade halved the shape. A spray of blood hit the trees close by. A death howl shivered the air, and then all was still. Richard stood panting, almost sorry it was over. Almost. He had danced with the spirits of the dead, with the magic, and in so doing had found the release he sought. Release not only of some of his feelings of helpless frustration, but release, too, of darker needs deep within himself that he didn't understand. The sun had been up for nearly 2 hours when he heard her coming. She was blundering through the brush, huffing indignantly at branches that snagged her clothes. He could hear twigs snap as she staggered up the rise. Tugging her skirt free from a thorn, she stumbled into the clearing before him. Richard was sitting cross-legged, with his eyes closed and the sword resting across his knees. She came to a panting halt before him. "Richard!" "Good morning, Pasha." He opened his eyes. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" She held her long brown skirt up a little in her hands. Her white blouse was damp with sweat. Her hair had burrs in it. Pasha blew a strand of hair from her face. "You have to get out of here at once, Richard. This is the Hagen Woods." "I know. Sister Verna told me. Interesting place. I rather like it. She blinked at him. Richard, this place is dangerous. What are you doing here? Richard smiled to her. Waiting for you. She peered around at trees and dark shadows. Something smells awful in here, she muttered. Pasha squatted down in front of him, smiling a little smile as a person might to a child, or to someone she thought was insane. Richard, you've had your fun, your nice walk in the country. Now give me your hand and let's get out of here. I'm not leaving until Verna is restored to sister again. Pasha shot to her feet. What? Richard took his sword in hand and rose in front of her. I'm not leaving here until Verna is restored to the rank of sister, the same as she was before. The palace must choose what's more important to them, my life or keeping Sister Verna a novice. Pasha's mouth fell open. But the only one who could remove Verna's sanction is Sister Marin. I know. He touched his finger to her nose. That's why you're going to go and tell Sister Marin she must come here in person and give me her solemn pledge that Verna is once again a sister and agree to my terms. You can't be serious. Sister Marin will not do that. I'm not leaving this spot unless she does. Richard, we'll go back and see if Sister Marin will discuss this, but you can't stay here. It's not worth dying for. He regarded her with a cool expression. It is to me. Her tongue wet her lips. Richard, you don't know what you're doing. This is a dangerous place. I'm responsible for you. I can't allow you to stay here. If you won't come away with me, then I will have to use the collar and make you come with me. And I know you don't want that. Richard's grip tightened on the sword's hilt. Sister Verna is being punished in retaliation against me. I have made a vow to myself to restore Verna to sister. I can't allow the sanction to stand. I'll do whatever I must. Die here if I have to. If you use the collar to hurt me or drag me off, I'll fight you with everything I have. I don't know who will win, but if that happens, I am sure of one thing. One of us will die. If it's you, then the war will have started. If I die, then your test to become a sister will end on the first day. Sister Verna will still be a novice, but that is where she stands now. At least I will have done my best. You would be willing to die for this? Yes. It's that important to me. I will not allow Sister Verna to be punished because of what I have done. It was unjust. Her brow wrinkled. But Sister Marin is the head mistress of the novices. I'm a novice. I can't go to her and tell her she must reverse the order. She'll skin me alive. I am the cause of the trouble. You are simply the messenger. If she punishes you, I would not stand for it any more than I will stand for what was done to Sister Verna. If Sister Marin wishes to start a war, then let it start. If she wishes to keep my truce, then she will have to come to me here and agree to my terms. Pasha stared at him. Richard, if you are here when the sun goes down, you will die. Then I would suggest you hurry. She turned, holding her arm out toward the city. But I must go all the way back. It took me hours to get here. It will take me hours to go back. And then I must find Sister Marin, and then convince her that you're serious. And even if I could get her to agree to return with me, we must still get back here. You should have ridden a horse. But I ran here as soon as I realized where you were. I wasn't thinking about a horse or anything else. I knew there was trouble and just came after you. He gave her an even look. Then you made a mistake, Pasha. You should have thought before you acted. Next time, maybe you will think first. Pasha put a hand to her chest as she gulped air. Richard, there is hardly time. Then you had better hurry, or your new charge will be sitting here in Hagen Woods when the sun goes down. Her eyes moistened with frustration and concern. Richard, please, you don't understand. This is no game. This place is dangerous. He turned a little and pointed with the sword. Yes, I know. Pasha peered around him to the shadows and gasped. Hesitantly, she stepped to the thing by the trees. Richard didn't follow. He knew what was there. 2 halves of a creature from a nightmare, its guts spilled across the ground. Its sinuous head, like a man's half melted into a snake or lizard, was a picture of wickedness itself, covered in a glossy, tight black skin, smoothed down to the base of the thick neck, where it began welting up into pliable scales. The lithe body was shaped much like a man's. The whole of the creature seemed made for fluid speed, deadly quick grace. It wore hides covered with short black hair and a full-length black hooded cape. What Richard had taken for claws were not claws, but 3 bladed knives, one in each webbed hand, with crosswise handles held in the fist. Steel extensions went up each side of the wrist for support when a strike was made. Pasha stood dumbstruck. Richard finally went to stand by her, looking down at the two halves of the thing. Whatever it was, it bled, the same as any other creature, and it smelled like fish guts rotting in the hot sun. Pasha stood trembling as she stared at the thing. "Dear Creator," she whispered, "it's a mriswith." She took a step back. "What happened to it?" "What happened to it? I killed it. That's what happened to it." "What sort of thing is a mriswith?" Her big brown eyes came to his. "What do you mean you killed it? You can't kill a mriswith. No one has ever killed a mriswith." Her face was a picture of consternation. "Well, someone has killed one now." "You killed it at night, didn't you?" "Yes," Richard frowned. "How do you know that?" "Mriswith are rarely seen outside Hagen Woods, but there have been reports over the last few thousand years. Reports given by people who somehow managed to live long enough to tell what they saw. The mriswith always take on the color of what is around them. In one report, one rose up in the tidal flats and was the color of mud. One time in the sand dunes, it was the color of the sand. One report noted that in the light of a golden sunset, the mriswith was golden. When they kill at night, they're never seen because they are black like the night. We think they have the ability, maybe the magic, to assume the color of their surroundings. Since this one is black, I guessed that you killed it at night." Richard took her arm, gently pulling her away. She seemed transfixed by the creature. He could feel her trembling under his hand. "Pasha, what are they?" "Things that live in the Hagen Woods. I don't know what they are. I've heard it said that in the war that separated the New World from the Old, the wizards created armies of the mriswith. Some people believe the mriswith are sent by the Nameless One, but the Hagen Woods are their home, and the home of other things. They are why no one lives out in the country, on this side of the river. Sometimes they come out of the woods and hunt people. They never devour their kills. They seem simply to kill for the sake of killing. Mriswith disembowel their victims. Some live long enough to tell what got them. That is how we know as much as we know." "How long have the Hagen Woods, the creatures, been here?" "As far as I know, at least as long as the Palace of the Prophets, nearly 3,000 years. She took a fistful of his shirt. "In all that time, no one, not once, has ever killed a mriswith. Every victim said that they never saw it until after it slashed them open. Some of those victims have been sisters and wizards, and not even their Han warned them. They said they were blind to its coming, as if they were born without the gift. How is it you were able to kill a mriswith?" Richard remembered seeing it coming in his mind. He took her hand from his shirt. "Maybe I was just lucky. Someone was bound to get one sooner or later. Maybe this one was just a half-wit." "Richard, please, come away with me. This is not the way to have a test of wills with the palace. This could get you killed." "I'm not testing anyone's will. I'm taking responsibility for my actions. It's my fault Sister Verna was demoted. I've got to set it straight. I'm taking a stand for what's right. If I don't do that, then I am nothing." "Richard, if the sun sets on you in the Hagen Woods..." "You are wasting precious time, Pasha." Chapter 52. It was late afternoon when he heard them coming. He heard the sound of only one horse and Pasha's voice calling out the direction. At last, they broke into the clearing. Richard sheathed his sword. "Bonnie!" He gave the horse's neck a scratch. "How you doing, girl?" Bonnie nuzzled his chest. Richard pushed his fingers in the side of her mouth and felt the bit, while Sister Marin frowned at him. "I'm glad to see you use a snaffle bit, sister."
"The stable boys said they couldn't find the spade bits."
She stared down at him suspiciously.
"Seems they vanished, mysteriously."
"That's so," Richard shrugged. "Can't say I'm sorry." Pasha was panting with the effort of having kept up with the sister on her horse. Her white blouse was soaked with sweat. She fussed hopelessly with the matted, tangled mess of her hair. The sister must have made Pasha walk as punishment. Sister Marin, in her plain brown dress, buttoned to her neck, looked cool and comfortable atop the horse.
"So, Richard,"
Sister Marin said as she dismounted,
"I am here as you requested. What is it you want?"
She knew very well what he wanted, but Richard decided to restate it in a pleasant tone. "It's quite simple. Sister Verna is to be restored to Sister at once, and you are also to return her Dakra to her." She gestured dismissively.
"And here I thought you would want something unreasonable. This is simple. It is done. Verna is returned to Sister. It makes no difference to me."
"And when she asks why, I don't want you to tell her about this business with me. Just say you reconsidered or something and decided to reinstate her. If you want, you can tell her you prayed for guidance from your Creator and it came to you that she should remain a sister. She brushed some of her fine, sandy hair back from her face. "That would suit me. Are you satisfied? Is everything to your liking?" "That would end it, and keep our truce." "Good. Now that the trifling matters are dispensed with, show me this dead bear. Pasha has half the palace in an uproar with some babble about you killing a Mriswith." Pasha furiously studied the ground as Sister Marin directed a scolding frown in her direction. "The foolish child never sets her slippered foot on anything that hasn't been swept, scrubbed, or polished. The only time she sticks her head out of doors is go see the latest bolt of lace to come to Tanamura. She wouldn't know a rabbit from an ox, and she certainly wouldn't know a... What is that smell?" "Bear guts," Richard said. He held out his arm, showing her the way. Pasha deferentially stepped aside. Sister Marin straightened her dress at her hips and marched toward the trees. Pasha peeked up at him, and when they heard Sister Marin gasp, her head came the rest of the way up, and she smiled. When Sister Marin stepped backward to them, her face white as bedsheets, Pasha resumed her study of the ground. Sister Marin's trembling fingers lifted Pasha's chin. "You have spoken the truth," she whispered. "Forgive me, child." Pasha curtsied. "Of course, Sister Marin. Thank you for taking the time to witness my report." Sister Marin's haughty attitude had vanished, to be replaced by sincere concern. She turned to Richard. "How did this creature die?" Richard lifted the sword clear of its scabbard a half-foot, and then slid it home. "Then what Pasha said is true? You killed it?" Richard shrugged. "I spend quite a lot of my time out of doors. I knew it was no rabbit." Sister Marin returned to the creature, mumbling to herself. "I must study it. This is an unprecedented opportunity." Pasha looked to Richard and wrinkled her nose in disgust as the sister ran her fingers over the lipless slit of a mouth, touched the ear holes, and ran her hand across the glossy black skin. She tugged at the hide clothes, pulling them this way and that as she inspected them. She rose to her feet, peering down at the entrails. Finally, she turned to Richard. "Where is the cape? Pasha said it had a cape." When the Mriswith had lunged, and he had sliced it in two, the cape had been billowed open, and so it was undamaged. While Richard had been waiting for Pasha to return with the sister, he had accidentally learned the astonishing thing the cape could do. After that, he had washed it clean of blood, hung it over branches to dry, and then stuffed it away in his pack. He had no intention of giving that cape away. "It's mine. It is a prize of battle. I'm keeping it." She looked perplexed. "But the knives? Don't men fancy things like that as prizes of battle? Why would you want a cape instead of the knives?" Richard tapped the hilt. "I have my sword. Why would I want knives that have proven inferior to my sword? I've always wanted a long black cape, and it's a fine one, so I'm keeping it." The furrows of her scowl stole back onto her face. "Is this another condition of your truce?" "If need be." The furrows softened. She sighed. "I guess it doesn't matter. It is the creature that is important, not its cape." She turned back to the reeking corpse. "I must study this." While she bent back to the Mriswith, Richard hooked his bow, quiver of arrows, and pack to the front of the saddle. He put his foot in a stirrup and sprang onto Bonnie. "Don't stay after the sun goes down, Sister Marin." She glanced over her shoulder. "My horse! You can't have my horse." Richard smiled apologetically. "I twisted my ankle fighting the Mriswith. I'm sure you wouldn't want the palace's newest pupil limping all the way home, now would you? I might fall and crack my skull." "But..." Richard reached down and gripped Pasha's arm. She gasped in surprise as he yanked her up, sitting her behind him on Bonnie. "Please don't let the sun set on you here, sister. I hear it's dangerous in the Hagen Woods after dark." Pasha hid her face from the sister, and he could feel her giggling softly against his back. "Yes, yes," Sister Marin said, her eyes already lost to the Mriswith. "All right, you two go on back. You have done well, both of you. I must study this creature before the animals get to it." Pasha held him so tight that he could hardly breathe. It was distracting to feel her firm breasts mashed against his back. Her fingers gripped his chest, trying to get a better hold on him, as if she was afraid she might fall at any moment. When they were clear of the woods and into the open hills, he slowed Bonnie to a walk and pried Pasha's hands off. She clamped them right back. "Richard, I might fall." He pulled her hands loose again. "You're not going to fall. Just hold on easy and let your hips move with the horse. Use your balance. You don't need to cling for dear life." She gripped his sides. "Well, I'll try." The sky was turning golden as they descended the rounded hills toward the city. Richard swayed with Bonnie's steps as she went over rocks and across shallow ravines, and thought about the Mriswith and his hunger to fight it. The craving to go back into the Hagen Woods still burned in the back of his mind. "Your ankle isn't really twisted, is it?" Pasha asked after a long ride in silence.
No.
You lied to a sister. Richard, you must learn that lying is wrong. The Creator hates lies.
So Sister Verna has told me.
He decided he didn't want to ride anymore with her holding on to him, so he dismounted and led Bonnie by the reins. Pasha scooted forward into the saddle. Then why did you do it if you know it's wrong?
Because I wanted to make Sister Marin walk back. She made you walk all the way out there again as punishment for something that was not your fault.
Pasha slid off Bonnie and came up to walk beside him. She raked her fingers through her hair, trying to arrange it to her satisfaction. That was very nice of you. She put a hand on his arm. I think we're going to become friends.
Richard pretended to turn and look around as he walked so that her arm fell away. Can you get this collar off me?
The Radahan? Well, no. Only a full sister is able to remove a Radahan. I don't know how.
Then we are not going to be friends. I have no use for you.
You have gone to great risk for Sister Verna. She must be your friend. A person only does such things for friends. You went out of your way to see that I had a horse to ride back. You must hope we can become friends.
Richard watched the country ahead as he walked. Sister Verna is not my friend. I did as I did only because what was done to her was my fault and was unjust. That is the only reason. When I decide to get this collar off, only those who help me will be my friends. Sister Verna has made it clear that she will not help me get the collar off. She intends that it remain on me. When the time comes, if she stands in my way, I will kill her the same as I will kill any other sister who tries to stop me. The same as I will kill you if you stand in my way.
Richard, she scoffed, you're a mere student. You shouldn't brag about your powers so. It's unbecoming to a young man. You should not even joke about such things. She took his arm again. I don't believe you would ever hurt a woman.
Then you believe wrong.
Most young men have trouble adjusting at first, but you will come to trust in me. We will become friends, I'm sure of it.
Richard yanked his arm away and spun to her. This is no game, Pasha. If you get in my way when I decide the time has come, I will cut your pretty little throat. She peered up at him with a coy smile.
Do you really think I have a pretty neck?
It's a figure of speech, he growled. He moved on, tugging Bonnie ahead.
Pasha hastened her step to keep up. She walked in silence for a time, busying herself with pulling little knots and burrs from her hair. Richard was in no mood to be pleasant. Killing the Mryswith had brought him a strange feeling of fulfillment, but it was fading now, and his frustration with the situation was returning, and it brought with it the anger. Pasha's face brightened. She put on a pleasant smile. I don't know anything about you, Richard. Why don't you tell me about yourself?
What do you want to know?
Well, what did you do before you came to the palace? Did you have some kind of skill? A profession you worked at?
Richard scuffed his boots through the dirt. I was a woods guide.
Where?
Where I grew up, in Heartland, in Westland.
Pasha pulled the white blouse away from her chest, trying to dry it. I'm afraid I don't know where that is. I don't know about the New World. Someday, when I'm a sister, maybe I'll be called upon to go there and help a boy.
Richard didn't say anything, so she went on.
So you were a woods guide. That must have been scary, being out in the woods all the time. Weren't you afraid of the animals? I'd be afraid of the animals.
Why? If a rabbit jumped out of a bush, you could just burn it to ashes with your hand. She giggled.
I'd still be frightened. I like the city better.
She pulled some hair back from her face and looked at him as they walked. She had a funny way of wrinkling her nose.
Did you have a girl, a love, or anything?
Richard was taken by surprise at the question. His mouth opened, but no words came out. He snapped it closed. He was not about to discuss Kaelin with her. I have a wife. Pasha missed a step. She hurried to catch back up.
A wife?
She considered a moment. Her voice now had an edge to it.
What is her name?
Richard kept his eyes straight ahead as he walked. Her name is Du Shailu. Pasha twisted a strand of hair around her finger.
Is she pretty? What does she look like?
Yes, she is pretty. She has thick black hair, a little longer than yours. She has attractive breasts, and the rest of her is shapely, too. From the corner of his eye, he could see Pasha's face glowing red. She picked at the end of the strand of hair. Her voice came quiet and cold, despite her trying to layer indifference over it.
How long have you known her?
A few days. Her hand fell away from her hair.
What do you mean, a few days? How could you only know her a few days?
When Sister Verna and I went to the Majendi land a few days ago, they had her chained up. They were going to sacrifice her to the spirits, and they wanted me to do the killing. Sister Verna said I was to do as the Majendi wished,
so we could pass through their land. Instead, I disobeyed Sister Verna and shot an arrow at their queen mother, pinning her arm to a pole. I told them that if they didn't let Du Shailu go and make peace with the Bakaban Mana, I would put the next arrow through the queen mother's head. They wisely agreed.
She is one of the savages?
She is Bakaban Mana, a wise woman. She is not a savage.
And she wed you because you were her hero? Because you rescued her?
No. Sister Verna and I had to go through her land to come here. When we were there, I killed her 5 husbands. Pasha snatched him by the arm.
They are blade masters. You managed to kill 5 of them?
Richard started walking again. No, I killed 30 of them. Pasha gasped. Her 5 husbands were among the 30. Du Shailu is their spirit woman and said I was now the leader of her people. She said that since she was the spirit woman and I their leader, their Kaharan, I was now her husband. Pasha's smile crept back.
Then you aren't really her husband. She was just telling you some of her Bakaban Mana spirit babble.
Richard didn't say anything. Pasha's smile evaporated. Her scowl returned.
Then how do you know what her breasts and the rest of her looks like?
She looked the other way and gave a sniff.
I suppose she rewarded you for your valor.
I know because when they sent me in to kill her, she had a collar around her neck, and she was chained to a wall. She was held naked in that collar so that men could rape her whenever they wanted. Pasha swallowed and looked away again. She is with child now by one of those men. I guess that because the people to be sacrificed are held in a collar, the sisters never gave a thought of putting a stop to it. I don't guess the sisters care much what happens to someone in a collar.
The sisters care,
Pasha said in a small voice. Richard didn't argue. He walked on in silence. Pasha looked cold as she folded her arms beneath her breasts. The sky was turning a deep purple, but it was not getting cold. It was still warm. After a time, Pasha's step regained a bit of its bounce. She glanced over, the smile back.
So, what about you? You have the gift? Did your father have the gift, too? Is that where it was passed down from?
Richard's mood sank like a rock in a well. Yes, my father had the gift. She looked up hopefully.
Is he still living?
No, he was killed a short time ago. Pasha smoothed the front of her skirt.
Oh, I'm sorry, Richard.
Richard's hand tightened on the reins. I'm not. I'm the one who killed him. She froze.
You killed your father? Your own father?
Richard's glare locked onto her. He had me captured and put in a collar to be tortured. I killed the beautiful young woman who held the leash to that collar, and then I killed him. She had no trouble mistaking the threat in his voice, his words, or his eyes. Her lower lip began to quiver, and then Pasha burst into tears, turned and ran. Holding her skirts up in her fists, she went around an outcropping of rock and ran off over the edge of the hill. Richard let out a long sigh as he tied the reins to a slab of granite. He patted Bonnie's neck. Be a good girl. Wait here for me. He found Pasha sitting on a rock with her arms wrapped around her knees as she cried. Richard came around to face her, but she turned her face away. Her shoulders shook as she gasped in racking sobs.
Go away!
She put her forehead against her knees as she wailed.
Or did you come to slice me to bits?
Pasha.
All you care about is killing people.
That's not true. I want nothing more than to end the killing.
Oh, sure, she cried. That's why you speak of nothing else.
That's only because
I've been praying for this day nearly my whole life. All I ever wanted was to be a sister of the light. The sisters help people. I wanted to be one of them.
She succumbed to her tears.
I'm never going to be a sister now.
Sure you will.
Not according to you. From what you keep telling us, you intend to kill us all. From the first moment, all you have done is threaten us.
Pasha, you don't understand. Her tear-stained face came up.
Don't I? We had a big banquet to make you feel welcome. Bigger even than the harvest banquet. I had to go without you and tell everyone you were ill. They all stared at me. The other novices get boys who want to learn. My friends have come to me before complaining that their young charge brought them a frog or a bug in his pocket. You bring me a mriswith. Sister Marin said we did well today. She hardly ever says that. It's not something she does unless she really means it. You were cruel to Sister Marin. She has been headmistress of the novices ever since I came here. She is strict, but that's because she cares about us. She watches out for us.
Pasha gasped back a sob.
When I was little, the first day I came to the palace, I was scared. I had never been away from home. Sister Marin drew a little picture for me. She told me it was a picture of the Creator. She put it on my pillow and told me he would watch over me in the night so I would be safe.
Pasha tried to stifle the tears, but couldn't.
I've always kept that picture. I wanted to give it to my boy on his first night so he wouldn't be afraid. I had it with me yesterday. When I saw that you were grown, I knew I couldn't give it to you. I didn't want to embarrass you. And when I saw you, I thought, well, Pasha, he's not a young boy like all the other novices get, but the Creator has given me the handsomest man I ever saw. I was so glad I had on my prettiest dress, the one I had been saving for that day. She gasped for air. And then you tell me I'm ugly.
Richard's eyes slid closed. Pasha, I'm sorry.
No, you're not, she cried. You're nothing but a big brute. We had everything prepared for you. We gave you one of the nicest rooms in the palace. You didn't care. We provided you with money for whatever you might need or want, and you act as if we insulted you. We had fine new clothes for you, and you turn your nose up at them.
She wiped her tears, but more replaced them.
I'd be the first to admit that there are some sisters who think too much of themselves. But most are so kind they wouldn't even step on a bug. And you hold up a bloody sword in front of them and vow to kill them.
She held up fists full of her skirt and covered her face as she convulsed in sobs. Richard put a hand on her shoulder, but she pushed it away. Richard didn't know what to do with his hands. Pasha, I'm sorry. I know it must seem like...
No, you're not. You're not sorry at all. You want the Radahan off. But that's what my job is, to teach you to use your gift so you can get the collar off. But you won't let me. Without the collar, you would have died. 2 sisters have given their lives for you. They will never come home to their friends. Those friends wept in secret and put on a smile to welcome you. In return for trying to help you, trying to save your life, you threatened to kill us all.
Richard put a gentle hand to her head. Pasha,
I'm never going to be a sister. Instead of getting a boy who wants to learn, I get a madman with a sword. I'll forever be the object of laughter at the palace. Young girls will be told to behave themselves, or they'll end up like Pasha Mays and be put out like she was. My dreams have come to ruin.
It hurt him to see her sobbing in such pain and sorrow. Richard took her up in his arms. She fought him at first, trying to push him away. But when he pulled her against him and put her head to his shoulder, she went limp and cried all the harder. Richard held her tight and rubbed her back as she trembled and cried. He rocked her gently in his arms.
I only wanted to help you, Richard, she sobbed. I only wanted to teach you.
He hushed her. I know. It will be all right. She shook her head against his shoulder.
No, it won't.
Yes, it will. You'll see. Finally, her hands came up, clutching his shirt as she cried. Richard didn't try to stop her tears. He simply held her, trying to give her comfort. Do you really think that you could teach me to use the gift, and that then the sisters would take the collar off? She sniffled.
That's my job. That's what I've been training for. I wanted so much to show you the beauty of the Creator, of His gift to you. That's all I wanted.
Her arms circled him. She clung to him, as if trying to soak up succor. He stroked her hair.
Richard, when I touched you yesterday, when I touched your Radahan, I felt something of your Han. I felt some of your feelings. I know you hurt inside. It made me hurt just to feel a little of it.
Her hand came up to the side of his neck, as if to comfort him.
I don't know of many things that can cause that much hurt. Richard, I'm not asking to take her place.
Richard's eyes closed as his head sank down on her shoulder. He swallowed back the pain. She ran her fingers through his hair and held his head to her. After a time, he found his voice. Maybe it wouldn't hurt me to occasionally wear one of those outfits. She pushed away a little, looking up through her tears.
Maybe just to the dining room with the sisters?
He shrugged. That would be a good use of them, I guess. You pick one you would like me to wear. I don't know anything about fancy clothes. He managed a small smile. I'm just a woods guide.
Her face brightened. You would look handsome in the red coat. Richard winced. The red one? Does it have to be the red one? She ran her finger down the aegil hanging from his neck. No, it doesn't have to be that one. I just thought it would look good on your broad shoulders. Richard sighed. I will feel foolish in any. It might as well be the red. You will not look foolish. You will look handsome. Pasha grinned. You'll see. All the women will be batting their lashes at you. She lifted the aegil. Richard, what is this? Just sort of a good luck charm. You ready to go back? I think you need to get started teaching me. The sooner you start, the sooner I get this collar off. Then we'll both be happy. You will be a sister, and I will be free. He put his arm around her shoulders, and she put hers around his waist as they walked back for Bonnie. Chapter 53. On the bridge to Hall's Band Island, in a pool of light under a lamp, a crowd of boys and young men mobbed them. Many were dressed in fine clothes, some wore robes, and each had a Radahan around his neck. They all excitedly asked questions at the same time, wanting to know if it was true that Richard had killed Amriswith and what it looked like. They wanted to tell Richard their names and clamored for him to draw his sword and show them how he had vanquished the legendary monster. Pasha spoke to the most persistent boy at her hip. "Yes, Kip, it's true that Richard killed a Mryswith. Sister Marin is studying it now, and if she deems it appropriate, she will tell you of its nature. But I can tell you true that it is a fearsome-looking beast. Now, off with you all. It's nearly dinner time." Despite their disappointment that no more information was forthcoming, they were excited by what they had heard. They ran off in a bunch to tell others. After leaving Bonnie at the stables, Richard walked with Pasha down halls and through vast chambers, trying to memorize the layout. She pointed out the boys' dining halls, and the dining hall where the sisters and some of the older young men ate. She also took him past the kitchens where the aromas of cooking wafted through the surrounding corridors. Pasha pointed through a lattice-covered archway to a graceful stone wall running under the spreading branches of trees. The wall was veiled in places by vines. Large white flowers dotted the green. "That's the prelate's offices and quarters," Pasha said. "Will she be at dinner tonight?" Pasha giggled softly. "No, of course not. The prelate doesn't have time to have dinner with us." Richard turned out of the hall and down a walkway toward a gate in the wall. "Richard, what are you doing? Where are you going?" "I want to meet the prelate." "You can't simply go visit her." "Why?" She hurried along beside him. "Well, she's a busy woman. She can't be bothered. They won't let you see her. The guards won't even let us through the gate." He shrugged. "It won't hurt to ask, will it? Then afterwards you can pick an outfit for me and we'll go to have dinner with the sisters, all right?" The offer to let her pick his outfit gave her pause. Pasha stuttered that she supposed it wouldn't hurt just to ask, and struggled to keep up as he marched toward the guard. The guard stepped before the iron gate, spread his feet, and hooked his thumbs on his weapons belt as Richard strode right up to him. Richard put a hand to the man's shoulder. "I'm so sorry. Forgive me, please. I didn't get you in any trouble, did I?" "I hope not. She hasn't come out to yell at you yet, I hope." The man frowned in confusion as Richard leaned closer. "Look, what's your name?" "Swordsman Andlemere. Kevin Andlemere." "Look, Kevin, she said she would send the guard at the west gate to get me if I was even 1 minute late. She probably forgot to send you out. It isn't your fault. I promise I won't mention your name. I hope you're not angry with me." Richard put his back to Pasha and leaned even closer to the guard. "You understand." He rolled his eyes meaningfully toward Pasha, and then gave the man a wink. Kevin glanced to Pasha as she fussed with her tangled mat of hair. "Eh? You understand, I'm sure. Look, Kevin, say you'll let me buy you an ale. Will you? I better get in there before I get you in trouble. But before I go, promise me you'll let me buy you an ale to make it up to you?" "Well, I suppose I could let you buy me an ale." Richard clapped Kevin on the shoulder. "There's a good man." Pasha was right on Richard's heels as he stormed past the guard and through the gate. He turned and gave Kevin a wave and a smile. Pasha leaned close. "How did you do that? No one gets through the prelate's guards." Richard held the door into the building open for her. "I just gave him too much to think about and a worry he feared might be true." When an answer came to her knock, they stepped into a dimly lit room with 2 desks and 2 sisters. Pasha curtsied. "Sisters, I am Novice Pasha Mays, and this is our new student, Richard Cipher. He was wondering if he might meet the prelate." Both sisters glowered at her. The one on the right spoke.
"The prelate is busy. Dismissed, Novice."
A little pale, Pasha curtsied again. "Thank you for your time, sisters." Richard gave a little bow. "Yes, thank you, sisters. Please give the prelate my kindest regards." "I told you she wouldn't see us," Pasha said on the way out. Richard hiked his pack up higher on his shoulder. "Well, we gave it our best try. Thanks for indulging me." He had known that Pasha had been right, that the prelate wouldn't see them, but he had seen what he had come to see. He had only been interested in knowing the layout of the building and grounds for future reference. Richard hadn't changed his mind about his captivity, but he had decided to try a different approach for a while. He would bide his time and see what they could teach him. Nothing would please him more than to be released from the collar without having to hurt anyone. In the building that housed his room, Gilom Hall, named after a prophet, Richard had learned, a young man came hesitantly out of the shadows on the lower level before the wide marble stairs. His head of curly blonde hair was cut short at the sides. His hands were stuck into the opposite sleeves of his violet robes. Silver brocade circled the cuffs and neck. He looked smaller than he was because of the way he hunched over. His head bowed to Pasha, while his blue eyes searched for a safe place to settle. "Blessings on you, Pasha," he said softly. "You look lovely tonight. I pray you are well." Pasha squinted in thought. "Warren, isn't it?" His head bobbed, surprised she knew his name. "I'm fine, Warren. Thank you for asking. This is Richard Cipher." Warren smiled shyly at Richard. "Yes, I saw you before the sisters yesterday. I suppose you, too, want to know about the Mriswith," Pasha said with a sigh. "Mriswith? Richard killed a Mriswith. Isn't that what you wanted to ask about?" "Really? A Mriswith?" "No." He turned back to Richard. "I wanted to ask if you would care to come down to the vault sometime and look at the prophecies with me." Richard didn't want to embarrass the young man, but he had no interest in prophecies. "I'm honored by the offer, Warren, but I'm afraid that I'm not much good with riddles." Warren diverted his eyes to the floor. "Of course, I understand. Not many of the others are much interested in the books either. I just thought that maybe, well, I just thought that since you mentioned that particular prophecy yesterday, that maybe you would want to talk about it. It's a unique piece of work, but I understand. I'm sorry to have bothered you." Richard frowned. "What prophecy?" "The one you mentioned at the end, about you being, well," Warren swallowed, "the bringer of death. It's just that I don't think I've ever met anyone from the prophecies before." He blinked in awe. "Since you are in the prophecies, I thought maybe..." His voice trailed off. He looked down at the floor as he started to turn away. "But I understand. I'm sorry to have..." Richard gently caught hold of Warren's arm and turned him back. "Like I said, I'm not very good with riddles, but maybe you could teach me something about them, so I wouldn't be so ignorant. I do like to learn." Warren's face brightened. His whole body seemed to swell. When he straightened, he was almost as tall as Richard. "I'd like that. I would really like to talk to you about that prophecy. It's a real conundrum. To this day, the argument over it has never been settled. Maybe with your help..." A broad-shouldered man in plain robes and wearing a Radahan slipped up silently, took a fistful of Warren's robe at the shoulder, and moved him aside. His eyes were locked on Pasha the whole time. He gave her a smooth smile. "Good evening, Pasha. It will be dinner time soon. I've decided to take you." His eyes glided down the length of her and then back up. "If you can get yourself cleaned up and do something with your hair. You look a mess. You better get to it." He started to turn away. Pasha put her arm through Richard's. "I'm afraid I have other plans, Jedediah." Jedediah gave Richard a cursory glance. "What, this country boy? The two of you going to chop wood or maybe skin rabbits?" "You're the one," Richard said. "I remember your voice. You're the one who called down from the balcony yesterday asking, 'All by yourself?'" Jedediah's condescending smile looked to come easily to him. "An appropriate question, don't you think?" Pasha lifted her chin. "Richard killed a Mriswith." Jedediah's eyebrows went up in mock wonder. "Well, how brave of the country boy." "You've never killed a Mriswith," Warren spoke up. Jedediah slowly turned a withering glare on Warren. Warren shrank away. "What are you doing above ground, mole?" He turned back to Pasha. "And did you see him kill it?" "I would wager he was alone when he claimed to have killed it. He probably found a Mriswith that had died of old age, stabbed it with his sword, and then bragged to you to try to impress you." He redirected a smirk to Richard. "Isn't that about the way it happened, country boy?" Richard grinned. "You've caught me cold. You have it right." "As I thought." He twitched a small smile to Pasha. "Come to me later, child, and I'll show you some real magic. A man's magic." Jedediah strode away imperiously and disappeared around a corner. Pasha put her fists to her hips. "Why did you say that? Why did you let him think that?" "I did it for you," Richard said. "I thought you wanted me to stop causing trouble and act a gentleman." She folded her arms in a huff. "Well, I do." Richard turned to Warren, still shrunk back against the marble mule post. "If he does anything to you, Warren, I want you to come tell me. It's me that's the thorn in his pants. If he takes it out on you, you come tell me." Warren brightened. "Really? Thank you, Richard. But I don't think he would bother with me. And I'll be seeing you down in the vaults when you have the time." He cast a shy smile at Pasha. Good night, Pasha. So nice to see you again. You look lovely tonight. Good night. She smiled. Good night, Warren. She watched him scurry off down the hall. What a strange young man. I almost couldn't remember his real name. Everyone calls him the Mole. He almost never comes up from the vaults under the palace. She glanced sideways to Richard. Well, you've made a friend tonight who can be of no help to you and an enemy who can harm you. You stay away from Jedediah. He's an experienced wizard, close to being released. Until you learn to defend yourself with your Han, he can hurt you. He can kill you. I thought we were one big happy family. There is a pecking order among wizards. Wizards with the strongest power vie for dominance. It sometimes gets very dangerous. Jedediah is the pride of the palace, and does not take well to the idea that another may challenge his supremacy. I'm hardly a challenge to the power of a wizard. Pasha lifted an eyebrow. Jedediah never killed Amriswith, and everyone knows that. Feeling decidedly uncomfortable in the red coat Pasha had selected, Richard tried to enjoy the lentil porridge they had prepared especially for him. Pasha wore a stunning dark green dress that did more to reveal her figure than cover it. Richard thought it revealed more of her breasts than was prudent. The young men there, as guests of sisters or their novices, did little eating and a lot of watching. None missed a move Pasha made. Many of the young men in collars came by and introduced themselves to Richard, saying they wanted to get to know him better. They promised to show him the city and some of its more interesting sights. Pasha's face reddened at the last. Richard asked if they knew where the guards went for ale, and they promised to take him there whenever he wished. Sisters of every age, shape, and size came to greet him. They all acted as if the events of the night before had never taken place. When Richard asked Pasha why, she said all the sisters understood the difficulty a young man had in making the adjustment of coming to the palace. She said they were accustomed to such outbursts of emotion and didn't take them to heart. Richard kept to himself the thought that this time they should. Some of the sisters smiled and said they hoped they would be given the opportunity to work with him, and a few scowled and promised they would be seeing him and promised not to be tolerant of anything less than his best efforts. Richard smiled and said he would give them nothing less than his best. He wondered to himself what he was committing to. Near the end of the meal, two attractive young women, one in a satiny pink dress, the other in yellow, rushed in, stopping at various tables, speaking in whispers to other young women. They at last came to the corner where Richard and Pasha sat. One bent close to Pasha. "Have you heard?" Pasha stared with a blank look. "Jedediah fell down a flight of stairs." Her eyes sparkled with the telling of the gossip. She leaned closer with the titillation of what she had to tell next. "Broke his leg." Pasha gasped. "No. When? We just saw him a while ago." The woman giggled and nodded. "Yes, it's true. It just happened not a few minutes ago. The healers are with him now. No need for concern. He'll be back to good by morning." "How did it happen?" The woman shrugged. "Just clumsy, tripped on the carpet and tumbled down." She lowered her voice. "He was so furious he flamed the carpet to ash." "Wizard's fire," Pasha whispered incredulously. "In the palace? Such a high crime." No, not wizard's fire, of course not, silly girl. Even Jedediah is not that brazen, just simple fire. But it was one of the oldest carpets in the palace. The sisters are not pleased at his display of temper. They ordered the bone and the pain not be mended until morning as punishment. Their gossip finally expended, the two young women's eyes and smiles settled on Richard. Pasha introduced them as two friends of hers, Celia and Dulcie, two novices with charges of their own. Richard was polite, complimenting them on their pretty dresses and the way their hair was curled. Their smiles widened. Taking his arm when they finally left, Pasha thanked him. "For what?" "I've never been permitted to eat with the sisters or with the novices who have a young man to train. This is the first time I've ever been to dinner just like I was a sister. You were pleasant and considerate of everyone. I was so proud to have you with me. And you look very handsome in those clothes." "In that dress, I would imagine you could easily get someone better bred than me as a dinner companion." Richard pulled open the fancy shirt collar. "I've never worn a shirt this ruffled or white, nor a coat this red. I think I look foolish." A self-satisfied smile spread on Pasha's face. "I can promise you that Celia and Dulcie do not think you look foolish. I'm surprised you couldn't see them glowing green. I thought maybe they might decide to sit right down on your lap." Richard thought that if Celia and Dulcie liked the red coat so much, they could have it. but he kept the thought to himself. Why doesn't an important wizard like Jedediah wear fancy clothes? Only beginning wizards wear clothes like this, and are permitted to go into the city. At certain milestones in a wizard's advancement, they change to a particular form of dress. The further a wizard's progress, the more modest his dress. That's why Jedediah wears simple tan robes, because he has nearly reached the end of his training. What's the purpose of such an odd rule? To teach humility. Those with the nicest clothes, the most freedom, and unlimited money are those with the least power. No one respects them for these things. It's meant to teach the young men that mastery comes from within, not from external trappings. Then wearing these things is a demotion for me. I was already wearing humble clothes. You are not yet entitled to wear humble robes. You may wear your own clothes occasionally if you wish. If they were simple robes, though, it would not be allowed. The people in the city know a wizard's abilities and power by his dress. No wizard who wears simple robes is permitted to go into the city. She smiled. Someday, when you have advanced enough, you will be permitted to wear the robes of a wizard. I don't like robes. I like the clothes I was wearing. When you have your collar off and leave the palace, you may wear what you wish. Of course, most come to respect the robes of their profession and wear them the rest of their lives. Richard changed the subject. I want to go see Warren. Tell me how to get down there.
Now? Tonight? Richard, it's been a long day, and I must give you your first lesson yet tonight.
Just tell me how to get down there. Will Warren be down there this late?
I don't know that he has ever seen anywhere else. I think he must sleep on the books. I was surprised to see him up in the palace today. That in itself will be gossip for weeks.
I don't want him to think I forgot him. Just tell me how to get down there.
Well, she sighed, if you insist on going, we will go together. I'm supposed to escort you wherever you go in the Palace of the Prophets. For now, anyway.
Chapter 54. In the core of the Palace of the Prophets, they began their descent down into the vaults. The stairways on the upper levels were elegant. Lower down, the stairs became utilitarian stone, with their leading edges worn round and smooth. The maidservants he had seen on the upper levels were nowhere to be seen. Paneled walls gave way to stone. In some places he had to duck under huge beams. Lamps were no longer stationed on the walls, but instead widely spaced torches lit the way. Sounds of palace life were left far behind, to be replaced by dead silence. Some of the hallways were wet with leaking water. What's in these vaults? Richard asked.
The books of prophecy, books of history, and records of the palace are also kept there.
Why are they way down here?
For protection. Prophecies are dangerous to the untrained mind. All novices study books of prophecy, but only certain sisters are permitted to read them all and work with them. Young wizards who show that their gift gives them an aptitude for prophecy are taught by these sisters. There are a few young men who work and study in the vaults, but Warren is to the vaults what Jedediah is to other forms of magic. Every wizard has a specialty. We will work with you to discover what your innate ability is. Until we can learn this, it will be hard to take your training very far.
Sister Verna told me something about that. So what do you think my talent is?
Usually we can tell by the personality of the boy. Some like to work with their hands and end up making things of magic. Some like to help the sick or injured and become healers. Things like that we can usually tell.
So what about me? She glanced briefly in his direction.
None of us has ever seen anyone like you before. We have no idea yet.
Pasha's face brightened.
But we will.
A huge round stone door, as thick as Richard was tall, stood open in the gloom. Beyond it were rooms carved from the bedrock that the palace sat atop. Lamps did little to brighten the place. There were a number of long, time-worn tables with books and papers scattered about on them, and shelves in rows that extended into the distance to each side. 2 women sat at the tables taking notes as they read by the light of candles set close. One of them peered up and addressed Pasha.
What are you doing down here, child?
Pasha curtsied. We came to see Warren, sister.
Warren? Why?
Just then, Warren came scurrying out of the darkness. It's all right, Sister Becky. I asked them to come.
Well, the next time, please let someone know in advance.
Yes, sister, I will.
Warren burrowed between the 2 of them and took their arms, leading them into the shelves. When he realized he was touching Pasha, he jerked his hand away and turned red.
You look dazzling, Pasha.
Why, thank you, Mole. She flushed red herself.
She put a hand to his shoulder. I'm sorry, Warren. I didn't mean anything by that. I meant to call you Warren.
He smiled.
It's all right, Pasha. I know people call me the mole. They think it a pejorative, but I take it as a compliment. You see, a mole can find its way in the dark where others are blind. That is much like what I do. I find the way where others see nothing. Pasha sighed in relief. I'm glad, Warren. Mole, did you hear that Jedediah fell down a flight of stairs and broke his leg? Really? He searched her eyes. Maybe the Creator was trying to teach him that when you hold your nose so high in the air, you can't see where you were going. I don't think Jedediah paid any heed to the Creator's lessons, Pasha said. I heard tell that he was so angry he burned a prized carpet to ash. Warren still held her eyes. You are the one who should be angry, not Jedediah. He said cruel things to you. No one should say cruel things to you. He is usually kind to me, but I admit I did look a mess. Some of these books look a mess to people, but it is what's inside that matters, not the dust on their covers. Pasha blushed. Why, thank you, Mole, I think. Warren looked to Richard. I didn't know if you would really come. Most people say they will, but they never do. I'm so pleased you did. Come this way. Pasha, I'm afraid you must wait here. What? She leaned forward, and Richard thought that maybe her breasts might spill out if she didn't straighten up. I'm going too. Warren's eyes widened. But I must take him into one of the back rooms. You are a novice. Novices are not allowed. She smiled warmly as she did straighten up. Mole, if a novice is not allowed, how can a new student be allowed? Warren's eyes narrowed. He is in the prophecies. If the prophets saw fit to write about him, they could hardly intend he not see it. Warren seemed considerably more confident down here in his element than he had been up in the palace. He stood his ground with confidence. Pasha rubbed his shoulder. He glanced down at the hand. Warren, you're the mole. You show others the way. I'm the one in charge of Richard. I show him the way. I would be neglecting my duty if I allowed him to go somewhere without me this soon. I'm sure you can make an exception for me. Can't you, Warren? It's to help Richard, to help understand the prophecy and how he is to serve the Creator. Isn't that what's important? Warren finally took his eyes from her and told them to wait. He went off to the two sisters and spoke with them in hushed tones. He finally came back wearing a smile. Sister Becky said it would be permitted. I told her you understand a bit of High Daharan. In case she asks, say you do. What's High Daharan? Warren, you want me to lie to his sister? I'm sure she will not ask. Warren turned his face away. I told the lie for you, Pasha, so you would not have to. She leaned closer to him. Warren, if you're caught telling lies about such things, you know what they will do. He gave her a small, haunted smile. I know. What will they do? Richard asked, suddenly suspicious. Warren waved impatiently. Never mind. You two come along. They had to hurry after him as he scurried off into the darkness. They went past rows of shelves, placed tight together, coming at last to a solid wall of rock. Warren put his hand to a metal plate, and part of the wall moved away, revealing another chamber beyond. Inside the small room sat a table and maybe a dozen rows of shelves. 4 lamps made it seem bright inside by comparison. Inside, Warren touched another plate, and the section of wall slid closed, entombing them in stone and silence. He pulled out a chair for Pasha and had Richard sit to her right. Finally, he pulled a leather-bound book from the shelves and carefully placed it before Richard. Please don't touch it, Warren said. It's very old and fragile. Of late, it has been getting more use than usual. Let me turn the pages. Who's been using it? Richard asked. The prelate. A smile twitched across Warren's lips. Whenever she is to come down here, her 2 big guards come first to make everyone leave. They clear the vaults, so the prelate can have the place to herself, and people won't know what she reads. Her big guards? Pasha asked. You mean the 2 sisters in her outer office? Yes, Warren said. Sister Ulyssia and Sister Fenella. We saw them today, Richard said. They didn't look that big to me. Warren lowered his voice meaningfully. If you ever cross them, you will think otherwise. They will seem very big indeed. Richard took pause at Warren's expression. If the place is cleared out, how do you know she has been reading this book? I know. He turned to the book on the table. I know. She has been doing most of her reading in this room of late. I live with these books. When someone touches them, I can tell. You see this smudge in the dust? It's not mine. It's the prelate's.
Warren carefully lifted open the cover, and with both hands giving support, turned the yellowed pages. Richard didn't recognize any of the words, or some of the letters for that matter. On one of the pages that Warren flipped, Richard thought he recognized something, a drawing. It sparked a deep memory. Warren flipped over more pages, finally stopping. He leaned over Richard's shoulder, pointing. "This is the prophecy you spoke of." Warren moved around to the right side of the table. "This is the original, in the prophet's own hand. Few have ever seen it. Do you understand Hai Daharan?" "No, it just looks like scribbling to me." Richard glanced over the meaningless writing. "You said there was argument over its meaning." Warren's eyes had an intense gleam. "There is. You see, this is a very old prophecy, perhaps as old as the palace, maybe older. This is the original prophecy. It's in Hai Daharan, as is everything in this room. Very few people understand Hai Daharan." Richard nodded. "So people have only read the translations, and there is reason to believe that those translations may not be accurate." "You understand," Warren whispered. His movements became more lively. Yes. You see the problem. Most don't. Most think one thing in one language must mean a certain thing in another. In order to complete the translation, they settle on an interpretation that fits their view of the meaning, but in so doing, they create a conspectus that may or may not be the meaning of the prophecy. "But that doesn't take into account possible different meanings," Richard said. "So when they translate it, they give it only one version. They can't translate its ambiguity." Warren thrust himself forward in excitement. "Yes, you have it. That's what they can't understand, and so they argue over the various translations, as if there is a right way and a wrong way to do it. But this is Hai Daharan." Warren's words trailed off. Richard was staring at the pages. The images were drawing him in. It was almost as if they were murmuring to him. He had never seen such words before, but somehow they resonated with something deep within him. His hand slowly reached out, drawn to one of the words. His finger came to rest on it. "This one," Richard whispered, as if from a trance. The strokes of the letters seemed to lift from the page as if alive, and coil around his finger, the dark lines caressing, fondling with intimate familiarity. Before his eyes, too, floated the image of the Sword of Truth. Warren's white face came up from the book. "Drauka," he whispered. "That's the word that is the center of the controversy. Fuer grisa ost Drauka, the bringer of death." Pasha leaned over. "So what's the controversy? You mean those words can be translated differently?" Warren made a vague gesture with his hand. "Well, yes and no. That's the literal translation of the words. It's their meaning that is in dispute." Richard pulled his hand back. He banished the image of the sword. "Death. It has different meanings." Warren practically laid on the table as he leaned over. "Yes, you understand." "Death is plain as pie," Pasha said. Warren straightened and rubbed his hands together. "No, Pasha, not in Hai Daharan. The weapon the sisters carry, the Dakra, its name comes from this word. Drauka means death, as in dead. Like if I were to say, the Mriswith Richard killed is dead. Drauka, dead. But it has other meanings, too. Drauka also is a word that represents the souls of the dead." Pasha leaned forward with a frown. "Are you saying that Drauka, in that sense, can make it mean the bringer of souls?" "No," Richard said. He whispered the second meaning of the word. "Spirits. The bringer of spirits." "Yes," Warren said in a quiet voice. "That is the second interpretation." "How many of these different meanings to Drauka are there?" Pasha asked. 3, Richard thought. 3, Warren said. Richard knew the third. "The underworld," he whispered, as he stared at the word Drauka on the page. "The place of the dead. That's the third meaning of Drauka." Pale as a spirit, Warren leaned toward him. "But you don't understand Daharan?" Richard slowly shook his head, his eyes fixed on the page. Warren's tongue darted out to wet his lips. "Please tell me you don't have Daharan blood." "My father was Darken Ral," Richard said softly. "He was the wizard who ruled Dahara, and before him, my grandfather, Panis." "Dear Creator," Warren whispered. Pasha put a hand to Richard's arm as she leaned toward them both. "Underworld? How could it mean underworld?" Because, Warren said, the underworld is the world of the dead. Her brow knit tighter. But how could it mean the bringer of the underworld? How can you bring the underworld? Richard stared blankly ahead. You tear the veil. The silence echoed around the stone room. Pasha looked from one face to the other. She finally broke the silence. But I was taught that for a foreign word in a prophecy that had different shades of meaning, you had only to interpret it in context. It should be a simple matter of seeing how it is used to decipher its meaning. Warren lifted an eyebrow. That's what the argument is about. You see, in this prophecy, it speaks of things that could pertain to each of the three possible meanings of the word Thrauka. Depending on which meaning was intended, it changes the meaning of the prophecy. That is why it cannot be interpreted with surety. It's like a dog chasing its tail. The more you try, the more you just end up going round and round. This is why I'm so anxious to know the intended meaning of the word Thrauka. If I could know that, then I might be able to decipher the rest of the prophecy accurately for the first time. I would be the first in 3,000 years to understand it. Richard pushed his chair away from the table. Well, as I said, I'm not very good with riddles. He forced himself to smile. But I promised to think on it. Warren brightened. Would you? I would be so appreciative if you would be able to help me. Richard squeezed Warren's shoulder. You have my word. Pasha rose. Well, I guess we'd better get to Richard's lesson. It's getting late. Thank you both for coming. I rarely have visitors. Pasha leading, the three of them went toward the door. As she passed through the doorway, Richard slapped his hand to the metal plate on the wall. The door grated closed. Pasha beat her fists to the stone, as the slit had become too small for her to come back through. She shouted for them to open the door. As the stone's sealed closed, her words were cut off, leaving Richard and Warren in silence. Warren stared at the metal plate. How did you do that? You are just a beginning wizard. You should not be able to effect a shield with your hand for a very long time yet. Richard didn't have an answer for the question, and so he ignored it. Tell me what you meant about knowing what the sisters would do to you if they caught you telling that kind of lie. Warren's hand went to his collar. Well, they would hurt me. You mean they would use the collar's magic to give you pain? Warren nodded, as he took a knot of his robes in his fists. Do they do that often? Give us pain with the collar? Warren twisted the knot of robe. No, not often. But to be a wizard, you must pass a test of pain. They come from time to time and give you pain with the Radahan to see if you have learned enough to pass the test of pain. And how do you pass the test? Well, I can only imagine that when you can endure the pain without begging them to stop, you pass. They never tell me what must be done to pass. His face had gone ashen. I've never been able to keep from begging them to stop. Once you learn to endure what they give more. I thought it might be something like that. Thanks for telling me. Richard stroked his beard. Warren, I need your help. Warren lifted the sleeve of his robes and wiped it at his wet eyes. What help can I give? You said there are prophecies about me. I want you to study everything about me you can find, and about the Towers of Perdition, the Valley of the Lost. I also need to know everything I can about the Veil. Richard pointed at the book on the table. There was a drawing a few pages before you stopped on the prophecy. It was a teardrop shape. Do you know what it is? Warren went to the book and turned the pages back. This? Yes, that's it. He remembered seeing it around Rachel's neck in his vision of her and Chase in the Valley of the Lost. An image of Zed came into Richard's mind. His heart thumped faster. That looks like the thing I saw. What is it? Warren gave him a puzzled look. The Stone of Tears. What do you mean you saw it? What is the Stone of Tears? Well, I'm not sure. I'd have to study about it, but I think it might have something to do with the veil, if Thrauka could be interpreted to have something to do with the underworld. What do you mean you saw it? Richard ignored the question for a second time. Warren, I also need to know about the Stone of Tears and everything you can find about the people who used to live in the Valley of the Lost, the Bakaban Mana. Their name means those without masters. And about one they call the Kaharan. Warren stared dumbly at him. This is all a lot of work. Will you help me, Warren? Warren looked down, picking at his robes. On a condition. I never get out of this place.
Not that I don't like working with the prophecies, you understand. But people think that I have no interest in anything else. I'd like to see the country around the palace, the woods, the hills. He twisted his fingers together. I'm afraid of big places. The sky is so big. That's the other reason I stay down here, because it feels safe to me. But I'm sick of living like a mole. I would like to try going outside and seeing it. Would you, well, show me the countryside? You look to me like someone familiar with the out-of-doors. I think I would feel safe if you went with me. Richard smiled warmly. You've come to the right person, Warren. I was a woods guide before all this started. I don't know all the country around the palace yet, but I surely intend to. I'd really enjoy guiding you around. It would be just like old times. Warren's expression brightened. Thank you, Richard. I look forward to seeing open places. I need some adventure in my life. I'll start right away on the things you want, but the sisters give me work, so I must search when I can find the time. And I'm afraid that I must be honest. It will take a long time. There are thousands of volumes here. It will take months just to get a good start. Warren, this may be the most important thing you ever studied. You may be able to save time if you start by reading everything the prelate has been reading. A sly smile came to Warren's lips. I thought you said you weren't good with riddles. That is what I was thinking. His smile turned to a concerned frown. Why do you want to know these things? Richard studied the other's blue eyes for a long moment. I am fuer grisa ost drauca. Warren, I know what it means. Warren clutched his fingers to the sleeve of Richard's red coat. You know? You know which is the correct translation? His fingers trembled. Would you tell me? If you promise not to tell anyone else, for now. Warren nodded eagerly. No one has been able to figure out which one of the three is the true translation, because in trying to justify one, they invalidate the whole. Warren frowned. Richard leaned toward him. They are all true, Warren. What? He whispered. How could that be? I have killed people with this sword. I am the bringer of death in that sense. That is the first meaning of Drauca. In order to prevail against otherwise impossible odds, such as defeating the Mriswit, I used the sword's magic to bring forth the spirits of those who have used it before me. I have called the dead forth, called the past into the present. In that way, I am the bringer of spirits. That is the second meaning of Drauca. As for the third meaning, bringing forth the underworld, I have reason to believe that I may have somehow torn the veil. That is the third meaning of Drauca. Warren gasped. It's very important that you find out the information I asked you about. I don't think I have a lot of time. Warren nodded. I'll try. But I think you put too much faith in me. Richard lifted an eyebrow. I have faith in a man able to break Jedediah's leg. I did nothing to Jedediah. Jedediah is a powerful wizard. I would never dare to oppose one of his powers. Oh, come on, Warren. There are ashes of the burned carpet on the shoulder of your robe. Warren brushed frantically at his shoulder. There is no ash there. I see no ash. Richard waited for Warren's eyes to come up. Then why are you brushing at your robes? Well, Richard put a reassuring hand on Warren's back. It's all right, Warren. I'm a believer in justice. I think Jedediah got what he deserved. I won't tell anyone. And you must not tell anyone about any of this. I must warn you, Richard. You did a very dangerous thing yesterday when you told all the sisters that you were the bringer of death. That is a well-known and hotly debated prophecy. There are sisters who believe it means you are one who kills. They will try to comfort you. There are others who think it means you will bring forth the dead, called the spirits. They will want to study you. He leaned a little closer. There are others who think it means you will tear the veil and bring the Nameless One to swallow us all. They might try to kill you. I know, Warren. Then why would you let them know you are the one in the prophecy? Because I am fuer grisa ost drauca. When the time comes, I will kill any of them I must in order to get this collar off. I had to give them fair warning first, give them the chance to live. Warren touched his fingers to his lower lip. But you wouldn't hurt Pasha, not Pasha. I hope to hurt no one, Warren. Maybe with the information you helped me with, I won't have to hurt anyone. I hate being fuer grisa ost drauca, but that is who I am. Warren's eyes teared. Please, you wouldn't hurt Pasha.
Warren, I like her. I think she is a lovely person, inside, like you said. I only kill to protect my life or the lives of innocent people. I don't believe Pasha would ever give me cause. But you must understand that if I am right and the veil is torn, then more is at stake than any one person's life. Mine, yours, or Pasha's. Warren nodded. I have read the prophecies. I understand. I will search for the things you need. Richard tried to reassure him with a warm smile. It will be all right, Warren. I'm the Seeker. I'll do my best. I don't want to harm anyone. Seeker? What is the Seeker? Richard slapped his hand to the metal plate. I'll tell you about it later. Warren glanced down at the plate as the door slid open. How are you able to do that? Pasha was standing calmly, waiting, her face making a good effort at not showing her anger. And just what was that all about? Richard stepped through the doorway. Boy talk. Pasha stopped him with a hand to his arm. What do you mean, boy talk? Richard looked into her warm brown eyes. I was twisting Warren's arm, making him tell me about the test of pain. You failed to mention it, so I had to ask him about it. Or were you planning on waiting until you came to do it before you told me? Pasha rubbed her bare arms as if to warm them. I do not do that, Richard. I'm only a novice. Full sisters must do it. Why didn't you tell me about it? Tears welled up in her eyes. I don't like to see people hurt. I didn't want to frighten you about what may not come for a long time. Sometimes the waiting can be worse than the actual experience. I didn't want you to have to wait in fear. Oh. Richard let out a long breath. Well, I guess that's a good reason. I apologize, Pasha, for what I was thinking of you. She forced a smile. Shall we go start your lessons? Above ground again, they passed down halls and through several buildings until they finally reached Guillaume Hall, where his room was. The fabric of Pasha's dress made a swishing sound as they climbed the wide marble stairway. The walls and columns were a matching tan, variegated marble. It was a beautiful place with elegant rooms, but it was not as impressive as the People's Palace in Dahara. Before he had seen that magnificent edifice, he would have been astonished by the opulence of this place. Now he simply noted its layout in reference to everything else. Upstairs, as they went down another wide, carpeted hall, he saw several other young men wearing Radahan. At last, they reached his room. Richard caught her wrist as she reached for the door handle. She looked up in puzzlement. There's someone inside, he said. Chapter 55. It is my job to watch over you, Pasha said. She used her Han, breaking his hold on her wrist and throwing him aside, as if with an invisible hand, and then charged through the door. Richard rolled, finishing on his feet, drew his sword, and flew in after her. Only the small flames from the hearth gave light to the otherwise dark room. They both stumbled to a halt in the near darkness. A voice came from a chair beside the fire. Expecting a Mrisswith, Richard? Sister Verna. Richard slid his sword back into its scabbard. What are you doing here? She rose to her feet and swept her hand in the direction of a lamp, bringing the wick to flame. I didn't know if you heard. Her face was unreadable. I'm once again a Sister of the Light. Really? Richard said. That's great news. Sister Verna clasped her hands in a relaxed manner. Since I'm a sister again, I wanted to come and speak privately to you for a moment. She glanced to Pasha. About some unfinished business Richard and I have. Pasha looked from the sister to Richard. Well, I guess this dress is, well, not the most comfortable thing to give lessons in. Why don't I go change? She curtsied to Sister Verna. Good night, sister. I'm so happy for you. You should be a sister. And Richard, thank you for being such a gentleman tonight. I will return after I change. Richard stood facing the door once he had closed it behind Pasha. Gentlemen, Sister Verna said. I'm delighted to hear it, Richard. I would also like to thank you for my being returned to Sister. Sister Marin told me what happened. Richard laughed as he turned to her. You've been around me too long, Sister. But you need more practice at telling lies. You're not yet totally convincing. She couldn't keep a small smile from coming to her lips. Well, Sister Marin told me that she had prayed for guidance and decided I would serve the Creator best if I were a sister in view of my experience. She lifted an eyebrow. Poor Sister Marin. Lying seems to have become infectious since you arrived here. He shrugged. Sister Marin did what was right. I think your creator would be pleased with the outcome. I heard that you killed Amriswith. News spreads through the palace like a blaze through dry grass. Richard walked to the hearth. He leaned on the dark granite mantel and stared into the flames. Well, I had no choice. Sister Verna stroked a hand tenderly down his hair. Are you all right, Richard? How are you doing? I'm fine. Richard pulled the baldric over his head and set it and the sword aside. He tossed the red coat on a chair. I'd be better if I didn't have to wear these silly clothes. But I guess it's a small price to pay for peace. For now. What did you want to talk to me about, sister? I don't know what you did, how you got me returned to sister, but thank you, Richard. Does this mean you would like for us to be friends? Only if you will take this collar off me. She looked away from his eyes. Someday, sister, you will have to make your choice. I hope when the time comes, you choose to be on my side. After all we've been through, I would hate to have to kill you, but you know what I am capable of. You knew what my answer would be. Surely you came here for more than that. I have told you before how you are using your Han without knowing what you are doing, remember? Yes, but I don't think I'm using my Han. She lifted an eyebrow. Richard, you killed Amriswith. As far as I know, that has not been done in the last 3,000 years. You had to use your Han to do that. No, sister, I used the magic of the sword to kill it. Richard, I have observed you and learned a little about both you and your sword. The reason no one has ever been able to kill Amriswith is because they never knew it was coming.
Even the Han of sisters and wizards could not sense its approach.
Your sword may have killed the Amriswith, but your Han let you know it was coming. You are calling on your gift, but without control. Richard was tired. He didn't feel like arguing, so he didn't. He flopped into a plush chair. He remembered the way he had seen the Amriswith in his mind, had seen it coming. I don't understand what I'm doing, sister. The Amriswith came, and I protected myself. She sat in a chair opposite. Look at it this way, Richard. You killed a beast as deadly as anything walking the land, yet that little girl with the big brown eyes and about as much power compared to you as a sparrow compared to a hawk just used her Han to throw you down the hall. I hope you will study hard so you may learn to control your Han. You need to get it under control. She looked at him intently. Why did you go into the Hagen Woods after I told you that they are dangerous? The real reason, not the justification, but the deep down inside reason. Please tell me the truth, Richard. Richard stretched back, looking up at the ceiling. He finally conceded with a nod. It was like something drew me in. It was a need, a hunger. It was like I needed to pound my fist against a wall, and that was the way to do it. He thought she might launch into a lecture, but she didn't. Her tone was sympathetic. Richard, I've been talking to a few friends of mine. None of us knows everything about the magic of the palace, and especially the Hagen Woods. But there is reason to believe that the Hagen Woods were placed there specifically for certain wizards. Richard studied her quiet expression, the creases in her face, the sincerity in her eyes. Are you saying, sister, that if I need to pound my fist against the wall, maybe I should do so? She gave a slight lift to her eyebrows. The Creator gave us hunger so we would eat, because eating is necessary. What would be the purpose of a hunger like mine? She shook her head. I don't know. For a second time in as many days, the prelate has declined to grant me an audience. But I'm going to try to find some answers. In the meantime, just please don't let the sun set on you in the Hagen Woods. Is this what you came to tell me, sister? She looked away and paused, rubbing her forehead with 2 fingers. She looked uncertain. He had never seen her like this. Richard, there are things going on that I don't understand, and they are connected to you. Events are not happening as they should. She saw his curious look. I can't talk about them just yet. She cleared her throat. Richard, I don't want you to trust every one of the sisters. Richard lifted an eyebrow. Sister, I trust none of you. That brought a short-lived smile to her face. For now, that would be best. That was what I wanted to tell you. I'm going to find the answers, but for now, well, let's just say that I know you will do as you must to stay safe. After Sister Verna left, Richard thought about what she had said. and about the things Warren had told him. Mostly he thought about the Stone of Tears. It puzzled him that the magic in the Valley of the Lost would present him with a vision of something he had never seen before and put it around Rachel's neck. The other visions seemed to have been anchored in his longings and fears. Maybe because he missed seeing his friend, Chase, he saw the vision of Rachel, too. She would be with Chase. But why would the vision put around her neck something he had never seen before, which turned out to look like a drawing in a book? Maybe they weren't the same thing. He told himself they couldn't be, but an uneasy feeling inside said otherwise. As much as he missed Chase and Rachel, it was the stone around Rachel's neck that had captured his attention. It was as if Rachel were bringing it to him for Zed, and Zed had been there with him, urging him to take the stone. Pasha's knock at the door brought him out of his brooding. She was wearing a plain, brownish-gray dress with small pink cloth buttons up the front, all the way up to her neck. Though it didn't show the expanse of flesh the green dress had, it was tailored so that it revealed nearly every detail of her shape. The fact that it covered everything only made what it covered all that much more intriguing. The color somehow brought out the softness of her brown hair. Pasha sat cross-legged on the floor on the blue and yellow carpet in front of the fireplace. She draped her dress carefully over her knees and then looked up. "Here, sit like me, in front of me." Richard sat on the floor and folded his legs. She motioned him to come closer until their knees touched. She took his hands and held them lightly as they rested across both their knees. "Sister Verna didn't do this when I practiced." "That was because the Radahan had to be within the circle of influence of the magic of the palace before we could practice in this way. Until now, when you have practiced touching your Han, it has been alone. Most of the time from now on, I or a sister will use our Han to assist you." She smiled. "It will help you progress faster, Richard." "All right. What do you want me to do?" "She told you how to try to reach your Han, how to concentrate on finding that place within yourself?" Richard nodded. "That is what I want you to do. While you search for that place, I will use my Han through the Radahan to try to guide you." Richard squirmed a little, getting more comfortable. Pasha took back a hand and fanned her face. "This dress seems so warm after wearing the other." She unbuttoned the top 5 buttons of her dress, and then took his hand up again. Richard glanced at the fire to check the logs, so he would know how long it had been when he opened his eyes again. He could never seem to judge the time while he searched for his Han. It always seemed like mere minutes, but it was usually at least an hour. Richard closed his eyes. He brought forth the image of the Sword of Truth on a plain background. As the quiet settled over him, as he sought the peace within, his breathing slowed. He took a long breath and then let himself sink into the calm center. He was aware of Pasha's hands holding his, of her knees touching his, and of her even breathing coming into harmony with his. It felt good to have her holding his hands. He didn't feel isolated the way he had always felt before. He didn't know if she really was using the magic of his collar to go with him, but he felt himself spiraling deeper than he had before. He drifted in the timeless place without thinking, without effort or worry. Whatever his Han was, he didn't see or feel anything he hadn't seen or felt before. Other than feeling more relaxed than before, and the comforting feeling of having Pasha with him, it was no different. He was dimly aware of his body starting to feel cramped, and of the warmth from the fire. The cold steel of the sword seemed to be a core of ice in the heat. At last he opened his eyes. Pasha opened her eyes with him. Richard glanced at the fire. The logs had been reduced to glowing coals. 2 hours, he judged. A trickle of sweat ran down Pasha's neck. "My, but it's warm tonight." She unbuttoned buttons, a lot of buttons. More of her was showing than had shown in the green dress. Richard made himself look back up into her soft eyes. Pasha gave him a small, self-assured smile. "I didn't feel anything," Richard said. "I didn't sense my Han. Although I don't know what it is I'm supposed to sense." "I didn't either, and I should have. Strange." She sighed to herself with a puzzled expression. Her face brightened. "But it takes practice. Did you feel my Han? Was it any help?" "No," he admitted. "I didn't feel anything." She made a little quirk with her mouth as she frowned. "You didn't feel anything of me?" He shook his head. "Well, close your eyes and try again." It was late, and Richard didn't want to practice anymore. It was tiring, but he decided to do as she wished. He closed his eyes. He concentrated on trying to bring back the sword. Suddenly, he felt Pasha's full lips against his. His eyes opened as she pressed against him. Her eyes were closed, her brow wrinkled. She grasped his face with her hands. Richard gripped her shoulders and pushed her away. She opened her eyes and licked her lips. She smiled coyly. "Did you feel that?" "I felt it." She hooked an arm around his neck. Apparently not enough. Richard gently put a hand against her as she tried to lean in. He didn't want to embarrass her, so he tried to keep his voice pleasant. "Pasha, don't." She rubbed her free hand around on his stomach. "It's late. No one will be around. If it will make you feel more comfortable, I'll shield the door. You shouldn't worry." "I'm not worried. I just don't want to." She looked a bit hurt. "You do not think I am pretty enough?" Richard didn't want to offend her, and he didn't want to make her angry, but he didn't want to encourage her either. "It's not that, Pasha. You're very attractive. It's just that..." She unbuttoned another little button. Richard reached out and took a hold of her hand to stop her. He realized the situation was becoming hazardous. She was his teacher. If he angered or humiliated her, things could become dangerously complicated. He had things to do and couldn't afford to turn her antagonistic. She pulled her dress up her legs and put his hand against her thigh. "You like this better?" she asked in a breathy voice. Richard froze at the firm, sensual feel of her flesh. He remembered what Sister Verna had said, that he would soon find another pair of pretty legs. These were certainly that, and Pasha was leaving precious little to the imagination. He pulled his hand away. "Pasha, you don't understand. I think you're a beautiful young woman." Her eyes fixed on his face as she ran her fingers down his beard. "I think you're the most handsome man I've ever seen." "No, you don't." "I love your beard." "Don't ever cut it off. I think a wizard should have a beard." Richard remembered the time Zed had used additive magic to grow a beard and teach him a lesson, and then had shaved it off, explaining he couldn't make it vanish with magic because that would take subtractive magic, and wizards didn't have subtractive magic. Subtractive magic was of the underworld. He caught her wrist and pulled her hand away from his face. To Richard, his beard was a symbol of his captivity. It meant he was a prisoner. Prisoners don't shave. That was what he had told Sister Verna. But he didn't think now was the time to explain that to Pasha. She kissed his neck. Somehow he was unable to stop her. Her lips were so soft, and he could hear her insistent breath close to his ear. It felt as if the kiss went all the way through him, down to his toes. Something like the feeling he had had when she had put her hands to his Radhahan. The tingling numbed his brain. Inside he groaned. His resistance was being dissolved by her kisses. When he had been held in a collar by Denna, he had had no choice. Not even death could rescue him from whatever Denna wanted. But he still felt shame for what he had done. He was in a collar again, and Pasha was using some sort of magic on him. But he knew that this time he had a choice in the matter. He forced himself to hunch his head and get her lips from him. He gently pushed her back. "Pasha, please." She straightened a little. "What's her name, this girl you love?" Richard didn't want to tell her Kalen's name. It was his life. It was private. These people were his captors, not his friends. That's not important. That's not the issue. "What does she have that I don't? Is she prettier than me?" "You are a girl," Richard thought, "and she is a woman." But he couldn't say that. "You are a pretty candle," he thought, "and Kalen is the sunrise." But he couldn't say that either. If he spurned Pasha, he would have war on his hands. He had to get out of this without making her feel resentful or rejected. "Pasha, I am honored, I'm flattered, I really am. But you have only known me a day. We've really just met." "Richard, the Creator gives us urges and pleasure from acting on them, so we will come to know His beauty through His creation. There is nothing wrong with this. It is a beautiful thing. He also gave us a mind to decide what is right and what is wrong." Her chin lifted just a little. "Right and wrong? If she loved you, she would be with you. She wouldn't have let you go. That's what is wrong. She thinks you aren't good enough for her. She must wish to be free of you. If she cared, she would have kept you with her. She's gone. I'm here and I care. I would fight to keep you. Did she fight?" Richard's mouth opened, but no words came through the hurt.
He felt as if his will to go on had drained right out of him, leaving nothing but a hollow, dead shell. Pasha reached out and touched his cheek. "You'll see that I care, Richard. I care more than she does. You'll see. It's right if a person cares as I do." Her brow creased in worry. "Unless you think I'm unattractive. Is that it? You've seen many women, and you think that in comparison I'm ugly?" Richard cupped a hand to the side of her face. "Pasha, you are ravishing. It's not that." He swallowed the dryness, trying to make his words sound sincere. "Pasha, could you just give me some time? It's simply too soon. Can you understand? Could you really care for a man who would forget his feelings so easily? Could you just give me some time?" She wrapped her arms around him and laid her head against his chest. "I knew yesterday, when you held me so tenderly, that it was another sign that the Creator had sent you to me. I knew then that I would never want another. Since I'll be yours forever, I can wait. We have almost nothing but time. We have all the time you could possibly want. You'll see that I'm the one for you. You just tell me when you are ready, and I'll be yours." Richard sighed as he closed the door behind her. He leaned his back against the door, thinking. He didn't like deceiving Pasha, letting her think that with time he could come to feel differently about her. But he had to do something. How shallow could Pasha's understanding of people be for her to think that one could win love by invoking lust? He took out the lock of Kalen's hair, spinning it in his fingers as he watched it. The things Pasha had said about Kalen not fighting for him made him angry. Pasha could never know the struggles he and Kalen had been through, the hardships they had had to overcome, the anguish they had suffered together, the battles they had fought together. Pasha probably couldn't conceive of a woman of Kalen's intelligence, strength, and courage. Kalen had indeed fought for him. She had more than once selflessly risked her life for him. What could Pasha know of the terrors Kalen had bravely faced and conquered? Pasha wasn't woman enough to serve Kalen tea. He stuffed the lock of hair back into his pocket. He forced his thoughts of Kalen from his mind. He couldn't endure the pain. He had other things to do. Going into the bedroom, he positioned the ash-framed standing mirror and then retrieved his pack from the corner. Richard pulled out the black Mryswith cape. He threw it around his shoulders and stood inspecting his image in the mirror. It looked like a normal cape. He thought it quite handsome, actually. The cut and length was right. The Mryswith had been about his size. The heavy fabric was inky black, almost as black as a nightstone that Addie had given him to help him across the pass. Almost as black as the boxes of Orden, almost as black as eternal death. But the pleasing cut of the cape was not what intrigued him. Richard moved back against the light brownish wall. He pulled the hood up, cowling it around his face, and drew the cape closed. As he watched his image in the mirror, he concentrated on the wall he was standing against. In the span of a breath, his image vanished. The cape had become the color of the wall he stood against, to such a degree that only if he stared, focusing on the edges of the cape, could he distinguish himself standing against the wall. If he moved, it was only slightly easier to pick out his shape against the wall. Though his face was exposed, somehow the magic of the cape, or possibly the cape's magic along with his own, served to mask it, too, to enfold it somehow into the concealing color. This explained why the Mryswith appeared to be different colors. Richard moved objects behind himself to discover what effect they had. He stood in front of the wall and partly in front of a chair with his red coat draped over it. The cape produced a blotch of red that did a good job of mimicking the color and shape behind. Though it wasn't as flawless as when he stood before a plain wall, it would still be easy to miss him if he stood still. Movement would distort the complicated images as the cape changed to accommodate new conditions, though it still fooled the eye into missing him. But if he stood still, he virtually vanished in front of anything. The effect at times could be dizzying to watch. When he stopped concentrating, the cape would return to black. This, he thought, as he looked at himself in the mirror standing in a simple black cape, was going to be useful. Chapter 56. As the weeks passed, Richard was constantly busy. He remembered that Kalen and Zed had told him that there were no wizards with the gift left in the Midlands. Small wonder. They seemed to all be at the Palace of the Prophets. There were well over 100 boys and young men at the palace. From what Richard could discover,
A goodly number of the older ones, at least, were from the Midlands, with some even from Dahara. Killing a Mryswith had earned Richard celebrity status among the younger boys. Two of them, Kip and Hirsch, were the most persistent. They followed him around, begging to hear stories of his adventures. At times, they exhibited the maturity, almost wisdom, of old men. At other times, they, like all boys, seemed interested in nothing more than mischief. The object of this mischief was usually a sister. The boys never seemed to tire of thinking up new tricks to pull on them. Most of the pranks appeared to involve either water, mud, or reptiles. The sisters only occasionally erupted in anger when caught up in the boys' antics, and even then they quickly forgave them. As far as Richard could tell, the boys never earned more than a stern lecture. In the beginning, the young boys thought to number Richard among their targets. Richard had things to do and had no time or patience for it. When the boys learned that Richard was neither shy nor slow with discipline, they quickly moved on to other targets with their buckets of water. The fact that Richard set limits made Kip and Hirsch like him all the more. They seemed starved for older male companionship. Richard rewarded them with adventure stories, or sometimes, when he was going from one place to another, and their presence wouldn't impede his progress, he taught them about the woods, tracking, and animals. They coveted staying in Richard's good graces, so when he wanted or needed to be alone, and signaled with a finger or a nod, they vanished. Richard let them be around often when he was with Pasha, since he couldn't do more important tasks then anyway. Frustrated because she couldn't seem to find time alone with him, Pasha was somewhat mollified when Richard got her excluded from the boys' list of targets. She appreciated not having her fine dresses drenched or having to worry about discovering a snake in her shawl. Richard occasionally asked Kip and Hirsch to perform little errands, just to test them. He had plans for their talents. The other young men in collars wanted to show Richard the city. Two, Perry and Isaac, who lived in Gilhome Hall with him, took him into the city and showed him the tavern where many of the guards drank, and he soon after bought swordsman Kevin Andelmere the ale he had promised him. Richard discovered that most of the young men spent their nights away from the palace, staying in various fine inns around the city. It didn't take Richard long to figure out why. They were provided money, the same as he, and they were practiced at spending it. They bought themselves fancy clothes, dressing like princes, and on their overnight stays they picked the finest accommodations. There was no shortage of women wanting to share those accommodations. Astonishingly beautiful women. When Perry and Isaac took him to the city, they were always quickly surrounded by attractive women. Richard had never seen women this brazen. Every evening the two men would each select a woman, sometimes several, and buy them presents, maybe a dress or a bauble, and then depart for their rooms. The two told him that if he didn't want to bother with spending time buying gifts, he could simply go to any of the houses of prostitution, but they assured him that those women were not as young or nearly as pretty as the ones who approached them on the streets. They admitted, though, that they went to prostitutes sometimes when they didn't feel like wasting time being sociable for no more than a simple coupling. When he was spotted with a collar, Richard drew women the same as Perry and Isaac did. Richard was beginning to see in a new light what Sister Verna meant about him soon finding another pair of pretty legs. The other two men thought Richard was mad to turn down all the offers. Sometimes Richard wondered if they might not be right. Richard asked Perry and Isaac if they weren't afraid of a woman's father cracking their skulls. They laughed and said that fathers sometimes brought their daughters to them. Richard threw his arms up and asked if they weren't concerned about getting some woman they didn't even know pregnant. They explained that if a woman got herself pregnant, the palace would provide for her and the child, even her whole family. When Richard had asked Pasha what was behind such a bizarre convention, she folded her arms across her breasts and presented her back to him while she explained that men had uncontrollable urges, and those urges would be a distraction to learning to use their Han. So the sisters encouraged the men to satisfy their needs. That was why she didn't go to the city with him at night. She was restricted from interfering with his needs. She had turned back to him and begged him to come to her with his needs, saying she would see to it that he had no desire to go to other women, or if he did go to the city, to at least allow her to be one of the women he slept with. She told him that she could satisfy him better than any other woman, and offered to prove it. Richard was dumbfounded by such talk, to say nothing of the behavior. He told Pasha that he only went to the city to see the sights. Having grown up in the woods, he had never roamed around in a city before. He told her that where he came from, it wasn't right to treat women in such a way. He promised that if he was ever overcome with need, he would come to her first. She was so happy to hear this that she didn't mind when he reminded her that he wasn't ready yet. She had no idea that there were times when he felt so lonely that he was sorely tempted to give in to her. She was unquestionably alluring, and it was sometimes difficult for him to make himself keep her at arm's length. Richard had Pasha show him everything she could of the palace. He had her show him some of the city and take him on a tour of the docks to see the big boats. She said they were called ships because they went to sea. Richard had never seen anything that large afloat. She told him that they brought trade from cities of the old world farther down the coast. Pasha went with him to the sea, and they sat for hours watching the waves or explored the tide pools. Richard was astounded to learn that the sea went up and down with tides all by itself. She assured him that it was not the magic of the palace, but did such a thing everywhere. Richard was spellbound by the ocean. Pasha was content to simply sit with him, but Richard couldn't afford to sit and watch the ocean too often. He had things to do. Pasha wasn't permitted to go with him to the city in the evening, in case he chose to be with a woman. He had to constantly reassure her that that was not why he went out at night. Since it was the truth that he wasn't sleeping with any of the women, he had no difficulty being sincere and convincing her. He did not tell her the truth, however, about what he really was doing. Richard decided that as long as the palace wanted to provide him with money, he was going to allow them to finance their own undoing. He spent the palace's money wherever it would help him. He became a regular at the taverns and inns the palace guards frequented. Whenever he was around, they never paid for a drink. Richard made an effort to learn all their names. At night, he would write down the name of any new guard he had met and everything he could discover about him or any of the other guards. He paid the most attention to those who guarded the prelate's compound and any other place he discovered he was forbidden access. He stopped by their posts whenever he was at the palace and inquired idly about their lives, their girlfriends, their wives, their parents, their children, their food, their problems. Richard bought Kevin special expensive chocolates that his girlfriend favored, but which Kevin could ill afford on his wages. The chocolates earned Kevin favors from his girlfriend. Kevin always brightened at Richard's approach, even when he looked tired from the favors. Richard loaned money to any guard who asked, knowing it would never be repaid. When a few made excuses as to why they didn't have the money to pay back, Richard would not hear their reasons, telling them that he understood and that he would feel bad if they were to worry about it. Two of the toughest, who guarded a restricted area on the west side of the palace, would let him buy their ale, but wouldn't warm to him. Richard took it as a challenge. He finally struck on the idea of hiring them the services of 4 prostitutes, 2 each, just to get their attention. They wanted to know why. Richard told them how the palace provided him with money and he didn't see why only he should enjoy it. He told them that since they had to stand up all day guarding the palace, he thought it only fair for the palace to pay to put a lady under them when they lay down. The offer was too much for them to resist. They were soon giving him surreptitious winks when he passed. Once they became amenable to his offers, he saw to it that they had reason to give him the winks on a more frequent basis. As Richard knew they would, the 2 guards began bragging about their romps. When some of the other men found out that Richard had been willing to provide those 2 with the services of ladies, they pointed out to Richard that it wasn't fair to the others that they should be excluded. Richard conceded that he saw the logic of their argument. He soon discovered that he didn't have the time to handle individual requests, so he struck on an idea. He found a mistress of a brothel open to an inventive business arrangement. He put the establishment on retainer, open only to his friends. He calculated that in this manner he was actually saving the palace money over a piecemeal arrangement. He wanted the men to remember to whom they owed their gratitude, so required they give the mistress the code phrase, "a friend of Richard Cypher," before they would be granted admittance. There were no other restrictions. Richard gave the mistress a healthy raise in the retainer when she complained to him that business was steadier than she had anticipated. Richard soothed his conscience about the morals of what he was doing by reminding himself that he couldn't change what people chose to do, and that it might save him from having to kill the guards when the time came. In that light, it made sense. One day, when Pasha was with him and a man gave him a wink, she asked why. He told her it was because he was with the most attractive woman at the palace. She smiled for an hour. Richard accustomed the guards to seeing him in the black cape of the Mryswith. He kept Pasha happy when he was with her by frequently wearing the red coat she liked best. Sometimes he wore the others, the blue, the dark blue, the brown, or the green. Pasha most liked taking him to the city, but she went for hikes in the surrounding countryside to try to be a part of his interests. Richard learned that the guards were soldiers in the Imperial Order on special detachment to the palace. The Imperial Order ruled all of the old world, but seemed to have a non-intervention policy with the Palace of the Prophets. They never interfered with any sister or any man wearing a Radahan. The guards were stationed at the palace to handle all the people who came to Hallsband Island. Every day, people poured over the bridges to come to the palace. Sisters saw petitioners of every want. Some requested charity, some intervention in disputes, and some wished to be guided in the Creator's wisdom. Others came to worship in the courtyards scattered throughout the island. They viewed the place where Sisters of the Light lived as hallowed. Richard learned that the city of Tanamura, vast though it was merely an outpost of the old world, at the fringe of the empire. Apparently, the Emperor of the Imperial Order had an arrangement with the palace to provide guards, but not law. Richard suspected that the guards were the Emperor's eyes in an area of his empire where he was denied dominion. Richard wondered what the Emperor received in return for this arrangement. Richard also learned that in at least one of the restricted areas, the sisters had a special guest who never came out, but he was unable to discover any more. Richard began testing the guards' loyalty to him with simple, innocuous requests. He told Kevin that he wanted a special rose for Pasha that grew only in the prelate's compound. Richard made a point of parading Pasha wearing the yellow rose past Kevin. Kevin smiled with pride. At other restricted areas, Richard used the flower excuse or said that he wanted to get a view of the sea from atop a particular wall. He made sure to remain in sight at all times, to reassure the guards and dull their sense of caution. It wasn't long before he had all the guards accustomed to his forays. After a time, he was coming and going almost as he pleased. He was their friend, a trusted and valuable friend. Since he was collecting so many rare flowers from the restricted areas, he used them to an advantage. He presented them to the sisters who practiced with him. They were puzzled as to why he would give them flowers from restricted areas. He explained that he considered the sisters who trained him to be special, and he therefore didn't want them to have just any flowers, but those that were special and artfully obtained. Besides making them blush, this explanation also disarmed an otherwise inevitable suspicion if he frequented restricted areas. Though, as near as Richard could tell, there were close to 200 sisters, only 6 worked with him. Sisters Tovey and Cecilia were older and as kind as doting grandmothers. Tovey always brought cookies or some other treat to their sessions. Cecilia insisted on combing his hair back off his forehead with her fingers and planting a kiss there before she left. Both blushed furiously when he gave them rare flowers. Richard had difficulty thinking of either as potential enemies. The first time Sister Marissa showed up at his door, Richard almost swallowed his tongue. Her dark hair and the way she filled her red dress made him stumble over his words like a fool. Sister Niki, who never wore any color but black, had the same effect on him. When Sister Niki locked her blue eyes on his, he had trouble remembering how to breathe. Sisters Marissa and Niki were older than Pasha, his age, or maybe at most a couple of years older. They carried themselves with confidence and slow grace. Though Marissa was dark and Niki blonde, they seemed to be cut from the same rare cloth. The power of their Han radiated from each, making them almost seem to glow. Richard sometimes thought he could almost hear the air crackle around them. Neither walked, both glided like swans, serene and cool. Yet he was sure either could smelt iron ore with their placid glances. Neither ever grinned. They bestowed small, subdued smiles. And only while looking him in the eye. Richard could feel his heart thumping faster when they did. Once, he offered Sister Niki one of his rare flowers from a restricted area. His explanation of where it had come from and the story of why he was giving it to her flew right out of his head. She took the white rose gingerly between a finger and thumb, as if it might soil her hand, and while her gaze held his, she gave him one of her subdued smiles and said in an indifferent tone, "Why, thank you, Richard." What Pasha had told him about boys bringing sisters frogs came to his mind. He never gave either Sister Niki or Marissa a flower again. Anything less than priceless jewels seemed an insult. Neither ever offered to sit on the floor for their sessions. In fact, the very idea of Sisters Marissa or Niki sitting on the floor seemed ludicrous to him.
The older sisters, Tovy and Cecilia, sat on the floor, the same as Pasha, and it seemed perfectly natural. Sisters Marissa and Nikki sat in chairs and held his hands across a small table. It somehow seemed an erotic experience. It made him sweat. They both spoke with a quiet economy of words that added an air of nobility to their bearing. While neither ever made a clear offer, they managed to somehow leave no doubt in Richard's mind that they were available to spend the night with him. Richard could never pin down anything specific in what they said to confirm the impression, but he had no doubt. Their oblique words left him room to feign missing their intent, and neither ever deigned to clarify what she had said. He prayed that they would never make the offer any more explicit, because if they did, he knew he would have to bite his tongue in half to keep from saying yes. Both brought to mind what Pasha had told him about men having uncontrollable urges. He had never been around anyone who could make him stammer and fumble, and in general make himself appear a fool, as those two did. Sisters Marissa and Nikki were the embodiment of pure, unadulterated lust. When Pasha found out that Sisters Marissa and Nikki were two of his teachers, she gave a small shrug, and said that they were very talented sisters, and she was sure they would help him reach his Han. But her cheeks broke out in red blotches. When Perry and Isaac found out about Sisters Marissa and Nikki, they both nearly succumbed to apoplexy. They said they would give up all the women in the city forever just to have one night with either. They said that if Richard was ever offered the opportunity, he had to take it and tell them every detail. Richard assured them that women the likes of those two would never be interested in a woods guide like him. He dared not say out loud that the offer had been made. The fifth sister, Armina, was older, a mature woman who was pleasant enough but all business. When he had no more luck finding his Han with her than any of the others, she told him that it would come with time and not to feel disappointed, but perhaps he should try to put more effort into it. Over time, she warmed to him and smiled more. She was surprised and flattered by the special flowers. She blushed at her own blushes. Richard liked her straightforward personality. The last sister, Liliana, was Richard's favorite. Her easy smile was disarming, her plain, bony look somehow alluring because of her open, friendly nature. She treated Richard like a confidant. Richard felt relaxed with her, sometimes spending more time than he could afford, talking with her late into the night simply because he enjoyed her company. Though he had no friends among his captors, she came closer than any. When Richard gave her the special flower, she hooked some of her brown hair behind an ear and leaned in. Her eyes were wide with mischief, wanting to know how he had gotten past the guards. She giggled when he told the story he invented of sneaking behind their backs. She stuck each rose proudly through a buttonhole and wore it until it wilted or he gave her another. When he touched her in a friendly way, it somehow seemed the natural thing to do. He found himself laying a hand on her arm in the same manner when he told her funny stories about when he had been a guide. They roared with laughter together, holding their ribs and getting tears.